Chapter 18. Give me a place in the Andes, safely removed from noisy neighbors and fish markets, relatives, crowds, and low-flying aircraft, and I shall be pleased to retire from the crass delights of this world. Alice Delmar, Life in the Slow Lane, 2087. Hutch debated putting the sketch on the bridge, and had she not been in it, or maybe even had she looked a bit less like a deity, she'd have done it. But in the end she put it up in her quarters, and she luxuriated in it. Her image had come a long way in a short time, from the tomboyish character swinging bats in a Phillies uniform to this man-trap. "He's got your number, babe," she thought. Meantime they closed in on the oddball planetary system they had come to think of as the Twins. The two giants were similar in size. Their equatorial diameters checked in at 65,000 and 63,000 kilometers. The smaller, the brighter one, flaunted belts of silver clouds with blue and gold tones. The blue was the result of methane slurry and ice crystals on the outer shell of the atmosphere. Cyclonic storms floated deeper down, swirls of yellow and red with golden eyes. It was a jewel of a world. Its darker companion, folded in October colors, was also sprinkled with storms. They appeared to be larger, less defined, more ominous than those on its companion. The names came automatically. The system would be Gemini, the bright world Cobalt, the dark Autumn. Each had its own rings. Cobalt's was the more complex, threaded with shepherd moons and braiding effects. It had 4 Cassini divisions. Autumn's rings were brighter, gold and burnt orange, with only 2 divisions. An observer could not resist being struck by the balance of light and dark at either end of the system. Slightly more than 3 million kilometers separated them. The entire system of worlds, rings, and central cloud was bounded by a vast outer ring, which was highly elliptical, rather like the track around a football field. It, too, had all the features of orthodox ring systems, Cassini divisions, shepherd moons, braiding effects, but it wasn't as well defined as the other two. Rather than the sharp-edged appearance of the inner systems, it presented itself as a kind of luminous loop, gradually dissipating into the night. The satellites were cratered, frozen, sterile. No atmospheres there. They ranged in diameter from 6,000 kilometers, the vertical moon, to 1,200 kilometers. The worlds, moons, and the big ring revolved around the center of mass, where the cloud had formed and the gravities of the two giants balanced. The twins were high-speed bullets, roaring around each other in less than 24 hours. Both were considerably flattened by the centripetal forces, and Bill reported that he wasn't certain, hadn't been there long enough to get accurate measurements, but preliminary estimates suggested the two worlds were closing on each other. "Gradually," he said. "The system isn't stable." "They'll collide?" asked George, already rubbing his hands at the prospect. "It's imminent." "When?" "Less than 1,000,000 years." "Your AI," George told her, "has a vindictive sense of humor." The central cloud was lit from within by a constant infalling of dust and particles sucked from the ring systems on both sides. That was the activity causing the twisted necklace effect. The two streams collided within the cloud, exploding into a pyrotechnic display that sent jets millions of kilometers through the night before they were eventually dragged back down. Bill continued posting real-time images on the various displays in mission control and throughout the ship. Hutch spent almost all her time on the bridge. Below, George and his people were glued to the screens. They had moved inside the outermost moons when Bill reported another odd feature. "Autumn," he said, "has a cyclonic white spot on the equator." "A white spot?" asked Hutch. "A storm, but it doesn't look like the other storms." "In what way?" "Narrower, longer, slower wind velocities. Maybe it has something to do with being on the equator." They received a message from Outpost informing them that Captain Hutchinson's report on the loss of the Windy J had been forwarded to the Academy. Jerry sounded a bit severe, as if Captain Hutchins could expect to be called in, dressed down, and terminated. Jerry was another one, she decided, who could look forward to a brilliant bureaucratic future. The Memphis spent 3 days doing the survey. It was an extraordinary time. They saw the spectacle from every conceivable angle. The sky was at times full of light, of glowing planets and moons and rings. At other times it was dark and quiescent, when they were on the night side of the worlds, and the only illumination was provided by the necklace, which glowed softly against the background of stars. Bill put it all on the wall-length screen in the common room, and they took to eating their meals on the virtual veranda, while the light show danced and fountained before them. An endless series of meteors, ripped out of the rings by shifting gravities, plunged down the skies and exploded in the upper atmospheres of the big worlds. If ever there is a place, thought Hutch, that cries out for the existence of a designer, this is it. They arrived in the neighborhood of the vertical moon during the late morning of Christmas Eve. It was a forbidding place, a world of Martian dimensions, but it lacked the wisp of atmosphere and the broad flat plains of Earth's neighbor. Great slags of land mass had been pushed up, and vast canyons had opened. Craters were everywhere. It was a place of needle peaks and jagged rock formations and scrambled canyons, of cliffs, crags, plateaus, and rills, of craters and escarpments. Like the other moons, it was caught in tidal lock, always presenting the same face to the cloud. Vertical was out near the edge of the system, 24 million kilometers from the center of mass. From its vantage point, the system of rings and giant worlds was tilted about 15 degrees, maybe the width of Alex's hand from thumb to outstretched pinky. Its path gave it a unique perspective. Instead of looking through the big ring, as the other satellites did, the vertical moon moved over and under the entire system, so that its sky, if one was on the correct side, provided a magnificent display. Everything was up there, the cloud, the twins, the 3 sets of rings. Originally, no one had taken Tor's idea that the vertical moon might not be in a natural orbit seriously, but when they glided through its skies and looked up, the idea that this world had been moved, had been placed, seemed not so implausible. If I could move a world, Hutch thought, looking at a pair of needle peaks on the edge of a mountain range, this is where I'd put it. She was alone on the bridge when Bill blinked on in front of her. He'd traded in the lab smock he'd been wearing during the last few days for a formal tie and jacket, and looked as if he were going to dinner at the Makepeace. "Hutch," he said. His eyes sparkled, and a mischievous smile played across his lips. "What?" she asked. "There's a building down there." "You're kidding." She looked up at the screens, and there it was. Sheer joy surged through her, and she decided she'd been hanging around George too much. A jagged mountain rose out of a series of ridges. Near the top she could see a wide shelf, and there on the shelf rested a house. Well, a structure. It was an elongated oval, open in the center, running lengthwise along the face of the cliff. She could make out windows, but they were dark. There was no shell protecting it from the vacuum, suggesting it used, or had used, something like a Flickinger field. "Any power readings, Bill?" "Negative." "So it's empty." "I would say so." Poor George. "I would point out that it's on the equator," said Bill. "Perfect for sightseeing." He showed her. Autumn was in the southern sky, cobalt to the north. The cloud floated directly overhead. The shelf was about 1,000 meters up the wall. Hutch passed the word to George, and then went down to Mission Control to be with her passengers when Bill relayed the pictures. "How about that?" said Tor, when the oval appeared on screen. "What did I tell you, people?" They went through yet another round of congratulations. Up and down, thought Hutch. We're doing either celebrations or memorials. George took her aside and thanked her. "You're a wonderful, warm human being, Hutchins," he laughed. "It was Tor," she said. "He's the one who thought the vertical moon was worth a closer look." The Memphis by then had gotten a better angle, and Bill's telescopes were providing more detail. The building was 2 stories high. It had a front door and lots of windows. The architecture was plain, without any attempt at ornamentation, unless you counted setbacks and abutments. "Who'd try to put a fancy house in a place like this?" asked Alex. "It would get overwhelmed by the scenery." A couple of benches had been placed in the open central section. There was a cupola, exactly the kind of cupola you might expect to find on one of those 21st-century Virginia country houses. It was made of grey stone, undoubtedly quarried out of the surrounding cliffs. It was achingly beautiful. "That's odd," said Nick. "What is?" asked George. "Antennas. I don't see any sign of a receiver." Hutch sent off the contact message to the Academy, as required by the regulations. She disliked doing it because she knew they'd rip a copy for Mogambo at Outpost, and the news would bring Mogambo running. Pity, but there was no help for it. Meanwhile, she was feeling pretty proud of herself. During the decades since humanity had first developed FTL travel, it had taken literally hundreds of missions to find a world that had been, or was still, home to an intelligent species. The Memphis on this flight was 3 for 3. They were paying for it in blood. But when they got home, she expected that the President herself would be on the wheel to shake hands with George. At no time had there been any doubt the place was empty. 2 large dishes were mounted on the roof. Solar collectors, although they weren't aimed at the sun. Weren't aimed anywhere, actually. They pointed in different directions, one out toward the big ring, the other directed down into a canyon. Non-functional. The space in the center of the oval had once been a courtyard. She looked at the images, studied the benches, saw a walkway, and there was an open deck under the cupola. "Look," said Alex, "off to the left." Outside the building, along the shelf. "Enhance, Bill," Hutch said. "Left side." It was a spacecraft. Probably. Hard to tell for sure. It could as easily have been a grain storage shed with windows. "Why would they leave a ship behind?" asked George. Hutch didn't know, but she wondered if the occupants hadn't exactly left. The grain storage shed, the ship, the lander, glittered in the uncertain light of that impossible sky. "We'll want to go down and take a look," said George. "Of course." That was Tor. She could see him getting his easel out. "Who wants to come?" Alex wasn't surprised when Hutch suggested caution, reminded them that they'd made assumptions before and people had died. "But surely," George said, "this place is empty. It's hard vacuum down there." It was hard to argue with that. It was like the moon base at Safe Harbor, Nick pointed out. There'd been no danger there. This was perfectly safe. Alex thought so, too. She liked Hutch, but she seemed a tad reserved, too cautious, not at all the dashing sort of person one would expect to be piloting a superluminal. She'd been right about the angels, but this was surely different. Still. They debated the issue for several hours. There was never a question about whether they would go, but rather who would go. George and Hutch to make sure everything was okay. George, Nick, and Tor, because it was best to have guys out front when there was danger. Alex suggested Hutch and herself because women were smarter. The men laughed because they thought she was joking. In the end, after it was clear everyone wanted to go, Hutch conceded, and they all piled down to the lander and strapped on e-suits. Alex enjoyed the feel of the energy surge around her when she activated the Flickinger field. It was warm and clean, and it embraced her like a soft body garment. Hutch set the rules while they waited for the air pressure outside the lander to go to 0. Nobody was to wander off without a partner. Don't touch anything unless you poke it first with a stick. Keep in mind the gravity's different. It's low, but if you fall off the mountain, you're just as dead. And please keep in mind, she added, that everything in that place is of immense value. Try not to handle stuff, and don't break anything. Nick sighed and wished everyone a Merry Christmas. Hutch turned that penetrating blue gaze on him. "I know how it all sounds, Nick, but I really don't want to lose anybody else." The lights on the control board went green. "Okay, Bill," she told the AI. "Launch at will." The vehicle rotated, the door opened, and they slipped out into the night. Hutch did a single orbit, while Alex watched the rugged terrain flow past. The surface was not dark, as she'd expected. Rather, there was a kind of musty half-light, like the interior of a church near sundown, lit only through its stained glass windows. It was ominous and lovely and mystical and silent, and she wondered how she could capture its essence with lighting and choreography. "You can't," Nick said, and she realized she must have been giving voice to her thoughts. "You need a holotank for this." But that wouldn't do it either, because you knew you were in a holotank. And as long as you knew that, knew you were sitting in a safe, warm place, and that the images were only images and nothing else, the effect wasn't quite complete. The audience had to be made to forget where it was. It had to be made to believe this was all real rock. The twin globes and that spectral cloud between them, and the rings, those magnificent rings, had to be real. She'd never seen so much light in the sky, and yet it didn't filter down onto the landscape. It only cast shadows. But they were God's shadows, and when you were out here, really out here, cruising over them, you knew that. No, simulations would be inadequate. She glanced over at Tor, who smiled at her. He understood that. It needed expression. It needed to be captured and made to live for an audience in the way only a theatre troupe could do. She saw a wisp of smoke down among the crags, as if somebody was tending a campfire, and pointed it out to Nick. Trick of the light, she wondered. Maybe. Or maybe it's volcanic activity. Maybe old Vertical is geologically alive. She sat back and let the gentle vibrations of the engines enfold her while she visualized dancers performing under the twins, while she began to put together a musical score. Hutch announced that they were beginning their descent. Alex looked outside again, looked for the house, the oval, with its courtyard and its cupola, but she could see only the tortured landscape and the Halloween glow. But they were going down. The seat was falling away from her, the harness tugging on her shoulders and legs, restraining her. Then she heard George say, "There it is," but she still couldn't see it. Had to be up front looking out through the windscreen. Did they call it a windscreen when the vehicle moved through vacuum? A solid sheet of rock appeared out the window, grey, craggy, gaunt, moving steadily upward. It was close enough that she could almost have reached out and touched it, if she could have gotten her hand through the window. She wanted to tell Hutch to be careful, but she knew how that would be received, so she kept quiet, but couldn't suppress a smile when George delivered the fatal phrase. "Look out," he said. "We're pretty close." Hutch assured him in a flat voice that everything was okay. George stiffened and turned away to stare out of the cliff. Then he made a show of shrinking down in his seat and cowering with one hand drawn over his head. Hutch laughed, but Alex held her breath, hung on, gripping the arms of her chair, squeezing them tight. The upward movement of the cliffs slowed and almost stopped. Then she felt the jar of the landing treads. Hutch held it briefly aloft, gradually transferring weight to the vehicle, allowing it to settle slowly, probably wanting to assure herself the shelf would support them before she committed. Then they were down, and the drone of the engines changed, softened, and cut off. She released her harness and stood up so she could see out the front. And there it was. It looked like an abandoned skating rink, a train terminal, maybe, the hind end of a mall, sitting out here as part of the spectacle. The place where God comes when he needs a break. They switched over to their air tanks, and Alex looked out the right side. The starboard side, that was the correct way to say it, and she couldn't see whatever it was they'd landed on. Instead, she was looking down into a chasm, hundreds of meters down, where everything got dark and she couldn't see bottom. Hutch was standing in the airlock, watching to see that nobody tripped getting out. "Stay away from the edge," she was saying, as each of them climbed down the short ladder and moved out across the barren ground. The short, stubby wing of the lander was a finger length from the rock wall. She looked up and caught her breath. The face of the cliff rose as far as she could see, maybe a couple of kilometers, maybe 10. It looked like Kilimanjaro up there, except it didn't have the snow, just smooth gray rock going up forever. And the sky! My God, the sky! Autumn on one side and cobalt on the other, each with its family of rings, and the big cloud between them like a Chinese globe. And the rim of the big ring, a misty highway arcing through the night. She stared at it for several minutes. They all did. And then finally they began to talk again. Alex slipped around in front of the lander, moving behind Nick, still watching the sky, and bumped into him when he stopped without warning. He was looking at the other vehicle, the one they'd seen on the Memphis screens, safe and mundane and ordinary from far away. But up close it was gray and black and different. There was something in its lines, in the way the hull curved back on itself, that their lamplight burrowed into the row of dark windows and seemed to get lost, that suggested a manufacturer they would not have recognized. A coat of dust covered it, the roof, the hull, and the wings. It looked as if it had been there a long time. It looked part of the landscape, as solid and permanent as the rock wall. The wings were wider, rounder than those on the lander. Nick took some pictures, and Hutch looked curiously up at the hatch. Alex could see Tor considering angles, and guessed that he'd be out there without much delay to start a new canvas. She herself visualized it as a prop, and trying to imagine the songs that could be written about this first encounter with a ship from another civilization, running one of the tunes through her head already. It was pure starlight. She wasn't the ideal composer, and she wished Ben Halver could be there to see it, or Amy Bissell. She couldn't do anything about that, but she'd do the next best thing, sit with them and tell them what it had been like. The vehicle had a ladder. Big, thick rungs, as thick as George's forearms, and only 3 of them, spaced too far apart to be comfortable for a human. "You're too close to the edge," Nick told somebody. "Get back." "How long you guess it's been here?" Hutch asked her. She shrugged. How would she know? A while, though. It had gathered a lot of dust in a place with no discernible atmosphere. A couple of years? 1,000 years? Nobody was talking. Nick was standing near the ladder, and he reached out tentatively and touched it, thereby making a piece of history. Tor had picked up a chunk of loose rock, had pulled it loose from the cliff, actually, and as she watched he dropped it over the edge. There was still a lot of little boy in Tor. Hutch and George just stood gazing up at those windows that stared back past them all, looking out over the rockscape, watching autumn, which was framed between a saddle-shaped mountain and a peak that was thin and spindly, and looked as if it might break off. There were windows on both levels of the house, one rounded into an oculus, and a deck ran along the front, angling past abutments and setbacks. The cupola towered over her, larger from this angle than it had appeared in the onboard images, and at ground level, directly in front of her, she saw the front door. It was a big front door. It was transparent. Or had been at one time, Alex thought. Now it was under a heavy coat of dust, but when she wiped it with the heel of her hand and turned her lamp on it, the light penetrated. She saw chairs, and tables and shelves, and pictures on the walls, and books. "I don't believe it," said George. "This is incredible." He pressed his face against the glass. She pushed on the door, but George wasn't going to allow anyone else to take any chances, so he gently nudged her out of the way and assumed the lead. It occurred to Alex that they looked like a group doing a Sunday outing. George wore old jeans and a shirt with University of Michigan emblazoned across it, a pair of white canvas shoes, and a battered hat that might have been all the rage on campus 40 years ago. Nick wore a hunter's shirt with lots of pockets, although they were all inaccessible because they were inside the energy field, and camouflage pants. Tor had a blue blazer with a police shield stitched on the left breast and an imprint on back that read Los Angeles Police Department. When she asked where he'd gotten it, he explained that his brother was a homicide detective. Alex, who prided herself on knowing how to dress for any occasion, had been taken aback by this one, which did have its unique features. She'd settled for a white blouse open at the throat, green slacks, and white gym shoes. The gym shoes didn't quite work, but they were good for scrambling over rock and gravel. She'd added a red and green ribbon in honor of the season. Only Hutch, who wore a Memphis jumpsuit, seemed out of tune with the general holiday spirit. Like the spacecraft and the front door, the walls and windows of the house were buried under a thick coating of dust, which had drifted down from the mountain-top or the rings, or been kicked up by eruptions, who knew? George hesitated in front of the door, looking for a way to open it. "Maybe we should knock first," said Nick. Alex stepped back and directed her lamp at the upper windows. She couldn't be sure, but she thought curtains were drawn across them. And she saw a chair on the deck. It was big by human dimensions, something that would have swallowed even George's bulk. But the proportions were right. It appeared to be a casual chair made from what might have been reeds strung together, something like rattan, maybe, dark green, almost black. "The place feels homey," said Tor. It did, and for that reason it seemed all the more alien. They milled about in front of the door, while George looked for a way in. He finally acceded to Nick's suggestion and knocked. Dust fell from the grainy surface and floated to the ground. It was a strange feeling, standing out there as if they actually believed someone, or something, might come to the door. "Hello, we were in the neighborhood, and we thought we'd pop by. How's it going?" George knocked again, this time with a big grin. When nothing happened, he leaned against the door and pushed. Nick turned to Hutch. "Do you have your cutter?" "Not unless we have to," she said. Tor stepped up to help. They pulled, pushed. "It's probably electronic," said Hutch. "There should be a sensor here somewhere." "That means it needs power," said Nick. "Right." "How about the upper deck?" asked Tor. "It's a possibility." It was high. It would have been almost at the third story in a human building. Tor backed off a few paces, set himself, and jumped. In the light gravity, he soared. Alex thought, yes, that's going to look great in the show. Music up and drum roll. Marvelous stuff. There was a handrail around the edge of the deck. Tor caught the bottom of it, swung awkwardly back and forth, and hauled himself up. Not very graceful. Not at all the way they do it in a show. But moments later he reported that he had a window open. He disappeared inside. To lots of advice about be careful and don't break anything and watch your step. Alex counted off the time, imagining all the terrible things that could happen to him, even if no hideous thing lurked inside, no angel, no bloodthirsty Wattses waiting out here for the first humans to arrive, so he could have one for dinner. A stair could be loose, floorboards could be decayed after who knew how many years. The house could collapse on him, or despite what they thought, there might still be power inside, something dangling from the ceiling that he wouldn't notice in his excitement. Or there might even be an anti-burglar device, something to pursue him through the house. "What are you laughing about?" Hutch asked her. "Just wondering why anybody out here would need to worry about burglars." She saw the light from his lamp coming down a staircase. Then he was at the door. "No good," he said. "I can't open it from this side either." "You're right about the burglars," said Hutch, who was moving along the front, testing windows. She found one that must have been loose, fumbled with it for a few moments, then pulled the window out and laid it on the ground. They climbed through, one by one, into a living room. There were upholstered chairs and side tables made of something that looked like wood, and probably was wood, and a sofa and curtains, and bookshelves crowded with books. Everything was on a scale about half again as large as Alex was accustomed to. Behind the sofa, a large framed picture hung on the wall, but she couldn't see what its subject was. Tor took off his vest and used it to wipe the dust away. It was hard to make out, but it looked like a landscape. "It'll need enhancement," said Nick, smiling at the understatement. "That's probably not a good idea," Hutch cautioned him. "I'll be gentle," he said. It was a big room, the walls far apart, the ceiling quite high. She gazed up at the shelves, and across at the curtains. There was even something that might have been a desk. The walls were panelled in a bilious grey-green, but Alex thought it wasn't that the occupants had possessed egregious taste, as that the years had attacked whatever colour scheme they'd used. Tor was methodically trying to wipe down other pictures. She was able to make out a waterfall in one, but nothing more, and even that was uncertain. While he continued, she touched one of the drapes with her fingertips, very carefully, she thought, only to see it disintegrate and turn to powder. "Here's one," said Tor. He'd found a picture that wasn't completely faded, but maybe it should have been. It was a portrait of something vaguely human, wearing a cowl and staring directly out of the frame with an alligator smile and baleful eyes that retained the personality of the subject despite the apparent age of the work. "Self-portrait," Nick joked uneasily. Alex shivered and told herself it was the condition of the portrait that rendered its subject so demonic. It lacked only a scythe. In fact, it seemed unlikely that a painting in the living room, which this seemed to be, would be of anything other than one of the occupants. They all gathered around it, and Alex found herself afterwards staying close to the others. They were transfixed by the books. Thick, dust-covered tomes, mostly stacked on shelves, some lying on tabletops. The bindings were stiff with age, but might once have been soft and pliable. One lay open. "Magnificent," said Hutch. They were in a vacuum, so things like books would probably last indefinitely, unless the paper contained its own acids. Nevertheless, they kept a respectful distance from the open volume, careful not to touch it, fearful lest it crumble. The open pages were thick with dust. Hutch tried to brush it away with her hand, but it was useless. Alex didn't think anyone would ever read what was on those pages. Here and there she could make out a squiggle, a line of print, and there was even a notation, apparently entered by hand, or by claw or tentacle or who knew what. It was halfway down the left page, and consisted of a few characters, a couple of words maybe. "This guy is full of it," Alex interpreted liberally. "Doesn't know what he's talking about." Hutch took pictures and then tried turning to a new page, but the book was like a piece of rock. "They're frozen together," she said. Tor reached for a volume on one of the shelves. It wouldn't come, wouldn't move. There were candles and candlestick holders. Nick found a panel on one of the side tables and opened it. It only came part way, but beneath it were a set of punch buttons, a press pad, and a gauge. He looked at Alex and shrugged. Sound system, climate control, window opener. She found herself looking up the stairway Tor had used. Another descended to a lower level. Everything was eerily familiar. It could almost have been her uncle's den in Wichita Falls, except that the room and the furniture were too big. And, of course, that it was frozen solid. She pushed on the seat of one of the armchairs. It seemed secure enough, and she was tempted to climb up on it, try it out, but it was too dusty. When they did the show, she decided, they'd have to eliminate the dust. The carpet had lost whatever color and texture it might once have had. It was hard now, frozen, whiskery. Pieces of it broke underfoot. Cushions and pads were scattered about the furniture, and a quilt was thrown casually over one of the chairs, but they were all like rocks. The front wall, in better times, would have presented a magnificent view. The door itself, on the left side of the wall, was transparent. It had flanking windows. A large oculus dominated the center of the wall, and still another long window was at the far end on the right. The room had clearly been designed to take advantage of the sky show. Alex looked again at the image in the portrait and wondered whether, despite its terrifying appearance, she would not have found some areas of common ground with the subject. Then she remembered the angels. The chairs were angled toward each other, and, as one would have expected, pointed out so that their occupants could take advantage of the view. The fabric was hard, frozen, decorated with a rising, or setting, sun. They found more electronic controls concealed in other tabletops and in cabinets, but there was no easy way to determine their purpose. Alex wondered whether there might be computer records somewhere, a diary perhaps, or a journal. When she suggested the possibility to Nick, he shook his head. "If the occupants kept any kind of log or record, we'll have to hope they did it with pen and ink." "Why?" she asked. "Lasts longer." The room lacked only a fireplace. They spread out, everyone speaking quietly, whispering, as if they were in a sacred site. Alex wandered through several rooms and found 2 more books that had been left open. She looked at the layers of dust on the pages, sighed, and continued past them. "It must have been nice here," she told Hutch, "when the systems were working." Hutch nodded. "We go looking for aliens, but it seems to be our own face looking back at us." George was ecstatic. "We didn't get here in time to talk to them," he said, "but we've done the next best thing." He reached up carefully and touched a thick, discoloured volume that had fallen over. He tried to lift it, but it wouldn't come free, so he settled for pressing his index finger against the spine and drawing it down the length of the cover. "What an ideal Christmas present for us." Nick nodded. "Once we figure how to thaw them out. You think we can do that without damaging them, George?" That was directed at least partly at Hutch, who was standing off to one side. "I'm pretty sure they can do it," said Hutch, "though I've never seen a case like this before." "You don't think we could try it, do you? Maybe just take a few back to the Memphis and leave them at room temperature for a while?" "It's not a good idea, Nick." "Why not?" "Because the people who come after us are going to want to know who the occupants were, how long they were here, where they came from. They'll need all the evidence they can scrape together. Think of this place as a murder scene. Right now, we're mucking up the footprints." "But it's really hard to see what harm we can do." "Nick," said George, "let it go." "Do things the right way now," said Hutch, "and we'll preserve whatever can be preserved." She gazed around at the lines of books. "Eventually this will get rescued, and maybe translated and put into some kind of context. You'll have as much access to it as you could want. On the other hand—" "Okay," he said, "but I hate to wait years to find out what this is about. And that's what it'll take, you know." "So what do we do with the books?" asked Tor. "Leave them as they are, for whoever comes after us." The site seemed safe enough, so neither Hutch nor George raised an objection when they wandered off to more distant parts of the building. "Just be careful, don't break anything." The place projected a warmth against the vast desolation outside. To Alex it felt like home, like a chapel, like the warm kind of refuge one only knows in childhood. It might be that the larger gauge, the big sofas and tables, the shelves filled with books, was summoning memories long forgotten. She felt like a little girl again. It was a good spot to spend Christmas Eve. A passageway into the back of the house opened into a dining area. Table and chairs were of the same scale as the rest of the furnishings. The table was carved. Leaves and vegetation and fruit decorated the side panels. Tor had opened a cabinet that was stacked with plates the size of serving dishes, and a fork he could have used to bring down a steer. There were cups and bowls and knives. "Everything cleaned and put away," he said. Alex looked around the big pantry. "As if they knew they weren't coming back." "Or they were serious about being neat." There was another stairway in back. Descending, Tor threw his light down it. "Food came from here." "Is there some still there?" she asked. "Packed away, but it looks a trifle dry." "I guess it would." Sleeping quarters were on the second level. Alex and Hutch went upstairs, circled the landing, and entered a room on the eastern side. She caught her breath. A big bed stood in the center of the chamber. A big bed, large enough for 8 people. It had been made, pillows plumped up, a blanket drawn carefully over the linen. It was dusty and brown with age. The bed looked not exactly collapsed, but folded in on itself. There were shelves at its head on either side. Each shelf had a lamp. There were also a couple of books, a notebook, and a writing instrument, a pen. Around the perimeter of the room she saw cabinets, a desk, a couple of side tables. A door opened off to a washroom, and she found the biggest walk-in closet she'd ever seen, but only a few rags remained hanging. Hutch looked, but did not touch. Alex could make out a robe and a pair of leggings. 2 different sizes, she thought. The correct number of limbs, said Hutch. There was one more bedroom and another closet with fragments of apparel. I think we've settled one issue, she told Hutch. What's that? There were 2 of them here. One large, one small, one male, one female. Alex had a good imagination, and she could visualize the garments in better times, red and gold robes, say, and leggings that were summer green. They also found several pairs of shoes, more like moccasins, actually, size 30s, she thought, and a couple of hats, not in very good condition, of course, but recognizable for what they were. One looked like a cap that Robin Hood might have worn. It even had a place to put a feather. Alex had half expected to find remains on the upper level. She kept wondering about the lander waiting outside for someone who never showed up. I think they're here somewhere, Hutch, she said. Maybe up in the cupola. But even when they climbed a spiral staircase up to that highest point in the house, it was only another room, a kind of den, windows on all sides, chairs that looked lush but were rock-hard, a display screen, and more books. Downstairs they found more closets and more garments. George's voice broke in over the circuit. Hutch, we're going to want to establish a base here for a while. Is that feasible? Is there any way we can do it? Sure, she said, provided you don't mind operating out of the lander. I might have a better idea, said Tor. The pocket dome is down in storage somewhere. If you can refill the air tanks and recharge it, we could move that down here. Put it in the courtyard. That would work, said Hutch. Hey, Nick's voice. This is strange. Where are you, Nick? Asked George. Downstairs back room. Take a look at this. Alex left Hutch and hurried back down out of the cupola to the ground level, walked to the back of the house, and bumped into Nick for the second time that night. He was standing just inside the doorway. The room was utterly empty. No tables, no chairs, no curtains, no pictures on the wall, no books. There was another cavernous walk-in closet, but nothing hung in it. Tor and George were right behind her, and a moment later Hutch. They all hesitated at the doorway before coming in. Nick continued to play his lamp around the bare walls. Some spaces were discolored. There were pictures up here, he said, at one time. Alex imagined where the furniture would have been. Sofa against that wall, chair over there, maybe a desk. It looked as if it might have been a workroom of one kind or another. The back wall had been home to a pair of shelves. You know what it reminds me of? Said Nick. The empty chamber at the moon base. Chapter 19. Remote places soothe the soul and give fire to the creative enterprise. James Pickering, Sound Retreat, 2081. Nick found the graves. Maybe it was pure luck, or maybe it was because everything in the house had been put away, the way people do when they're leaving town, except that it seemed as if nobody had left, because the lander was still out on the shelf. Or maybe it was a funeral director's instincts. The courtyard, with its tract of earth, with the soil in which he suspected plants had once grown, would have been the only spot available for a burial. But who had conducted the services? He smiled, imagining a cosmic funeral director, not unlike himself, but with better thrusters. Perhaps relaying to grieving relatives and friends in another part of the sky the assurances that everything was all right, that the appropriate honors had been rendered. It had been a tribute, a final act of respect. He felt that in his soul, knew it to be true. These people, whoever, whatever they were, did not mark their graves. That was odd, but who was to say what constituted strangeness in someone else's cultural habits? The plot of soil in the courtyard measured about 20 by 12 meters, and was ringed by a brick walkway. Brick! He wondered about the kind of entity that so respected its origins that it would haul brick across interstellar distances. There were 2 oversized gray benches, one of which had partially collapsed. He stood on the walkway between them, gazing at the disturbed ground. Right there, near a post light that, of course, did not work. "Recent," he told George. "How long ago?" "To be honest, I hate to make a guess here, because it's not like home, where things change pretty quickly." "How long ago?" George asked again. "If we were home, I'd say within the last few days." George knelt down and looked at the earth. It was freshly disturbed. There seemed no question about that. He picked up a handful, rubbed it with his fingers, and glanced up at the sky. "Are they buried together?" he asked. "I don't know. Could be." The house had been unoccupied for years, probably decades. The thick dust everywhere told him that. George went looking for Hutch. When they returned, moments later, he was already upset. "I don't think the Memphis has a spade in its gear locker," she was saying, "but regardless, we should not dig them up." "Why not? Isn't that what archaeologists do?" "We're not archaeologists, George. And that's the reason why not. We need people here who know what they're doing." He looked at Nick, who made it a point to study the cupola. "Nice design, that." "Do you have an alternative?" "Sure," she said. "Let's have Bill take a look with the sensors. That'll tell us what's down there. You won't get the chance to unearth the bones, but you'll preserve the site, and the Academy will thank you for it." "All right," he said. "Do it." Nick watched while she sent instructions back to the Memphis. It was below the horizon, so they had to wait. Hutch went back inside, but he and George stayed near the grave. George kept talking about what might have happened had they arrived a few days earlier. "What are the odds," he asked, "against actually meeting a third party at a place like this?" "Whoever they were," Nick said, "they must have known someone was here. I mean, you don't wander into a place like this by accident." "We did." He looked up at the rings. It took an act of will not to simply stand and stare at them. "If it was recent," Nick said. He pointed his lamp at the walkway and grumbled. "What's wrong?" asked George. "We've been all over the place," he said. "So what are we concerned about here?" "If the burial actually happened recently, there should be marks in the dust, footprints, some kind of indication." "Yeah." George looked. "Oh." Everybody by now had gone round and round on the bricks. Any indication of who might have been there was probably gone. But maybe not. He saw scuff marks on the collapsed bench. A section of the seat was almost free of dust. "What do you think?" asked George. Had something been on the bench for an extended period? Was that the reason it had collapsed? It was too much for Nick. He shrugged and let it go. "I wish we'd stayed off the walkway," he said, and he thought, that's the point Hutch was trying to make. He watched the lights prowling relentlessly through the house, one upstairs moving from room to room, hesitating in the empty chamber. The rest gathered in the living room. After a couple of minutes, the upstairs light started down, headed for the others. They seemed somewhat at a loss. Nick wasn't sure why that was, but it almost seemed they were developing a sense of kinship with whoever had lived there. However threatening the image might look in the living-room portrait, the subject was now in the grave, buried a few meters away, and they could relate to that. Nick wondered what the creatures had been like, what they'd talked about while they sat in the chairs in the front room, gazing out at that incredible sky. There was something very human about the house, a refuge in a place so remote from ordinary life. Nick had always talked about buying an island somewhere, preferably in the remote North Atlantic, where the ocean was cold and the weather terrible. That was what he'd wanted because he liked fireplaces, and fireplaces only came into their own when you had desperate weather. Well, this was a place built for fireplaces, if there had ever been one. It was, most of all, a place he recognized. One of the lamps broke away and came in his direction. Hutch, quiet, graceful, always in command, despite her size. "There are 2 of them down there, Nick," she said. Hutch looked at a notebook, at George, at Nick, and then at the ground. "Bill says they're side by side, 2 meters apart. Both sets of remains are mummified, as one would expect under these conditions." She slid the notebook into her vest. "Side by side," said Nick. "It didn't look wide enough." "You can't see them both," she said. "The second grave is here, a few meters to one side. It contains the smaller set of remains, probably a female." "But there were no marks, no indication. They weren't buried at the same time," he said. "Bill," said Hutch, "have you been listening?" Yes. Can you tell us anything more? It looks as if they were interred in robes. Anything else? I would say they died during the same epoch. Can you determine the age of the remains? Roughly? Ballpark figure? It would require exhumation and analysis. Nick could see she didn't think much of that idea. George, though, was all for it. I'm sorry, that's the best I can do. Epochs. You're suggesting that the remains are old? Oh, yes, there's no doubt about that. How old, though, I do not know. Now let me be sure I understand this, said Nick. We have two sets of remains, both mummified. So they're both dead a long time. That seems fairly obvious, said George. But one's in a relatively fresh grave. That also seems to be correct. Hutch's eyes were dark and unreadable in the half-light. Nick thought about it. Both died a long time ago, same era. We know that much. But they didn't die at the same time. George nodded. The female, the smaller one, if we can assume that, died first, right? I mean, she must have, because she was buried first. Makes sense to me, said Nick. Presumably, she was buried by her mate, George continued, who died later. And later still, a lot later, said Hutch, somebody else came by and buried him. They went out to take a closer look at the alien vehicle. Hutch and Nick and George. But it was sealed, and they couldn't get past the airlock. You think anybody would object, said George, if we cut our way in? He was talking about Hutch, of course, but maybe she was getting worn down, or maybe she wanted to see the interior of the vehicle herself. In either case, she produced her laser without a word, and pretty soon they were slipping through the hole she'd made in the hatch into a big cabin, with big windows and a big windscreen, and a door in the rear wall. The outside of the windows were covered with dust, so they needed their lamps. But the interior was clean. There were 4 chairs, including the pilot's, 2 each front and back. The seats were hard, of course, slabs of stone, but they looked as if they'd once been soft and accommodating. Behind them, along the back wall, there were storage cabinets, but Nick couldn't get them open. A long time closed, he guessed. Hutch was talking to someone on her link, but Nick couldn't hear anything. That probably meant it was Bill. She nodded a couple of times and stood so that the imager clipped to her vest provided good pictures of the controls for the bridge monitors. Nick climbed onto one of the front seats, sitting on it rather than in it, a child in an adult's chair, legs straight out, console hopelessly out of reach. Hutch finished her conversation and smiled at him. You won't touch anything, right, Nick? He looked at a board of gauges, press pads, and lamps. I couldn't touch anything with a stick, he said. Would you know how to take this thing up, assuming it worked? She shook her head. I haven't even figured out what kind of power source it uses. I don't see a wheel, said George, or a yoke. Hutch nodded. Maybe it was operated strictly by AI, or by voice command. Wouldn't that be too slow? For a human, yes. Nick climbed back down. It was a long way from the seat to the deck, and made a second effort to open one of the storage compartments. This time he succeeded, and he found a bag inside. It, too, might have been made of pliable material at one time, something polished and leather-soft, but like everything else around the complex, it had frozen solid. He pulled it out, but couldn't get it open. Clothes, probably, Hutch said with a smile. Overnight bag? Overnight bag to where? Nick looked up at the sky. A beach house, maybe. Her expression suggested anybody's guess was good. She tried the door in the rear bulkhead. Surprisingly, it opened, and she pushed through. How about that? She said. She began talking to Bill again. Nick looked in and saw 6 racked black cylinders, 3 on either side of the spacecraft. and a series of metal boxes of varying shapes, tied together by cables and ducts. "The engine?" George asked Nick. Nick shrugged. "I guess." "And some power cells," said Hutch. "Vacuum energy?" "I don't know. The technology is different from ours. At least I think it is." "Better?" "I can't say. Different." George had worked his way around in front of the pilot's seat and was trying to get a look at the controls. "How long has it been here, do you think?" There was the big question. An airless moon made it hard to figure. It might have been parked a few weeks earlier, or maybe 100,000 years ago. "There might be a way," Hutch said. She climbed onto one of the rear seats and peered at the side window. "Hold on." She crossed the cabin, leaned out through the airlock, and signaled Nick over. "Give me a boost." "Where are you going?" "The roof." She climbed onto Nick's shoulders. He stood at the lip of the airlock while she reached up, found an antenna mount, and hoisted herself atop the cabin. The roof was covered with several centimeters of dust. "What are we doing?" asked George, not trying to conceal a note of exasperation. "Cleaning the windows." She removed her vest and walked toward the front of the spacecraft until she could reach the windscreen. She was looking out over the precipice, and it must have been a giddy moment. Nick thought how the low gravity created the illusion that he could fly. She went down on one knee, got hold of an antenna to make sure she didn't slip, and began wiping the windows. When the worst of the dust was off, she put her hand on it and drew it slowly across the surface. It was pitted, etched where grains of dust had buried themselves. She climbed back down. "The solar wind blows across the moon constantly," she said. "It probably doesn't vary very much, so we're going to assume that it's a constant. That introduces a degree of unreliability into the test, but I think it's one we can safely overlook." "Good," said Nick, who thought he saw where she was headed. "We need close-up pictures for analysis of every window in the vehicle. While we're doing that, I'll have Bill put together an analysis to determine how much solar wind exists here. When that's done, he'll be able to sort out details like composition and velocity, and that will allow us to determine the rate of etching." "Etching?" asked George. "Particle inclusions in the windows. Particles from the solar wind are constantly driven into the plastic. We measure them, we look at flux and quantity, and we ask how long it would take to get that way. The answer tells us how long our lander's been sitting on the ledge." While Hutch and George took pictures, Nick descended from the vehicle, strolled past the Memphis lander, and wandered to the far end of the shelf, where it dwindled until it became sufficiently narrow that he had no interest going any farther. The ledge continued indefinitely, eventually curving out of sight. He looked back at the house. The lights in it were steady. Alex and Tor had set up lamps, and the sense of burglars moving through a darkened property had been traded off for a warm, half-lit domicile that might have been found along a country road. Christmas Eve at the most remote place in creation. After a while he turned back toward the Memphis lander. It waited like an oversized bullpup with its stubby wings, a homely craft with Academy of Science and Technology stenciled across its hull, even though it did not yet belong to the Academy. Somebody had placed a lighted wreath in one of the windows, and it glowed, green and warm and familiar. He'd come to dislike the holidays, perhaps because he'd lost whatever religious convictions he'd had as a child, or perhaps because of his profession. Burying people at Christmas-time had always been a strain. The survivors were inevitably more emotional, the grief always more intense. The families were forever asking him why, and he never understood whether they wanted to know why loved ones die, or why they die at Christmas. As if it mattered. But that night he was pleased that the holiday had arrived at just this time, delighted, almost ecstatic. He was out there with his friends and was becoming aware that he loved the moment, and he loved them. Of them all, no one knew better than he that life was not forever. What he had learned through all the years of watching the dead and their survivors was to enjoy the moment. Not carpe diem, seize the day. That meant something different. Something about making the day pay off, moving up the food chain. Nick stood on the shelf and simply luxuriated in the experience, in being alive. In this far place, with George and Alex and the others, it was a Christmas that would not come again. He knew that, and that knowledge made it priceless. He touched the rocky wall behind him. Although it was cold, frigid, none of that leaked through into the e-suit, in which he remained snug and warm. The miracle of the technology. But he knew that it was a couple of 100 degrees below zero out there, and he wondered whether anyone else had ever stood here. The original occupants must have come this way on occasion, strolling along the shelf as far as they could. It was a natural act for any creature that would want to live in such a place. He looked for prints, but, of course, had there been any other than his own, they were long since filled in. His light picked out something under the lander. An indentation, running almost the length of the vehicle. It was just inside the tread, parallel to it, maybe a half-meter wide, and recent. It hadn't even begun to fill in. He stared at it for a time, trying to puzzle out what might have made it, and then he bent down and looked underneath, and saw a second parallel line, identical, several meters over. It was half obscured by the opposite tread. He got back up and returned to Hutch. She was still climbing around up near the windscreen, too busy to notice him. The alien vehicle had treads, but they were farther apart than the tracks beneath the lander, and wider. Whatever had set down back there, it had been a different vehicle. The burial party. They all trooped out to look. Hutch took pictures. George repeated Nick's observation. "Can't have been here long ago." They looked up at the sky. Nick saw the Memphis, a star moving slowly down the western rim. Then, subdued, they returned inside. It was time to go get the pocket dome. A set of air tanks had a life of 6 hours. Alex, George, and Nick refilled theirs, and Hutch left 3 extra pairs, just in case. Then she and Tor climbed into the lander and returned to the Memphis. Hutch scanned the measurements from the windscreen for Bill and set him to work. They filled the dome's water and air tanks, and loaded everything into the cargo space. They added some ready meals and assorted snacks and a few bottles of wine. Tor was clearly enjoying himself. With his dome, he was becoming a central figure in the Contact Society effort, and he kept talking about the significance of the discovery. "It'll be a Merry Christmas on vertical," he said. While they were completing the work, she could not avoid being conscious of the fact that they were truly alone for the first time. But if Tor had any notions about taking advantage of the situation, he suppressed them. Once or twice he could not have helped catching her looking at him in what must have been an odd way, but he let it go. "Hutch," Bill's voice, "I have a tentative result." "Already?" Tor's eyebrows went up. "He's only had the data a half hour." "He's pretty quick," said Hutch. "What have you got, Bill?" "Did you want the details or simply the result?" "Just tell us how long the lander's been on the shelf." "The numbers are hardly definite, but I would say between 3,000 and 4,000 years. That was a shock. The place just didn't feel that old. Nowhere close to it. "Bill, are you sure?" "Of course not, but the figure is correct if the current intensity of the solar wind is typical." On the return flight, Hutch maneuvered carefully, trying to avoid sitting down on the tracks of the third lander. She didn't entirely succeed, but they'd gotten pictures, and they could recreate them virtually. Alex and George were waiting for them. They told Hutch they'd mistaken her for Santa and did a couple of other lame jokes about not being sure whether the sleigh came this far out. It reminded Hutch that they had no gifts to distribute. In all probability, she thought, had they not encountered the house, the retreat— it was a retreat, really, there was no way to deny that now— had they simply been sailing along in the Memphis, nobody would have thought about gifts. They'd have sung a few songs about mistletoe and sleigh bells and Christmas on Luna, raised some toasts, and that would have been it. But here, within this house overlooking the ultimate view, amid furnishings so large that they all felt once again like children— "Where are my electric trains, Dad?" Hutch longed to give out some stuff, cologne for Alex, and maybe a loud shirt, a red shirt with golden dragons on it for Tor, and a few good mysteries for George, who had a taste for whodunits, and something appropriately personal for Nick. She liked Nick, and would have liked to signal her affection in some oblique way, but she wasn't sure what would work. Not that it mattered here, where the nearest mall was a couple of 100 light-years off to the right. They set up the pocket dome in the courtyard, at the far end, away from the graves. It was simple enough, just a matter of pulling the trigger and watching it inflate itself, and then connecting water and air tanks, installing power cells, and turning it on. Unlike the E-suits, it couldn't subsist on vacuum energy alone, but required a direct power source. Then they retreated inside, turned off their suits, and broke out the snacks and drinks. George announced that it was appropriate at this time of year to toast the captain at the beginning of festivities, and they did. Then they toasted George, their beloved leader, and Alex, the most beautiful woman in the Sims, and Nick, who would be there to see them all off. Nick assured them he would do his best by them. And finally Tor, our own Rembrandt. They sang a few carols, ate and drank, and sang some more, and everyone had a good time. George offered a toast to us. "As long as the human race endures," he said, raising his glass and struggling not to spill anything, "it will remember the voyage of the Memphis. Here, here! Drink it down, refill, and let's have another." The alien lander had made its last flight onto the ledge 1,000 years or so before the birth of Christ. What had been happening in the world at the time? Rome was a distant dream. Egypt must have been building pyramids, although Hutch thought it had passed through that phase by then. Sumer was already pretty old, but Homer wouldn't be born for another 2 or 3 centuries. Athens hadn't shown up yet on the radar. Because the retreat had been erected in the timeless environment of a sterile moon, it was subject to almost no change. Occasional dust thrown up by a ground tremor, perhaps, or by the arrival in the neighborhood of a meteor. A few particles thrown out by the sun. By cosmic standards, the system in which it existed was unstable, and the platform on which it rode more unstable yet. But nevertheless, here it was, after almost the whole of human history had passed. The lander still waited for its pilot, and a book lay open all this time on the work-table in the main room. What had the occupant been reading when he stepped away? Had something unexpected happened that he had not come back? What was his name? The party died down. Hutch and Alex wandered out to the lander where they'd spend the night. More room that way for everyone, and more privacy. She was almost asleep before she fell into her chair. Her last conscious thought was that, though the retreat had been here several millennia, this was its first Christmas. Chapter 20. When the barbarian is at the door, when the flood grows near, when the cemetery is restless, people always behave the same way. They deal with it. But first they party. James Clark. Divide and Conquer, 2202. In the morning, which was of course lit in the same ethereal way as the previous night, they ate in the dome. It was a trifle crowded for 5 people, but they made do. Afterward, Hutch prowled through the retreat. George took her aside for pictures. He was taking pictures of everyone, he explained, mementos of the occasion. So he walked her around, and she posed in the main room, in the cupola, and in the dining area, standing beside a table that rose past her shoulders, and on the upper deck, looking pensively down at the courtyard. She posed with Tor and Nick, with Alex, and of course they took several group pictures, and eventually she stood beside George himself. She returned to the alien lander in the afternoon for a closer look at the power plant, which clearly had a dual capacity. It encompassed a device that appeared to be a fusion reactor, but there was an additional unit that she didn't recognize, except that it provided a housing for the gypsum coils that signaled Hazeltine technology. That implied this wasn't a lander at all, but was instead a self-contained superluminal. The common wisdom was that a Hazeltine engine necessary for the space-twisting capabilities of interstellar propulsion systems, had certain minimum-size constraints, and that no such system could possibly be installed inside a vehicle the size of a lander. Still, one never knew. Somebody had posted signs in the clothes closet saying, "Please do not touch." It looked like George's printing, and she was glad to see he was taking preservation seriously. She stood looking at the clothing, thinking there had only been 2 of them. Did the magnificence of the spectacle create an illusion, suggesting that this had been a retreat, a vacation home, a week at the shore? It was possible, after all, that the occupants had been exiled, marooned out here because they were someone's political enemies, or undesirables of another sort. Maybe the ship parked on their front lawn was disabled, something to remind them of what they'd lost. Tor came into the room and motioned to the window. "Something you'll want to see," he said. The 2 planets were rising in the east. "It happens every night. I was talking to Bill. He says, seen from here, they'll come up, circle each other, and set at around sunrise." The wonder of it all wore off quickly. They couldn't read the books, couldn't see the paintings, couldn't even sit on the furniture. They were beginning to talk about what they should do next when Bill announced a message from Outpost. "Dr. Mogambo," he said. She knew what that would be about. "Move over, George." "Okay, Bill, let's see what he has to say for himself." The Academy seal with the Outpost designator blinked on, followed by Mogambo's serene features. "Hutch," he flashed a smile that told her he was pleased with what they'd been doing, that he was, in fact, delighted, and that he knew an opportunity when he saw one. "You and Gerald have been doing excellent work." Gerald? He meant George, knew that George was in charge, but he was sending a message that they were in fact small potatoes, little people of minor consequence. "I've forwarded the latest news to the director and recommended that your efforts on the mission be suitably acknowledged." He was wearing a light brown jacket with a mission patch on his left shoulder. She couldn't quite make it out. "You'll be happy to know that you won't be on your own any longer." He rearranged himself, slid a hand into the jacket pocket. "Help is on the way." "Good," she said to no one in particular, wishing someone else were coming. Anyone else. "We've commandeered the Longworth and expect to be there in about 17 days. Until then, I know you'll make sure nothing gets manhandled." Not mishandled, not dropped, manhandled. "Hutch, I'm sure you realize that the less amateurs have to do with a find of this nature, the better off we all are." He was about to sign off when he remembered something. "By the way, be advised the media are on their way, too. There's been a UNN ship at Outpost doing a series of some sort. I don't know what it was about, but when word about the retreat started to spread, they left immediately. Broke a leg getting out of here." He tried to look annoyed, but didn't quite succeed. "I guess we'll just have to tolerate them. Anyhow, well done, Hutch." And he was gone. Mogambo was the last guy they needed. Where were the archaeologists? But there was a comic aspect to it. The Longworth was an enormous cargo vessel, used principally to haul supplies and capital equipment for the ongoing construction efforts on Karagwa. It was old, cramped, solid, without the relative opulence that Mogambo would prefer. "It must have been all they had available," said Tor, reading her mind. "What I'd like to do," George said on their 3rd day at the retreat, "is to get the energy shield up again, and restore life support. That should be our first priority, to put everything back the way it was." "How do you plan to do that?" she asked. His eyebrows rose. "I assumed you could do it. You can, can't you?" She looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. "I'm just a little old country girl." "It's not possible," she said. "Even if we could figure out how the equipment works, expecting stuff that's 3,000 years old to function is not reasonable." "I'm sorry to hear that," he said. Where he came from, nothing was impossible. It was a matter of will and ingenuity. There was no such thing as being unable to accomplish a specific task. George liked Hutch, but she gave up too easily. She'd never have made it, he knew, in the business world. He went outside, turned his back to the precipice and the sky, and studied the long oval building, its oculus window, its decks, the dish antennas, and he thought nothing in the world would give him more pleasure than seeing the lights come on. He wanted to be able to strip off the e-suit, to wander through the courtyard, to make dinner in the kitchen, to sleep unencumbered in the cupola, to live a few days in the house as it had been. When he expressed those sentiments to Alex, she was sympathetic, but she too thought it could not be done, at least not until a lot of help arrived. But then it would be too late. There'd be technicians running all over the place, and this Mugombo would be taking charge, and it wouldn't be at all the way it had been in the old days. "We owe it to the beings that lived here." They had wandered outside because it was only from out there, where the retreat tended to withdraw into the shadows, that he could make his point. Overhead the big ring and the twins were bright and hard. "The beings are asleep in the courtyard," she said, capitalizing the noun as he had. "You're talking about a major project. We don't have the people here to do it." He knew. He'd probably known before he'd asked Hutch, but he'd been hoping because he wanted so desperately to be able to make it happen. He was in the position he'd dreamed about all his life, camped out in a living room that had served an alien intelligence, but it wasn't turning out the way it was supposed to. The shelves were filled with books no one could read, or even take down. The walls were hung with pictures no one could make out. Down the back staircase there was a power plant no one could understand. Outside on the shelf stood a lander that might be a great deal more than a lander, but no one could make anything out of that either. When Mugombo got here, everything would change. But Mugombo was the enemy. "Isn't there a law," he asked Hutch, "that says the discovery belongs to us, to the first people on the spot?" "Unfortunately," she replied, "there were a series of bad experiences on Nock, Karaqua, and Pinnacle. In each case, the first people on the spot looted pretty much at will. When the researchers arrived, the original discoverers continued to make off with priceless artifacts, and in several cases did some serious vandalism. The result was the Exo-Archaeological Protection Act, which governs in these cases now. When the Academy shows up, they have jurisdiction." "So he can just walk right in?" "And make himself at home." "Yes, that's exactly what he can do." It wasn't that George was demanding credit for the discovery, although that would be nice, and probably would be his in any case, and it wasn't that he would have denied the discovery to the Academy. But he wanted to do the investigation himself. He wanted to bring out experts, his own people, translate the books, solve the riddle of who had buried whom, figure out what kind of technology had run the place. It was the dream of his life, come true in a way he could never have hoped, and they were going to take it from him. "I'm sorry we let them know what we'd found," he said. He turned a baleful eye on Hutch. "This isn't your fault, but we'd have been better off with Preacher Brawley as our captain, somebody not wedded to Academy regulations." "It's not Academy regulations, George," she said. Her eyes sparkled angrily. "It's the law." "Oh, Hutch, for God's sake, take a look around you. Do you see where you are? What makes you think any kind of human law applies out here?" "If it doesn't," she said, "then why not just vandalize the place? Take everything. Who's to stop you?" "That's enough, Hutch." "Just be aware that I'm tired of taking the blame every time you can't get what you want. You hired me. You might want to consider taking my advice." She was going to say more, to bring up Pete and Herman, but she caught herself. "I was required to make the report," she added. They were up in the cupola, watching the twins set. They were still living on a 24-hour clock, paying no attention to day and night, such as they were on vertical. All evidence of alien contact has to be reported when it happens. He must have scowled at her, because he was thinking how easy it would have been just to forget what they'd found, report nothing until they'd had a chance at it. And if she lost her license, so what? He'd have more than made it worth her while. But he didn't say anything, and she just stood gazing back at him, not giving anything away. and finally she said, "It's not an administrative issue, George. It's a criminal matter. Criminal, which means, by the way, if it happens again, I'll have to do it again." He decided to ask Sylvia Virgil to intervene. After all, it wasn't as if he lacked influence himself. Hutch said fine, it was okay with her. When he was ready, she set him up in the cupola, where he could stand beside a giant chair with a row of books on the wall behind him, and make his appeal. He explained what the problem was. They had been careful in their inspection of the retreat, he told her, and they had begun the process of understanding its nature. They had found the place where no one else had wanted to bother, and they had bled for it. Now the Academy proposed to take it from him. He was getting worked up as he proceeded, and he told himself to keep cool, let her see that he was resentful, that the Academy might pay a price down the road somewhere, but don't let her think he'd become a crank. He asked that Mogambo be placed under his authority, and he felt he did it in diplomatic fashion. Hutch warned him that it would be several days before they could hope for an answer, but that would be adequate because they would have it before the Longworth arrived. George could see that she didn't expect his request to be granted, but she didn't comment other than to tell him she hoped he had won her over. George got the impression she, Hutch, didn't think highly of Mogambo. Hutch spent one night in the dome with Nick, Alex, and George. Tor, either seeking inspiration or demonstrating his independence, stayed in the lander. It was enough. Group sleepovers had never appealed much to her, and this was a restless bunch. It was all very historical, George maintained, entering all the details in his notebook, as if someone 1,000 years from now would care that Nick hadn't slept well or that Alex was the first one up. They never really got used to being in the retreat. It had by then acquired a capital letter. They lowered their voices and talked about how much time they were going to spend with the books when they got translated. Hutch thought that would be an unlikely result. If they turned out to be treatises on celestial mechanics or on the philosophical aspects of the soul, they'd bail out pretty quickly. Nick admitted as much to her while they stood in the half-light of the living room. "At the moment," he said, "they're like women." He was talking about the books. "They're mysterious and they look good, and we can't really touch them. But once it's all laid out, where everybody can see—" He shrugged, stopped, realized he was in a minefield. Hutch nodded, but kept a straight face. "Men aren't that way at all." "No, we're not. We don't rely on mystery." "Just as well," she said. Outpost forwarded a series of news reports on the discoveries at Safe Harbor, Paradise, and the retreat. There was a covering comment by Virgil, informing them that the world was watching. Maybe, but for all the wrong reasons. The world was fascinated by the nuclear devastation at Safe Harbor, and by the loss of Pete and Herman, which had become known as the Angel murders. And she suspected that, for most of UNN's audience, the most intriguing aspect of the retreat would become the presence of bodies in the courtyard grave. At the time of transmission, the media knew almost nothing about the retreat other than the fact it was there, but they were stressing the hazards involved, the possibility of more murderous aliens running loose. Stay tuned. After which they switched back to the usual shootouts in the Middle East, a government sex scandal in London, a serial killer in Derbyshire, a revolt in Indonesia, and a corporate argument about who really controlled the newest longevity procedures. In one of the broadcasts, Virgil was interviewed by Brace Kampanik of Worldwide. She expressed her concern for the losses endured by the mission, but argued that forays into the unknown are always done at hazard. But the discoveries would be far-reaching, she said, stipulating that we are finally beginning to get a sense of what our neighborhood looks like. On the whole, she was quite good. She inevitably tended toward pomposity and usually said too much, but this time she hit the right tone, grabbed the credit for the Academy, which it clearly didn't deserve, and expressed her hope that Mr. Hockelman and his gallant team would get back safely. They made a virtual record of the retreat, and Hutch was able to recreate it on the Memphis so that it became possible to discard the E-suits and use the holotank to spend time there. Bill even reconstructed the place as it might have looked when it was new, and he shrank the dimensions so they could see it as its occupants must have seen it. But it didn't really matter. George and his people preferred the real thing, the pocket dome, the proximity to the graves and the books. Always the books. Expectations for their contents, the wisdom of an advanced race, their history, their ethics, their conclusions about God and creation, ran so high that she thought they could not fail to disappoint when translation eventually came. It occurred to Hutch that it might be a blessing were the library and all its work to vanish. Go up maybe in a volcanic eruption. It would provide debate and romance for centuries, while scholars and poets speculated about what had been lost. Nick had commented once that people never look good at their funerals, not because they're dead, but because there's too much light on them. "We need some shadowing," he said, "some concealment." Virgil's reply to George arrived during the early afternoon of New Year's Eve. Hutch was on the ship when Bill asked whether she wanted to look at it before it was relayed down to the retreat. "Other people's mail," she said. "You might want to look anyhow. Let it go." 5 minutes later, George was on the circuit, outraged. "Did you see it?" he demanded. "No, but I assume she denied the request." "Worse than that, Hutch." He looked ready to commit murder. "She says she's directed Mogamo to move the retreat back to Virginia." "The furnishings?" she asked. "The books? What?" "Everything. Lock, stock, and barrel. The woman's lost her mind." Hutch could think of nothing to say, but she understood the rationale. Out here, a zillion light-years from Arlington, the site was inconvenient. Worse, if they left it where it was, they would need to find a way to keep poachers and vandals off the premises. Furthermore, at home it would become a pretty decent tourist draw. Now that she thought of it, she wondered whether the director wasn't doing the right thing. Why not make it available to the public? The Academy drew 51% of its support from federal taxes. It struck her that the taxpayers had every right to see what their money was buying, but she could see that George was in no mood to discuss the matter. "I won't allow it." They were empty words, and they both knew it. "Hutch!" He looked at her as if she could somehow intervene. Make Sylvia Virgil see reason? Beat off Mogambo? "It's indecent!" "Archaeologists have always been grave robbers," she said softly. "It's what they do." She almost said what we do, because she'd been involved, had helped make off with countless artifacts. But she was only an amateur grave robber. She pictured the retreat with its unremarkable decks and its myopic windows looking out across the Potomac, with hordes of school kids tracking through it and vendors outside hustling sandwiches and kites, and a souvenir shop. And visitors would say to one another, "Built by real aliens." They'd enjoy their soft drinks and their popcorn, imagining they knew how it had really felt when George and his team landed. George was right. And all those people making off with jars and knives and cups and medallions from Sumer and Egypt and Mexico, and later from Caraqua and Pinnacle and Beta Pac, had been right, too. She couldn't bring herself to deny the work she'd assisted all these years. But still, without the Needle Peaks and the Twins and the Big Ring, they couldn't take any of that back to Arlington. What would the retreat be? They went back to the Memphis for New Year's Eve. They'd run out of constructive things to do on the ground. By then everyone wanted to get out of the Pocket Dome or stop sleeping in the lander. So they came back up and had another party. There'd been some reservation about the propriety of all these celebrations so soon after Kurt's death, but Hutch assured them that Kurt would have preferred they go ahead and enjoy themselves, which was true. Moreover, it was a bonding process, a way to shut out the strangeness of their surroundings. So they raised the first glass to the lost captain, drank to their other lost comrades, and drowned themselves in each other's company. "This is the way archaeology is supposed to be done," Hutch told Nick late in the evening. She was wearing a party hat and had probably drunk a bit too much by then. There were no rules about captains drinking, other than the general admonition that they be able to function in an emergency. Consequently, Hutch stayed within range of what some coffee and a couple of pills could do to bring her around. Bill helped her keep watch on her limitations, and was not above informing her publicly if he thought she was indulging beyond the limits. At midnight, of course, everybody kisses everybody else. George had been a bit reluctant when Hutch offered herself to him, but he managed to smile and delivered a chaste peck just to one side of her lips. Poor George. He was the most driven man she'd ever known. Even there, in the midst of a success that would make him immortal, he couldn't enjoy himself. When he started to pull away, Hutch tossed her own inhibitions to the wind, seized him, looked directly into his startled eyes, and delivered a long, wet smooch, after which she grinned happily at him. He tried to break free, but she hung on. "Happy New Year, George," she said, while applause rose around her. It went a long way to breaking down the wall that had been rising between them. And even Tor, who routinely kept his distance, approached her toward the end of the evening and took her aside. "Next year, Hutch," he said, "however we do it, whatever it takes, I want to celebrate with you." "Why not?" "It's a date," she said. "Happy New Year, Hutch." Bill startled her. Usually, when she was alone in her quarters and he wanted to speak with her, there was a preliminary cough, or a telltale squeal from the screen. But this time the voice was right in the room with her. "Hello, ma'am. How are you doing? No monkeying around." "Happy New Year yourself, Bill." "Nice party." "Yes." She had just finished toweling off after coming out of the shower and was pulling her shift over her head. "Is everything okay?" "We have another anomaly, I think." That got her attention. "What?" "I didn't mean to startle you." "It's okay. What's the anomaly?" "The white spot." The white spot? She'd forgotten about it. The cyclonic storm on Cobalt? "On Autumn, at the equator. I have been watching it for several days." "Why is it anomalous?" "For one thing, it's not in the atmosphere." "It isn't? Where is it?" "It's in orbit." "I thought you said it was a snowstorm." "It is." "Can't happen." "That would have been my view." She was tired, ready to call the mission a success and go home. "What else?" "Autumn is directly on the line of transmission." "The signal from Icepack?" "That is correct." Hutch had been punching up her pillows. She abandoned them, turned, and waited for the wall screen to light up. It did, and Bill looked out at her. He was wearing a black dressing gown with the ship's insignia over the breast pocket. "Has the signal been tracking Autumn?" "Yes." "And you think there's another set of stealths around Autumn?" "No. It would be too hard to find a stable orbit. If you were going to put satellites in this system, it would be best to put them outside the big ring." "What then? What's it aimed at?" Bill smiled at her. "I have no idea." In the morning they agreed unanimously to go look at the white spot. They returned to the retreat and effectively broke camp, retrieving the pocket dome and trying to leave the structure as they'd found it. Chapter 21. When we observe world affairs, is it not quite plain that fortune cares little for wisdom or foolishness, but converts one to the other with capricious delight? Tacitus, Annals 3, circa 110. "What is it exactly, Bill?" They were gathered in mission control, looking at the white disk floating at the top of Autumn's atmosphere. Bill sounded puzzled. "Spectroscopic analysis indicates it's pure ammonia, ice crystals, and a variety of gases." "Bill," said Hutch, "I mean, what is it?" "It's a blizzard," he said. "All right, let's start with basics." "Bill, something like this, assuming it could happen—" "It is happening." "Wouldn't it be yellow?" "That is what I would expect." "Why yellow?" asked George. "Because you get a lot of sulfides and whatnot, but the critical thing is—" "That you'd expect," finished Nick, "to find it inside the atmosphere. Doesn't take a weatherman to figure that out. So what, asked Tor, could cause a snowstorm in outer space? Shouldn't that be impossible, Bill? It's clearly not impossible. You're being evasive. Is it possible in the natural state of things? I would think not. They were still a few thousand kilometers away from it. Hutch had not been asked her opinion when the decision to come out here went unanimous. She would, of course, have gone along with it. This was the sort of thing the Academy people loved, and it seemed harmless enough. She even allowed herself to get caught up somewhat in the general enthusiasm. They were like kids, George coming down on Christmas morning and finding one toy after another under the tree, Alex always trying to fit the cosmos onto a stage. We can do the snowstorm, get the light behind it. We want the audience to see into it, to feel the strangeness, because this is no ordinary storm. Tor was making plans to go out on the hull to paint the thing, and Nick spent much of his time entering philosophical observations into his notebook. "It'll be a bestseller when we get home," he said. "The Notebooks of Nicholas Carmentine." I like the sound of it. "What are you writing?" asked Hutch. "It's a personal memoir. Hell, Hutch, when we get back, we're all going to be famous. Have you thought about that? We found everything we'd hoped for, and more." "Well," said Tor, "almost everything." Even Bill was swept along by the general enthusiasm. "It has to be artificial," he admitted to Hutch. The disturbance, whatever it really was big, thousands of kilometers wide. It threw off jets and gushers in all directions. Streamers arced halfway around the planet. The central body of the storm was a large glob, filled with winds, driving snow, and slurry. The winds blew at about 80 kilometers per hour, gusting to 130. Relatively serene for a storm on a gas giant. It was located directly on the equator. The coffee tasted thick and warm and reassuring. When Hutch had been a little girl at camp and they'd told ghost stories around the fire at night, she remembered that the smell of coffee, which she wasn't allowed to drink, had always made her feel better, had made the world a bit more solid. It was like that now, and it felt good because there was something of the dark woods about that cloud. She brought the Memphis in close enough that they could have reached out and collected a bucket of snow. The storm trailed down into the atmosphere, but the big central section was clear of the upper clouds by at least 100 clicks. Over the rim of the giant planet they could see cobalt, blue and gold in the distant sun. "It keeps getting stranger," said Bill. "I'm meeting an explosive effect. The snow is coming up out of the atmosphere like a fountain." "How," asked Hutch, "could that be possible?" "I do not know, but it is happening." "Why don't we go into the storm?" asked George. "Maybe we can figure out what's doing this." The suggestion visibly alarmed his colleagues. Tor frowned and signaled Hutch he didn't think it was a good idea. "Actually," she said, "we might want to do that. But later, let's get some more information on local conditions before we jump into anything." Bill measured the diameter of the storm at roughly 4,000 kilometers. "Whatever's causing it," said Tor, "it shouldn't last long. The sunlight's on it." "How long do you think?" Bill kept the mockery out of his voice, but Hutch knew it was there. "Oh, I don't know. A few days, maybe. Right, Hutch?" "It's a complete unknown, Tor," she said. "I'd point out, though, that it's been there more than a week already." "Got something else," said Bill. One of the screens lit up, revealing a picture of a moonlet. It was approaching the storm. "Looks as if it's in the same orbit." It was a flattened rock, generally smooth surface with several ranges of low hills. "I believe it's going to go inside," Bill continued, "in about 15 minutes. Hutch was hungry. She ordered up some pancakes and joined Alex, who was just starting on a plate of eggs and toast. Alex asked whether she thought the storm was in some way connected with the retreat. "I can't imagine," said Nick, "how that could be possible." "Asteroids come in all sorts of shapes. They are elongated, they are hammered in, they are even broken shards. This one was flat, not unlike a sea ray, and it was symmetrical. Not perfectly symmetrical, but its mass appeared to be evenly distributed along both sides." "Bill," Hutch said, "dimensions, please." "It's 16.6 kilometers long," said Bill, "and 5.1 wide at maximum. Vertical is 0.8 at the center." "Not much of a moon," said George. "And we have a surprise," Bill continued. He waited while Nick got slowly out of his chair and, literally, gaped. "What?" said Alex. He jabbed his index finger at the satellite, at the trailing end of the satellite. "Look!" Bingo! The object had exhaust tubes. George was on his feet. They were all on their feet. Nick shook Hutch's hand and congratulated her. An alien ship. The first one. "Record the time, Bill," Hutch said, as she was swept up and embraced by George. George, of all people. "Record everything and mark it for the archives." "Yes, Hutch. Congratulations, Mr. Hockelman." "Thank you," George beamed. They jacked up the magnitude on the rock. It had antennas and sensors. "Some of the dishes," said Bill, "are aimed back at Ice Pack." Hutch directed Bill to angle the approach so they could get a good look at the vessel, above and below, both sides, front and rear. The exhaust tubes were enormous, but that figured. The engines had to push a lot of mass. They watched it move toward the snowstorm. The blizzard. The big Slurpee. Why would it do that? Tor looked across at Hutch for the answer. "Bill," she asked, "is it under power?" Bill's dignified features came on screen. "Yes, Hutch," he said. "They have just made a slight course adjustment. It is not a derelict." "They're moving clear of the storm?" she asked. "No, they seem to be headed right into it." A cloud of objects appeared from somewhere beneath the object, not unlike a swarm of insects. They charged forward, toward the blizzard. Bill locked on one and went to full mag. It looked like a pair of cylinders connected by a gridwork, an engine housing, and thrust tubes. There were sensors and antennas and black boxes. No viewports, nothing that looked like a passenger cabin. No place you could see that might have been home to a pilot. Now, moving well ahead of the asteroid, the objects plunged into the Slurpee. "I'm still tracking them," said Bill. "What are they doing?" "Slowing down." Something was happening on the asteroid. Hutch watched as it sprouted wings. On both its upper and lower sides, gray-black appendages were rising out of the rock. It was taking on the appearance of a malformed bat. Meanwhile, it was closing on the Slurpee, running through the trail of whirling snow that was drifting out from the rear of the storm. "What are those things?" asked Tor. "What's going on?" "It's going to refuel," said Hutch. "Are you serious?" "We have the same capability, to a degree." "How do you mean?" "I think they're scoops. We have them, too. If we run a bit short of fuel, we can dip into the atmosphere of one of these things and fill the tanks." She turned back to Bill. "Are we picking up anything?" "There is some electronic leakage," he said. "They're not saying hello?" "No, they aren't reacting to us at all." "They have to see us by now," said George. "Bill, would you open a channel to them for me?" "You want the multi-channel, George?" George looked at Hutch. "Do I?" "Yes," she said. And Tor grinned. "What are you going to tell them?" "I'm going to say hello." The asteroid was easing into the storm. "You're on," said Bill. "Hello," said George. "We come in peace for all humankind." "That sounds familiar," said Nick. George reddened. "Well, what do you want on short notice? I wasn't ready for this." "Too late," said Nick. "They'll be reading that line in every school in the world for centuries to come." George turned back to the AI's screen image. "They answer back, Bill?" "Negative. No response." The asteroid moved deeper into the Slurpee and gradually lost definition. Bill started a countdown, and on schedule the object emerged from the storm, followed by the cloud of shuttles. The wings folded back. The shuttles caught up and merged with the main body. The object fired guide thrusters to adjust its orbit and continued on its way. "It is currently on course to pass through the storm again on its next orbit," said Bill. George got back on his channel and tried again. "Hello," he said. "Hello over there." He grinned up at Alex. "This is us over here. Please blink a light or waggle your wings or something." Silence poured out of the speaker. "I'm sure you guys run into folks out here all the time," he added. "What now?" asked Tor. Alex punched up a couple of pieces of toast. "It's a Chindi," she said. What in hell was a Chindi? Navajo term. A spirit of the night. "Dangerous?" asked Nick. "All spirits are dangerous," said Tor. He gazed down at Alex, who was getting out some strawberry jam for her toast. "What's your Navajo connection?" he asked. "My grandfather." She smiled innocently. "He maintains it's where I got my good looks." "But you're blonde." "My looks, not my coloring." "So, what's it going to do now?" asked George, bored with hair color and Navajo grandfathers. "I'd guess," said Hutch, "it will come around and go through the Slurpee again." "Didn't get enough the first time?" "Right. As big as they are, I'd expect it'll take a while." "How exactly does it work?" asked Alex. Hutch didn't really know. "Somehow they've managed to get the troposphere to cough up a lot of ammonia ice. That's the Slurpee." "Is ammonia fuel?" asked Alex. "More or less. They probably break it down into hydrogen and nitrogen. Throw the nitrogen overboard, liquefy and store the hydrogen. That's the fuel. And maybe reaction mass as well." "It doesn't sound possible, though," said Tor. "How do you get the atmosphere to throw off all that ammonia?" "Don't know," she said. "Can't see past the storm to figure out how they're doing it." "At least it's not just a hulk," said George. "Were you worried that it would be?" "Frankly, yes." Hutch shook her head. "I'd have been surprised if that had turned out to be the case." "Why?" "The grave at the retreat, the fresh one, and the tracks. These are very likely the folks who left them." "And buried the occupants." "And buried one of the occupants." She looked out at the twins. "Yes, I mean it's not as if this is a crowded neighborhood. They may or may not be connected with whoever built the retreat. That's a long time ago. Probably these guys were just cruising through the neighborhood and saw it, same as we did." "It's an odd coincidence," said Alex. "What's that?" "This place has probably only had 2 visitors in 3,000 years, and they come within a few days of each other." The object grew progressively larger in the screens. Bill opened the wall panels in Mission Control so they could look directly at it, could get a sense of the immensity of the thing. As the Memphis closed, their perspective changed. They could no longer see the ship as a whole. Instead, they were looking down on a rockscape that stretched away in all directions. It was scarred and battered, covered with snow. Ridges and fractures scattered across the surface, and occasional craters, mixed with clusters of antennas and sensors and other electronic gear, much of which Hutch couldn't identify. They were moving more slowly than the object, watching it pass beneath them, watching the rocky surface gradually lose its irregularity, becoming smooth, becoming metal, and rising toward them. The rise became a hill, and the hill became cylindrical, became one of 2 twin cylinders, gray and cold and pockmarked. Then the cylinders moved ahead, and they saw there were 4 of them, 2 abreast, and they became tubes, massive thrusters at the rear of the vessel. "Big," said Tor. "What do you want to do?" Hutch asked George. "What do you recommend?" "Keep talking to them, and sit back and watch." "If they leave," said Nick, "would we be able to follow them?" "Depends on their technology. The Hazeltines are theoretically the only way a jump can be made. If that's true, if that's what they have, then yes. We just watch where they're headed and join them there." "We could tell which star?" "It's just a matter of following their line of sight. Connect the dots. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem." They went into a parallel orbit, trailing slightly behind, and maintaining a discrete separation. There was no indication that the asteroid, the Chindi, was aware of their presence. But George was becoming restive. "I don't understand why they don't answer," he said, and a thought occurred to him. "When do we expect Mogambo?" "In about 9 days. Why?" "If somebody shakes hands with these critters, I'd like it to be us." He had made a fist and was pushing it against his lips. "How about blinking the lights?" "We could try it. What do you like? 3 shorts, 3 longs?" "That's good." She did it manually, after they drew alongside the Chindi, using the forward navigation lamps. Blink, blink, blink. Blot, blot, blot. And again. The Chindi glided through the night. They were on the dark side of autumn now, away from the Slurpee. Far below, vast towers of cumulus filled the sky. Lightning flickered, massive bolts, some long enough to go round the earth. "Try again," said George. She turned the job over to Bill, who blinked front and rear, top and bottom. "Maybe they don't see us." "That's not possible, George." "Then why don't they respond? This has to be just as significant for them as it is for us." "Don't know," she said. "Be careful about assumptions." "We're still not hearing anything on the radio, right?" "No." They kept trying. They passed through the last of the night, crossed the terminator, and emerged into the dawn. And they watched Cobalt rise. The Chindi glided across the arm of the world. Meantime they took to magnifying and enhancing the pictures. It was just a rock with propulsion tubes and sensor arrays. But here was something. Tor put his finger on a dot. It was between a couple of low ridges. They went to maximum mag, and Alex said she thought it looked like a radio antenna. "I think," Hutch said, "it's a hatch." They continued to acquire data on the Chindi. The Memphis, which measured 62 meters stem to stern, would have been barely visible alongside it, less than 1% of its length. Bill took pictures, and they spent hours going over them while the Memphis repeated George's greeting endlessly. They found other hatches, in sizes varying from about 2 meters across up to 20 or more, all the same color as the surrounding rock. "Hutch," Bill's voice dropped into its lower ranges, his concerned ranges. "There's been a launch. Something has left the ship and gone into orbit." On screen, it was a bottle-shaped object, neck thrust forward. Its hull was smooth. "It's a different design from the objects we saw earlier." She could make out exhaust tubes. "How big is it?" "Almost as long as our lander, maybe a couple of meters shorter. 3 meters diameter at its widest." "Okay, Bill," she said. "Let me know if anything changes." Later he was back with more. "Hutch, I believe I can see how they're creating the Slurpee." Physics and meteorology weren't her strong suits, or anybody else's in that group, but she knew that Bill had expectations. "Explain," she said. "A ship as massive as the Chindi requires enormous amounts of fuel. If it attempted to use scoops of the type that we have, it would have to stay in orbit for years to collect enough hydrogen, or it would have to do an atmospheric entry and cruise around in the troposphere. To do that would require substantial design compromise to reduce friction, and it would waste substantial quantities of its newly acquired fuel getting back out of the gravity well." "So what's the solution?" Bill appeared in the opposite seat, wearing a soft white shirt, open at the collar, and dark green slacks. One leg was crossed over the other. "The solution is a percolator," he said. "A percolator." The Slurpee blinked on. They were looking at it from the side, watching the jet welling up from below, the storm bubbling like a volcano, an enormous explosive mushroom rising above the clouds and spreading in all directions. A blinking line appeared in the jet, extending into the center of the storm. "That's a tube," said Bill. "As nearly as I can make out, it goes about 300 kilometers down from the Slurpee." Deep in the troposphere, the blinking line, the tube, metamorphosed into a kind of funnel, a tornado shape, except that it was reversed, widening as it reached down through the atmosphere. The tornado rose and sank in the high winds that blew it first one way and then another, but it held together. It was moving in the lower depths, keeping pace with the Slurpee. "It's traveling about 1,400 kilometers per hour," said Bill. "And this thing is making the storm?" "I think so. What they seem to be doing is transferring gas from the troposphere out of the gravity well. The idea would be to create a reservoir of hydrogen out in orbit with which the ship can rendezvous." Bill was clearly pleased with himself. "They do it by percolating the gas at the lower levels. And please don't look so skeptical. The engineering would really be quite simple. One need only lower a flexible drone, constructed of, say, a lightweight plastic, down into the tropopause. At the equator, by the way. It has to be done at the equator." "Okay, then what?" "We put an efficient fusion reactor in the drone, about 100 kilometers below the tropopause. Temperatures are just under 100 degrees Kelvin. The pressure is around 1 atmosphere, and the composition is primarily ammonia ice. The drone inflates into the big funnel that we see, narrow end up." "Wouldn't it be heavy? What keeps it up?" "Use light material, Hutch, and some balloons if necessary. The reactor is turned on. It grabs and heats whatever's nearby. The whole assembly is bottom-heavy, so it just bobs around the planet on 1,400 km/h winds. It has the same dynamic as a plastic fishing bob, with one of those spring-loaded plungers at the top." A schematic appeared on screen. "The reactor is positioned inside the funnel, at the throat. As it heats the surrounding slurry, the ammonia ice and gas is propelled up the tube and expelled into space. And you have your snowstorm, your refueling station. When the Chindi's tanks are full, the percolator is deflated, stowed, and I assume returned to the ship." They had all been listening. "It strikes me," George said, "that it would be simpler to build a smaller ship, something with less mass." "It would be simpler," said Tor. "There must be a reason they want a big ship." The Chindi completed a second orbit and was making again for the Slurpee. The Memphis was trailing, letting the range open to 1,000 kilometers. Bill was still directing George's message of peace and greeting when George abruptly told her to shut it down. He seemed personally offended. "Do it, Bill," Hutch said. She was alone on the bridge. "Okay, Hutch. And it looks as if we're getting a second launch over there. Yes, there it goes." He put it on screen. "Another bottle. And the first one is lifting out of orbit." "Can you tell where it's headed, Bill?" "Negative. It's still accelerating, moving at 7 Gs and going up fast." "Not in this direction?" "No, not anywhere near us." "Okay," she said. "George, we could use some fuel ourselves. We talked about going through the Slurpee before. I think this would be a good time." He nodded. "Maybe it'll get their attention." "I doubt it." Tor and Nick both looked worried. "You really think," asked Nick, "we can do that?" "It shouldn't be a problem. And it beats spending a few days skimming the upper atmosphere. No, we should be all right. They got through." "They're a lot bigger than we are." "We'll take it slow." But even Bill seemed doubtful. When she went up to the bridge and he could speak to her alone, he asked whether she was sure it was a good idea. "Yes, Bill, it's a good idea. Put out the scoops and retract everything except the sensors." "The Chindi has just re-entered the storm." "Okay." Her comm link blipped. It was Alex, who was with the others in mission control. "The displays just went off," she said. "Alex, that's because we shut the imagers down for the passage through the Slurpee." "Is that necessary?" rumbled George. "It's a precaution." "Let's take the chance. We'd like to see this." "Okay," she said. "Visibility will probably be pretty restricted once we get into it." Bill reactivated 2 of the imagers, 1 on either beam. She fed the pictures down to mission control and put them up on her own overhead. "Thank you," said Alex. "Welcome." She directed her passengers to activate restraints. "Bill, what's happening with the 2 bottles?" "The first one continues on its original course, Hutch. It's still accelerating. I cannot see any probable destination. The other has just lit its engine and appears to be about to leave orbit. In fact, it is doing so now." "Where's it going?" "Apparently nowhere. It's aimed in the general direction of Andromeda." She looked down on the roiling atmosphere and watched the Slurpee expand as they approached. The Chindi was out of sight. The light from the distant sun and the 2 giants in the rings moved and shifted, providing an ominous cloudscape. It reminded her of the northern hill country on Caraqua. or the Canadian plains, where you could see heavy snow approaching for hours. "Scoops deployed," said Bill. "All systems are online. We are ready to take on fuel." It wasn't, of course, an ordinary snowstorm. This was a storm with large slurries and slushes, with water ice and sleet particles. "Slow to storm rate, +40, she said. Storm velocity, +40 kilometers per hour. She overheard Alex comment that the storm was beautiful. She was right. The Memphis was near the top of the Slurpee, planning to cross only a narrow section, to come out of it with her tanks full after 2 hours. If she went through the middle of the orbiting fuel station, slowing down sufficiently to play it safe, the Chindi could well come around again before she got clear and plow into her rear. She found a section of the storm front that seemed relatively tranquil and directed Bill to take them in. The light turned gray. A blast of wind hit them, and a sudden burst of hail rattled across the hull. "Incredible," said Bill. "I never thought I'd see anything like this." Visibility faded to a few meters. Wet flakes oozed onto the viewports and the two imagers. It was already getting hard to see. "We need wipers," she told the AI. The winds buffeted them and then subsided. Sometimes the immediate environment was dead still, and they saw only white veils of mist. The snow swirled over them, and gobs of half-frozen ammonia splashed across the hull. Their lights played against shadowy forms, insubstantial creatures of the night. The Memphis could completely refuel in a single pass, maybe 2 at most, but the Chindi had far more extensive requirements. It would take a lot of power and a lot of reaction mass to get all that rock moving. It might need a couple of weeks to top off its tanks. She wondered how long it had been here. "We are doing nicely," said Bill. "Tanks should be full within the anticipated time." When the refueling was completed, Hutch took them higher until they cleared the Slurpee. Bill reported that the Chindi remained in orbit. Over the next few hours they moved up behind it again and settled in just behind and above it. George began wondering aloud what the Chindi would do if the Memphis placed itself directly in their path. Hutch knew a run-it-up-the-flagpole idea when she heard one. "We don't want to do that," she said. "Hutch, couldn't we do it in a way that would involve no risk? Just keep our engines running, maintain enough distance?" "No, George, it's really not a good idea." "Where's the risk?" "For one thing, they've shown a tendency not to notice us. At some point they're going to accelerate. We wouldn't want to be in their way when they do." He sank into a chair. "Tor, what do you think? Would you be willing to take a run across their bow?" "It's not up for a vote," said Hutch. "I agree with Hutch," said Tor. George switched to his most reasonable tone. "Hutch," he said, "I wouldn't want to force you to do anything you don't want to, but I have to remind you—" "It's your ship, but I'm responsible for its safety, George." "I can relieve you. Then you won't have to worry about it." Hutch shook her head. "You can't do that in mid-flight unless you have a qualified replacement." "Who says?" "It's in the rules." "What rules?" "Regulations for ship's masters." "I don't see how that binds me." "It binds me." She sat down beside him. "Look, George, I know how you feel about this. I know how much you want to make contact with these guys. But I think a little patience is in order." "What do you suggest?" "For now, we only have 2 alternatives. Watch and wait, or—" "Or what?" "Go home." His eyes locked on her. "That's out of the question." "I agree. So let's just sit tight for the moment." "You know," said Nick, "it's possible that the reason they don't answer is that there's nobody over there." "How could that be?" mumbled George. "Automated ship," said Hutch. "What?" "It might be automated, run by an AI." "But surely even an AI would respond." "Depends on the programming. Don't forget that AIs aren't really intelligent." Somewhere deep in the ship she thought she heard Bill sigh. George shook his head. It was a cruel world shake. Defeated, he settled back and closed his eyes. Tor said quietly, "But it might be time to take the plunge." "Meaning what?" asked Alex. "Go over and knock on their door." George, without opening his eyes, nodded solemnly. Yes, that was the way to go. "No," said Hutch. She wished Tor would be quiet. "That's extremely dangerous. We don't know anything about what's in there. This thing is connected with the destruction of 2 ships.
"No," said George, "we don't know that. Those attacks were carried out by robots. This is different. We've had a chance to look at it. The ship. Do you see any sign of weapons?"
Alex shook her head. "I think Hutch is right. I think we ought to go slow." "You'd be putting your lives on the line," said Hutch.
"But it doesn't put the ship in danger," said George. "It seems to me we can take whatever other risk we deem appropriate."
He glanced at Nick and Tor.
"Am I right?"
He was right.
"This is what we came for," said Tor. "If we have to go up and ring their bell, then I say let's do it. Alex, you can stay here with Hutch if you want."
"Tor, this is not a good idea." She saw something bordering on disappointment in his face, and it hurt. Nick had been studying the inside of a coffee cup. Now he looked up.
"Hutch," he said, "may I ask you a question?"
Sure. She was losing.
"Why is the Memphis not armed? Why isn't there a single armed ship in the entire fleet of superluminals? There are, 20-some of them now, and not a weapon to be found. Why is that?"
"Because there's never been anybody to shoot at, I guess. There has never been a threat." Nick flashed his reassuring funeral director smile. "He's gone to the Swede by and by. Everything's going to be fine."
"Isn't it also because we believe that anybody smart enough to develop interstellar travel isn't going to be hostile? I've heard you say that yourself."
"That's so," Hutch said. "It's what we assume. It's not something you bet your life on."
"You also suggested these guys went in, found the body of the second occupant, and buried him. That doesn't sound very fearsome."
"But it's guesswork, Nick. The reality is we just don't know. And even if they're not hostile, what happens if the Chindi takes off while you're knocking on the door?" Nick frowned.
"I don't know," he said. "What happens? I assume it wouldn't be good."
"Bye-bye," said Hutch. Chapter 22. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. Samuel T. Coleridge, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, 6, 1798. Tor had never thought of himself as being particularly brave, not physically, and not in any other way. He'd avoided trouble whenever he could, had no taste for confrontations, and had quietly walked away from Hutch when she'd told him to. So he'd been surprised to hear himself take George's side of the dispute. "Right, let's go. I'll do it with you, George. How can you be so cowardly, Hutch?" Utterly out of character. He was horrified when Hutch caved in. "Okay," she'd said. "Do what you think best. If you get yourselves killed, I'm sure everybody will be impressed." She looked directly at him, and he understood what she meant. But that wasn't the reason he'd done it. Well, maybe he had thought she'd lose respect for him if he backed away, but it was also true that he cringed at the thought of their all riding back with their tails between their legs. That certainly would have been the end of it with Hutch. Still, he told himself, it wasn't why he'd gone front and center. George had devoted his life to this. He was a decent guy, and he deserved his chance. If Tor hadn't ridden in with the Marines, Hutch would have persisted, and George, remembering that he'd been fatally wrong before, would have caved in. So now Tor was standing beside the lander, listening to Hutch lay out the ground rules, getting ready to do something he really didn't want to do. What about weapons? They had 3 laser cutters. Beyond that, they were reduced to an assortment of knives and forks.
"We shouldn't need them,"
George maintained. Somehow Alex managed to look down at him. "You said something like that once before."
"Come on, Alex. These people are in a starship. You really think they'll behave like savages?
Still, said Tor, it's not a bad idea to be prepared, just in case. George looked at Hutch. Hutch shrugged. Your call.
Okay,
he said. She gave him 2 of the cutters, keeping 1 for herself.
Are you coming?
he asked, reluctantly.
I don't want you doing anything you don't want to do.
Well, that was a laugher. It's best if I go. He looked relieved, and she wondered if, left to himself, he wouldn't stay put.
When we see them, he said, follow my lead.
Nick and Tor nodded. George smiled at her. It was going to be okay. Have a little faith. And there was, as always, something in his manner that won her respect. Everything would be okay as long as Hockelman was in charge.
What else, he asked, do we need to think about?
They might leave orbit, said Hutch, with us on board.
How great is the risk?
I'd say it's substantial. But if they do decide to take off, we should get some warning. They'll probably shut down whatever's causing the blizzard, although we might have a hard time detecting that in time for it to do us any good.
What about when they turn on their engines? Asked Nick. It seems to me that would be an easy way to know.
The engines are running now, she said. They've been running since we got here. They're just not generating any thrust at the moment. What I'd expect to happen when they get ready to leave is that we'll see a spike in energy output.
And we can pick that up?
asked Tor. Oh, yes. Bill will read it right away. If it happens, if we hear Bill give us the warning, we break for the lander. Right? She looked hard at George. He nodded. They all nodded. It doesn't matter what we're doing. We clear out immediately.
Are you sure about the spike? asked George. After all, this is an alien ship.
Engines are engines. I don't see anything down there that implies advanced technology, other than that they don't seem to have Hazeltine pods.
They're probably concealed in the terrain, said Tor.
What are you suggesting about the pods? asked Nick. That they may have something better. But there's no point worrying about that. What are Hazeltine pods? asked Alex. She was standing outside the launch bay. They focus the energy generated by the jump engines and make trans-dimensional flight possible. They're located fore and aft from the Memphis. They buckled on the harnesses that would generate their E-suits and picked up their air tanks. Hutch did a quick inspection. Satisfied, she opened the lander hatch, and they climbed in. There was no way they were going to talk Alex into going over to the Chindi, hammering on the door and waiting around to see what would open up. She was glad to see Hutch had no enthusiasm for it either, but she wished that the captain had not agreed to join the landing party. She didn't much like being left alone. The 3 males all had their testosterone in gear, and it seemed as if they'd learned nothing from the deaths of their colleagues in the Condor, or at the hands of the savages at Safe Harbor, or, for that matter, from the death of the captain of the Windy J. They were all talking about how they owed it to the victims to push ahead. But enough was enough. They had discovered the Chindi and the retreat, and that was where the glory lay. There'd be no shortage of people who'd want in on this. And as far as she was concerned, that was fine. Let somebody else go knock on the door. More infuriating still, she knew exactly what they thought about her. She was, after all, a woman. Keep your head down and let the menfolk take the chances. Wouldn't want you in the line of fire and all that. They were willing to make an exception for Hutch. After all, she was the captain, and even in her case they thought she lacked courage. But they were willing to accept her because they felt more comfortable when she was there. And if the pieces didn't quite fit together, that didn't matter. Damn. Alex was willing to put her life on the line in a good cause, if the odds were reasonable. But this, in her view, was just damned foolish. She could see both sides of the argument, and she knew George had expected more of her, had wanted her to go along with the game to lend support. But life was sweet, and the fact that the Chindi remained silent was ominous. They are not going to be waiting for us with a local chowder and marching society. Scientific breakthroughs were nice, and especially one of this magnitude. but she had no interest in sacrificing herself on the altar of science or anything else. After dinner, when they had been getting ready to go down to the cargo bay, she made it a point to take Hutch aside and tell her that she was absolutely right, that if George and the others wanted to throw their lives away, it was their call, but she should not let herself get talked into anything foolish. Hutchins had given her a quick smile in return. It was perfunctory, and served to mask whatever she was feeling. Then Alex had watched them troop out, the four of them headed below, and she'd asked Bill to blink the Memphis's lights again and send over George's greetings. Bill had complied, but the Chindi remained distressingly non-responsive. "Hutch," she said over her private channel, "I hate to bring this up." "It's okay." They were sitting in the lander, 3 scouts and a reluctant den-mother, waiting for the cargo bay to depressurize. "If something happens, Bill will take you home." "How will he know?" "Just tell him. He'll accept your command." It occurred to her that Hutch was showing a lot of trust in her judgment. "If you get inside," Alex said, "leave the imager on, or something, so I can see what's happening." "I will. And listen, Alex, there's probably nothing to worry about." "Right, sure. We do stuff like this every day." Haywood Butler, the horror king, would have loved this situation, and she found herself conceptualizing the plot for him. The heroine remains behind while the landing party goes over, but they drop out of sight over there, and something else comes back. A chill worked its way up her spine. The moonscape passed slowly beneath them. Hutch had timed the rendezvous to coincide with the Chindi's departure from the storm. They had pictures of its docking facilities, but everything was closed up, and there was no trace of a launch and recovery capability other than a couple of hatches. She moved the lander in close and touched down briefly to see whether the ship would respond. She blinked lights and requested, in English, permission to come aboard. "Not very friendly," grumbled George. "Do you want to rethink breaking in on these folks?" Hutch asked. Well, minds had been made up, so George and his colleagues had no difficulty coming up with 7 or 8 reasons to go ahead. She sensed that, individually, none of them wanted to do so, but a group mentality had taken over. So in the end she circled back to the topside area, intending to use as their entry point the small round hatch between the 2 low ridges. It was an arbitrary choice, or maybe she selected it because it was well away from the launching and docking sections, in a more quiet neighborhood. "I'll secure as best I can," she said. "If the thing starts to move after we're out on the surface, get back inside in a hurry. I make no guarantees that it'll be possible to wait for anybody. Now, answer a question for me. After we knock and nobody comes to the door, what are we going to do?" George looked as if he had been giving the matter considerable thought. As doubtless he had. It was, she thought, the most likely outcome. "If they don't answer, we are going to draw the obvious conclusion." "Which is?" "That nobody's home." "I see." Hutch's eyes narrowed. "So then we are going to—" Her voice trailed off, inviting him to finish. "Look for a way to open the hatch ourselves." "Okay. What happens if there is no manual?" "Hutch, we can't just let this thing go away. One way or another, we have to get into it." "Which means?" "If we have to, we'll cut our way in." "Cut our way?" "Yes." "That presents a danger to the occupants." "Surely we can do it in a way that opts for safety." "Not easily," she said. "Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, shall we?" The target hatch was in a plane bordered by 2 ridges that angled in on it, pointing forward to the bow. Between the ridges lay a section of flatland. Good place to bring down the lander. Behind it, about 50 meters, the ridges joined. "Hutch." It was Bill. "You're being tracked by one of its sensors. It knows you're coming." George had not gotten past Herman's death. Never would. The images from that terrible moment on the ground at the place they called Paradise were a knife in his heart. He would never forget how those creatures had turned, how their beatific appearance had shifted, the gentle eyes gone demonic, the amiable smiles hungry. They'd come for him, and Herman had tried to intervene, as he always had, but he'd gone down beneath the talons and claws. One of the things had sunk its teeth into Herman's neck, and Herman had looked to him for help that one time, but George had been fighting off his own nightmare. Hutch had almost persuaded him that the mission had been successful, despite the losses. But now, as they settled toward the Chindi, he knew that was a lie, a deception, a piece of motivational manipulation. What, after all, had they found? An abandoned moon base near a decimated world, a group of primitives, and an empty house. The gray, bleak landscape was growing larger. He could see the proposed landing site and the hatch. This was the real prize. Herman would not have wanted him to sit on the Memphis and wait for Magombo to come and knock on the door, because that's what he'd do. He would establish communications with whoever waited inside, and they would talk about science and God, about why the universe existed, about the future relationship between the two species, and the world would forget Safe Harbor, which had died stillborn, and the killer angels, and the retreat. Herman and George would become a footnote to the real story. No, this was his chance for himself and for Herman, and for everybody who trusted him. He pictured himself with the pilot of the alien ship, somehow seated in front of a blazing fire, downing beer and pizza. And he thought, if I could do that, if I could have an hour with him, I wouldn't care if the damned thing took off with me on board. I really wouldn't care. From short range, it was hard to see how anyone could miss the obvious fact that the Chindi was shaped rock, no natural object, and no attempt to make it look like one, although he could see it had not been turned out of a mold. This was a vessel that Letourneau might have created, or Pasquarelli, a piece of art rather than an engineering product. And there was something ineffably mournful about the design. He did not mention his impressions to the others in the cabin, none of whom would have understood. Nick and Hutch were good people, but they were essentially superficial creatures, unable to grasp the poetry of the moment. And Tor, who might have perceived the implications of the Chindi's architecture, was probably too distracted by the captain. They crossed the terminator, and the Chindi broke into blinding sunlight. Hutch did something at the controls, and they moved closer. They hovered over the flat patch of land, grey and level and unspectacular, save for the silver coin at one end, the hatch, the door into the future. He checked his harness with easy familiarity, as if he were a veteran jumper. "Don't forget," Hutch said, "this place will have no gravity. Keep together, and no sudden moves." "Yes, Ma." George picked up the wrench he'd brought along and looked at it. Historic wrench. Maybe wind up in the Smithsonian one day, after he used it to bang on the hatch. The Chindi filled the viewports, and George's pulse pounded in his ears. With a slight jar, the lander set down. Hutch did things, and the lights came on. The electronics changed tone, and the cabin began to depressurize. "Welcome to the Chindi," said Tor. George got up and stood by the airlock. Hutch looked out at the rockscape as if to make sure there weren't any savages approaching. They connected their tether, George at one end, Hutch at the other. "Got your line ready?" Nick asked George. "What do you mean?" "Your remark for history." "This isn't a world, Nick. It's just a hollowed-out rock." "I still think you should say something. Something a little more rousing than last time." "Okay," he said. "I will." The air pressure went to zero. The outer hatch cycled open, and George looked out across the rocks. The hull of an alien ship. A tiny world. He floated out the door, got hold of the ladder, and pushed himself down. Nick appeared in the hatchway. George's feet touched ground, but he had to hold himself down. "Well," he said, "here we are." Nick gazed at him. "That's it?" "It'll have to do." Nick began to get farther away. The lander was floating off the surface. Then the thrusters blipped, and it came back. "Everybody out," said Hutch. "Let's move it." Nick and Tor followed him down. Then Hutch, wearing a go pack, managed somehow to step out of the airlock and drift gracefully to the surface. George noticed that there was no dust to kick up. They were standing on bare rock. Hutch spoke into her link, probably to Bill. The land arose and assumed a position about 6 meters off the ground. "Just in case this thing takes off," she said. "If we need it in a hurry, all you have to do is tell Bill." Cobalt floated overhead like a giant moon. The sun, somehow brighter here than it had seemed from the retreat, sparkled just above the horizon. Autumn was beneath them somewhere, invisible, but making its presence felt by the glare that illuminated the horizon on all sides. The horizon itself was impossibly close. A short stroll, and take a dive. He found it momentarily hard to breathe and wanted to press back against the wall. Nick was watching him with an odd expression. "You okay?" he asked. George hadn't realized his feelings were showing. "Yeah, Nick," he said, making an effort to sound composed. "I'm fine." The hatch lay just ahead, only a few dozen paces. If there was any gravity at all, George couldn't feel its effects. He wore the standard-issue grip shoes, but there was still a tendency to bounce and drift every time he took a step. Nevertheless, he managed, and the others trailed out behind him, Nick staying just a couple of paces in the rear, and then Tor, who was looking around, trying to take it all in, and Hutch, dressed in her captain's uniform, blue lined with white, with the Memphis patch over her left breast. Very official. Not bad-looking, he decided. Bit of a crank, but that probably resulted from having her authority go to her head. Not as lovely as Alex, of course. Nobody was like Alex. But she was attractive, nonetheless. A dish antenna lay off to one side, supported on a 6-meter-high mount. The cradle was utilitarian, a simple metal casing hoisted on a vertical axis. The dish was maybe 4 meters in diameter. Was it pointed back toward Ice Pack? He touched one of the support bars and sensed the flow of power. There was nothing loose on the surface, no pebbles, no rocks or boulders. Not enough gravity, probably, although it seemed as if there should be some accumulation. "We're on the hull of a ship," said Hutch. "When it accelerates, everything that's not nailed down falls off." The hatch was dead ahead. George thought he could feel the distant throbbing of engines. He pressed his palms against the rock, searching for vibrations. It was hard to be sure. Hutch was talking to someone again. Maybe Alex. Probably Bill. The Memphis was visible over the lip of the hill, off to his right. He did something wrong with his feet and drifted off the surface. Nick tugged him back down. "Whoa, George," he said. The hatch was round and grey and smooth, set flat in the ground. The ridges on either side were about 50 meters apart, and the hatch was almost centered between. It was hard not to think it had been deliberately placed within a marker. Visitor's entrance. George's heart pounded. They moved up on it crosswise, George on the left, Hutch to the right. And at last he stood over it, the thing he had pursued his entire life. He pushed down onto his knees and started to float off again, but good old Nick was there, clapping a hand to his shoulder, restraining him. There was no visible means of gaining ready access, no handle, no lever, no panel concealed in the stone. It was simply a round iron plate, about the size of a manhole cover. It projected 10 centimeters out of the rock. He traced its rim with his fingers, felt under it, tried to lift. There was no give at all. "There must be a way to get it open," Tor said. "Maybe a remote of some kind." Hutch glanced at George. "Your show, big fella. This is your chance." She flashed that pixie grin that told him, okay, time to quit talking and take the plunge. He lifted the wrench out of his harness. Moment of glory. And he rapped twice on the hatch. He couldn't hear the sound, of course, but the vibration ran up his arm. They backed away a few paces. Nobody spoke. He heard a click on his private channel, and then breathing, as if someone wanted to say something but had changed his mind. Their shadows ran off in a variety of sizes and directions, created by the sun, cobalt, and the various sets of rings. He tried again.
"Hello," he said. Bang. "Anybody home?" Clang. The flat side of the wrench produced more vibrations. He imagined the sound echoing through the great ship. They waited. George was conscious of Bill listening from the Memphis and Alex from the bridge. They shifted around, looked at one another, stared down at the hatch. Admired Autumn's rings. From that angle, edge on, they were a razor-sharp slice of light across the top of the sky. Beyond them, a hazy, narrow cloud curved to infinity. The outer ring.
"Taking a long time," said Tor. "I don't think anybody's in there."
"Be patient," said Nick. "It's a big ship. It's possible they might have to come from several kilometers away to open up."
Hutch said nothing. She looked daunting in the shifting, uncertain light. Little belt-high babe with her laser ready to defend the world against whatever waits behind the door. Whatever else he might think about her, he knew she would be a good woman to have at his back if they got in trouble. "Anything happening?" Alex's voice.
"No," said George.
She was, of course, watching everything on the screens, the pictures transmitted by the imagers they all wore pinned to their vests. But Alex wouldn't know if vibrations had begun underfoot, if there were indications of activity below. George was beginning to feel cold inside his energy field.
"They don't seem to want company," said Nick at last. "Maybe they're too advanced to be bothered."
Hutch shook her head. "I doubt it. Look at their technology. They're still throwing stuff out the back in order to get propulsion."
"So are we."
"But we won't be forever. There are other ideas on the drawing boards." Her eyes moved between him and the hatch. "They just may be less open to strangers." George checked the time, but couldn't remember when they'd arrived. Had it been 5 minutes ago? 20?
"I think we've waited long enough,"
he said. Tor and Nick concurred. Hutch turned that deep blue gaze on him. "You sure you want to do this?"
"We have to."
"You're going to punch a hole into a hull that may be pressurized. You could kill somebody." She meant somebody inside. George had been trying not to think about that possibility.
"I don't see an alternative."
Tor looked uncomfortable. "It would be a shaky start to diplomatic relations," he said. "Maybe we should back off." George shook his head.
"We can't. Not now."
Surely, if there were someone in the immediate area, he'd respond, right?
"Let's go ahead. Hutch, may I have the cutter?"
She hesitated. "I'll do it," she said. "Everybody stay clear." George motioned to the others back, but took his place alongside Hutch. Couldn't have her assume all the risk. She activated the cutter. The metal felt old. It was discolored, scabrous, dull, almost the same tone as the rock in which it was set. It began to smoke and flake under the cutter. She narrowed the blade and concentrated on one pinpoint area. Just push a hole through first and find out whether she was dealing with air pressure. They'd all fallen silent again. The red glimmer of the laser reflected off their energy shields. "Hutch," Bill's voice, out of the darkness. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's another bottle out there. This one is approaching from the object's rear." "It's not one of the two we saw earlier?" "No. The electronic signature is different." "Is it coming toward us?" "No. Unless it changes course, it'll go beneath the Chindi. In fact, I think I see a bay opening up for it." "Okay. Thanks, Bill. Let me know if anything changes."
"We should be on the other side of this rock," said Tor.
He and George began discussing the possibility of getting back into the lander and circling the ship. Meanwhile, Hutch broke through and saw no evidence of air pressure. "It's a vacuum," she said. They stared at one another.
"How can that be?"
asked George. Hutch looked at him. "You know as much as I do." She began a long horizontal cut. "Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen," she said. "This'll take a few minutes."
"What do you think about going back to where the bays are, Hutch?"
asked Tor.
"They're going to take the bottle on board. We could maybe go right in with it."
"I think it's safer to do it this way."
"Why?"
"I don't think we want to take a chance on falling into the works. Let's just be patient." She heard a sigh from somebody, but they didn't argue the point. It became moot almost immediately when Bill reported that the Chindi had taken the bottle aboard and closed up again. Hutch cut a piece big enough for George to get through and pushed on it. After some resistance, it broke free and dropped. It was dark down there, but the intriguing thing was that it fell. "Gravity inside," she said. Nick put a light down into the hole. There was an airlock, although the inner hatch was open, and a ladder descended through it, down into a passageway. Alex was horrified to watch George disappear inside the hull. He was wearing an imager on his vest, but everything was dark, and his lamp didn't help much. He was on the ladder, and the floor looked about 6 meters down. She knew, absolutely knew, this was going to have a bad end. She'd had some respect for Hutch until this last hour or so, but watching her stand there like an idiot while George hammered on the hatch had literally driven her up the wall. She'd half expected it to open and some ungodly creature to snatch them all inside. But she'd resisted getting on the link and telling them what she thought. She tried to console herself by translating the scene to choreography, as she'd done so often on this flight. Too many Sims. How many times over the last 400 years, in books and theater, had humans made contact, only to discover the aliens were either vastly superior mentally, or were primarily interested in having people as snacks? The culture was saturated with the twin premises, and it was hard to shake the notion that one or the other had to be true. "Hutch, I really wish you wouldn't do this." She watched them climb down past the inner lock. They stepped off into the passageway. It was unlighted. It ran in both directions, and it looked like nothing more than a tunnel, with walls hewn out of rock. A few doors lined the walls. The doors appeared to be metal. Each provided a gripping ring or an ornamental ring, it was difficult to know which, bolted about head-high. "Which way?" asked Tor. She saw George hesitate, trying to make up his mind. He mentally flipped a coin and turned right, toward the after section of the ship. The others fell in line behind him, and the images got fuzzy. "Losing video, Hutch," Alex said. "How's the sound?" "Some interference, otherwise okay." "All right, we're going to go in a little way. I'll let you know if we find anything interesting." "I hope you don't." The closest door was on the left, about 15 paces. "They look airtight," Hutch said between bursts of noise. "Hutch, I'm losing you." "Loud and clear." "Say again, Hutch, I can't hear you." Hutch came back toward the ladder. "Your signal's breaking up," she said. "Sit tight, we won't go far." Gravity was at about a half-G. The corridor was wide enough for 10 people to walk abreast, and the overhead would have been out of Tor's reach had he stood on George's shoulders. The walls had a textured feel, not unlike sandstone. They stood in front of the first door. It was rough-hewn, but it was set inside a frame and appeared to be airtight. Tor pushed on the ring, then pulled it. It didn't budge, and nothing happened. "Why do you think this is vacuum down here?" asked George. "Are they all dead?" It had been Tor's first thought. He wondered whether whole sections of the Chindi had been abandoned. "I don't think it necessarily means that," Hutch said. "This is a big ship. Trying to keep it warm and pressurized would need a lot of energy. Of course, this area was capable of providing life support. The airlock at the entrance and the door in front of them demonstrated that. But it raised a question. Why was the Chindi so big? What was this thing, anyhow? Chindi. That was Alex's name for it. The elusive spirit. It was odd to think of any object as massive as this thing in those terms. You could very nearly fit Seattle inside it. There was something Greek in its lines. Its exterior possessed no decorative parts, no raised bridge or swept-back after section or anything else intended to draw attention. Rather, it was a model of simplicity and perfection. Tor knew that some quick-witted vendor would convert it into a sales property, that eventually the Chindi would show up in cut glass and on decanters and in pewter. Nick pointed at the frame. A small oval stud was set into the rock. They looked at one another, and George touched it, pressed it, mashed the heel of his hand against it. Something clicked. George pushed on the ring, and the door swung open. Tor was ready to bolt. Silly, considering the fact they were in a vacuum. Nobody could be hiding in there. He glanced over at Hutch, lovely in the lamplight. She had, probably without realizing it, retrieved her cutter and was holding it in her right hand. They looked into the interior, and their lamps illuminated a large, empty chamber. The walls curved into the overhead, which itself was slightly concave. "We've lost contact with Alex," said Hutch. "There's a dampening effect in here. Tor tried to call Bill, but got only static." George stood looking around the room. "Not much to see," he said. Hutch squeezed Tor's arm. "Lights out," she said. "Quick." The lamps all went off. "What is it?" asked Tor. "Somebody's coming," she said. Chapter 23. I wandered through the wrecks of days departed. Percy Bysshe Shelley, The Revolt of Islam, 2. "How can somebody be coming?" Tor asked. "We're in a vacuum." "Something, then," Hutch said. And to George, "Still want to say hello?" He didn't respond. Hutch's own heart was racing. She could feel a vibration through the floor. Something was out there, out in the passageway. Her fingers closed on the grip of the cutter, and she instinctively pushed up against the wall. "What are you going to do?" asked George. Despite the fact that he was talking over a radio link and couldn't be overheard, he whispered. That was a pretty good question. She wondered why suddenly she was in charge. "Depends what happens," she said. They moved to either side of the door. Gradually the corridor brightened. "Everybody keep back," said Hutch, her own voice a whisper. The vibration stopped. A beam of light flashed into the chamber. It arced around the room. First contact between an advanced civilization and a group of intrepid explorers. She could hear them all breathing. "Maybe," began George, "we should—" "No," said Hutch. "Stay put." The light seemed to squeeze down, then it blinked out, leaving them in absolute darkness. The door closed, and it was gone. "That was our chance," said George. Hutch pressed her palms against the wall. The thing was moving away. George's light blinked back on. He was in the front of the door, looking for a way to open it. "We can burn our way through if we have to," she said, "but I think we should just stay put for a few more minutes. Give the what's-his time to get clear." "And then," said Tor, "we might want to get back to the lander and skedaddle." Nick was silent, and Hutch suspected he agreed, but she heard George draw a long breath and knew what was coming. "Hutch can take you back if you want to go, Tor." Tor hadn't yet moved. "I think," he said, "maybe we should all go back." George was rising up in righteous outrage. George, who had hidden with the rest of them while the what's-his at the door looked into the chamber. "We haven't seen anything yet," he said. "What do we do? Go back and tell everyone how we were inside an alien ship and saw an empty room?" Hutch found the manual, which was another oval stud, and opened the door, simultaneously dousing her light. The conversation died while she stepped outside. "I don't see it," she said. "I'll make a deal," said George. "Let's continue the way we've been going, and check down the corridor a little bit. If we don't find anything, then we go back." Hutch smiled in the dark. George was every bit as scared as the rest of them. They joined her in the passageway. "Your show," said Hutch, and she waited for him to lead the way. They opened several more doors and found several more empty chambers, and George pressed on. Just a few steps farther. Look at one more room. Hutch held her peace, leaving it to Nick or Tor to raise a complaint, but they, too, were reluctant. The 6th room contained the werewolf. It was standing in the dark when George's light, or someone's light, swept across it. Tor heard someone yelp, and they scattered back the way they'd come. It was strictly gangway from that moment, and they were well down the passage before they realized the thing wasn't pursuing them. Tor took a long look back before coming to a tentative halt. The corridor was empty. The door stood open. He played his light across it, waiting. The others continued on for another 10 or 15 meters before slowing down enough to look behind them.
"Where is it?" demanded Nick.
"I don't think it was real," said Hutch, smothering an impulse to laugh.
"Why'd you run?"
"Reflex." Tor returned toward the doorway. He kept the beam from his lamp aimed squarely at it, watched the circle of light shrink as he approached. The others waited at a respectful distance, while he leaned around the edge and looked in. The werewolf hadn't moved. There were voices on the circuit. "What is it, Tor?"
"What's going on? Is it alive?"
"No," he said. "It's an idol." It was half again as tall as Tor. It had red eyes, long vertical slices of cool ferocity that blazed when the light hit them, and a snout that looked more reptilian than vulpine. But it was covered with fur. It stood erect, gazing across the room with malicious intelligence, fangs just visible in a cool smirk. The others had moved in behind him, but nobody had much to say.
"It looks like wood,"
Tor said casually, enjoying his moment. "Nice, Fido," Hutch whispered. He advanced into the chamber, flashed his lamp around quickly to make sure there were no surprises, and gazed up at it. It stood behind a table. The table was made of stone. 6 carved legs ended in claw feet. Vines and leaves were sculpted into its skirts. Neatly laid out on it were a bowl, a cup, and a dagger. George, maybe still unsure, nevertheless came forward. Hutch put the cutter away, and Tor realized he'd forgotten he had one. Lot of help he'd have been if the thing had been alive. It was like no creature he'd seen before. It was lean, well-muscled, with an expression that was pure venom. Its skull was flattened, covered by a wedge of black fur, thick in back, narrowing almost to a spike in front. Its irises were red against white pupils. All that would have been sufficiently unnerving on its own, but the thing wore a white dinner jacket, a fluffy blue shirt, and a pair of pressed grey slacks. It was the clothing that had touched a primal nerve somewhere, and even now kept Tor thinking werewolf. This was not a plain chamber carved out of rock like the others. The walls appeared to be wooden, were partially covered with canvas, and were decorated with drums, flutes, stringed instruments, an array of spears, tridents, daggers, and slings, and plates and necklaces and masks. Everything was scaled for the creature. The plates were stenciled with flowers. "They're quite pretty," said Hutch. A red cloth had been arranged atop the table. Hutch stood a minute or two examining it, then leaned across it and touched the werewolf. Tugged gently on its slacks. "It's stuffed," she said. George was looking around the room.
"That was a bit of a scare,"
he said, trying a laugh that came out sounding like a cackle. Hutch held part of the slacks out so everyone could see they were real. Then she tested one of the arms, the claws. "Razors," she said. "You wouldn't want to stumble around here in the dark."
"What is this place?"
demanded Nick. The cup and the bowl on the tabletop were ceramic. The dagger appeared to be iron. Several had silver hilts, and all were quite large. They would have fit nicely in the werewolf's hand. George approached the creature and stood mesmerized by it.
"You don't think this is what they look like, do you?"
"Probably," said Nick.
"My God!"
Hutch played her light across the overhead. It also was made of wood. There were beams, and it was lower than in the other chambers. "The place might be a chapel," she said, "although I can't imagine what it would be doing in a remote part of the ship, where it wouldn't be readily accessible."
"What does that have to do with the idea that this is what they look like?"
asked George, whose illusions about aliens were apparently well on their way to being shattered. "If it's a chapel," said Hutch, "this is the god. Most intelligent species think of themselves as designed in God's image."
"Oh."
George could not break away from the figure. Tor was forced to admire the man, who was clearly terrified, but he refused to give in to his fears. Instead, he veered off and began walking slowly around the chamber, making sure he got pictures of everything.
"We should take some of these back with us."
Tor touched the goblet and was surprised to discover it had no give. "It's attached to the table," he said. Hutch tried the plate. It, too, was securely fastened. Even the red cloth turned out to be an illusion. It was as stiff and unyielding as a piece of cardboard. The objects mounted on the wall were high, almost out of reach. George could just touch some of the masks and weapons. They were also locked down. "I guess it shouldn't be a surprise," said Hutch. "For a while I forgot where we were. But the ship has to maneuver without throwing everything around." They went back out into the passageway. George turned to his left, deeper into the ship. "Good man," thought Tor. "He's not going to back away," even though Tor would have preferred going back to the lander. "One more," he said. They stopped before the next door. The chamber was ruined. Furniture was smashed. The walls were water-stained on one side of the room and scorched on the other. A large pot had been dropped into a fireplace. Half a dozen windows looked in on the room, through which, when they aimed their lamps, they could see forest. Dark-hued trees with bony fingers reaching toward a pair of moons, and large, ominous blossoms folded for the night, resting on purple bushes with leaves like scythes. It was an illusion, of course, but it looked very real. The windows were broken, but the shards were plastic. They appeared dangerous, but would not have cut anyone. There was a door on the far side of the room leading out into the forest. Much of the furniture had been piled against it, a table, wooden chairs. And oddest of all—
"It's not a real door," said George, tugging at it. "It's part of the wall."
"It looks," said Tor, "as if there was a fight here." They were hooked. Most of the chambers were empty, but one turned on a light when they entered. The light came from a small chandelier, set in a room furnished with lush chairs and an overstuffed, upholstered sofa. There was a wood furnace that also seemed to have activated. Although it was impossible to sense minor temperature changes within the protective field provided by the e-suit, Tor saw that a glimmering light had appeared inside the device, and he suspected that the stove was already beginning to throw off heat. Several exquisitely carved side tables were placed about the room. There were 4 electric lamps, equipped with pink and blue shades. George saw that they had switches, turned one, and was delighted to see the light come on. A desk stood against one wall. Footstools were scattered about, and thick, dark blue velvet curtains. Everything was on a scale about a third smaller than humans would have found comfortable. Nevertheless, the room had an extraordinarily cozy quality. There was illusion here, too. No windows stood behind the curtains, and the curtains themselves, despite their appearance, were stiff and fastened in place. The desk had a speaker and a voice index, and Tor suspected it would have been capable of providing notebook services, had he required them. A coiled journal stood on one side of the desk, and a clock on the other. The clock, at least that's what it seemed to be, was of an antique variety, with 16 symbols imprinted around its circular face. 2 hands marked the time at, he guessed, 3 minutes before 14, or 10 minutes before midnight, depending on which, if either, was the hour hand. It was possible to lift the cover of the journal, and they found the pages filled. The characters were smooth, flowing, almost liquid. George stood over it, paging through, unable to bring himself to leave it, muttering over and over, "My God, if we could read it, Tor, what do you think it says?" They found a framed photo of a creature that looked like a bulldog, except that it had luminous eyes and wore a vest. Only the head and shoulders were visible, and one 6-fingered hand. Some pens were scattered about, but nothing, not the pens, nor the notebook, nor the clock, could be moved. A planetary globe stood on the floor off to one side of the desk. Tor looked at unfamiliar continents, strings of islands, and ice caps that came well down into temperate latitudes.
"It's like a set for a play," said Nick. "I mean, that's what all 3 of these places feel like." "A play?" asked George. "For whom?" "For whoever runs things. I think this thing goes around and picks up pieces of civilizations. It's a traveling museum."
Tor needed a minute to digest the idea. "You're suggesting this is an archaeological mission of some sort?"
"Maybe it's more than that, but yes, they might be doing some of the same stuff the Academy's been doing for the last half-century."
"Then you don't think the crew is going to turn out to look like werewolves?" "We may have jumped the gun in there," Hutch said. "I hope so." George looked considerably relieved.
"Good. That certainly would make things easier."
Tor felt relieved as well. If they were archaeologists, they would necessarily be friendly. Right? Who ever heard of a hostile archaeologist?
"Maybe it's time," he said, "to go find them."
Before they left the chamber, he went back and looked at the clock. It was a few minutes after midnight. Ahead of Nick, the lamps bobbed along. There was a jauntiness to the mission now, a conviction that they were among friends and colleagues. Only Hutch seemed to remain cautious, but that, Nick realized, was her nature. She had brought sample bags, and periodically they stopped so she could collect filings from the rock and from the metal doors. The corridor continued to be lined with doors every 30 meters or so, on all sides. If this area was typical of the interior of the Chindi, Nick estimated there were thousands of kilometers of passageway with storage facilities. He allowed himself to drift behind a few paces while he considered the implications of what they were seeing. It looked as if the thing might be a vast storehouse of information, artifacts, reproductions, possibly even histories of cultures whose existence until now had been unknown. Instead of the handful of civilizations of which people were aware, the Nox, the monument-makers, the mysterious race that had built temples on Pinnacle, the inhabitants of lost Maliva III, and the mysterious Hawks, known only through their Deep Six intervention, they were about to acquire an encyclopedia of information. The ability to move quickly among the stars, and the discovery that almost all extraterrestrial worlds were sterile, that almost none of the handful which had given birth to living things had presided over the development of intelligent beings, had led to the illusion that there were desperately few civilizations in existence. But we tend to forget how big the Milky Way is. The lamps stopped. There was an intersection of passages.
"Which way?"
asked Tor, who was in front.
"Doesn't seem to make any difference."
They were passing most of the doors by then, sometimes peeking in on jungle settings or impossibly exotic laboratories, or scenes where violent conflict had apparently occurred, or on the deck of a ship at sea. But for the most part they just walked, entranced by their surroundings.
"Let's go right."
The passageways and the doors were always identical. "Doesn't look," Nick said, "as if these folks have much imagination." That apparently struck Tor as hysterical. The others laughed, too, and Nick eventually joined in.
"Still," he said, "what belongs to the crew of the Chindi? What do we know about them?"
He was worried about leaving Alex incommunicado all this time. She had to be worried. "Stay with us, Nick," Hutch's voice. He was looking around at the lamps of the others and pointing his own down each of the other 3 passageways, trying to feel the immensity of it all. And he must have backed up, because suddenly there was no floor underfoot, and he was off balance, tottering, flailing his arms. His lamp flashed down and lost itself in the darkness below. His heart stopped, and he fell. His screams echoed on the link, and Hutch turned and came back on the run. They all did, moving too fast for the level of gravity. George piled into Tor, and they went down. Hutch kept going, saw no sign of Nick, listened to his fading signal, but failed to see the shaft until it was too late. She did the only thing she could, picked up a step or two, hit the go-pack, and leaped out over the chasm. It was a bad moment, but the lamp picked up the floor on the other side, and the thrusters gave her some lift, and she glided across, crashed down with room to spare, and while still rolling got a warning back to Tor and George. "Big pit," she said. "Look out!" She scrambled back to the lip and looked down. The beam disappeared into the dark. Nick's screams echoed back at her. Tor showed up on the other side. It was about 20 meters across.
"How deep?"
he asked, as he fell to his knees and peered in. "Can't see bottom. I told you guys, I pleaded with you to let the experts do this stuff. But she said nothing. Her eyes squeezed shut in frustration and anger. George hurried up behind Tor. "What happened?" he asked. But he knew. Knew as soon as he received Hutch's warning, knew when he saw the shaft yawning before him. It was a very big hole. Why the hell would they have designed something like this? He sank down beside Tor and peered into the pit. "Lord, help us," he said. But Nick was still screaming. How long would it take him to reach bottom? In fact, the reception was getting clearer. "Nick," he said, "where are you?" "Don't know." His voice was stretched out, almost contralto. A light appeared in the shaft, deep down, but growing brighter. "Falling," he said. Brighter. "Help!" "Hutch," George said. "What's happening?" He got no answer. A superstitious chill ran through him as he watched the light rise. God help him, it was Nick, coming up the shaft, returning to them. But the light, Nick, was slowing down, barely moving. And then he was only meters away, drifting to a stop, seeming to hang there, looking at them, his face framed in fear in the glow of their lamps. But they couldn't reach him, and he began to fall again. His screams ripped through George's headset. The shaft was enormous. It was a canyon. How could they have missed it, even standing here in the dark? Hutch stood 20 meters away from them on the far side. It was almost as broad as the corridor, running flush against the wall on his right, leaving a rim about 2 meters wide on his left. He looked across at her and wondered how she had gotten there. Her eyes were wide, saucer-round, and her face was pale. Then, incredibly, without saying a word, she walked to the edge and stepped into the shaft. Chapter 24. Till follies become ruinous, the world is better with them than it would be without them. George Saville, Marquis of Halifax, Political, Moral, and Miscellaneous Reflections, circa 1690. Alex had made a mistake. The moment she saw George and the others disappear down the hatch into the Chindi, she knew it. She wasn't sure exactly what the nature of the error was, but she knew she didn't like being alone on the Memphis, while the people she'd been so close to for the last few weeks had dropped completely out of sight. What if something happened? If they didn't come back, and the vast bulk of the Chindi looked horribly daunting, looked like a place that people routinely wouldn't come back from, at what point did she tell Bill to take her home? After 6 hours, after their air supply runs out. When their voices dwindled and the carrier wave died, it had felt like a premonition, a signal of things to come. Alex was not superstitious, did not believe in such things, and yet this experience was frightening. She was in a horror sim, waiting alone while the musical score intensified, the beat picked up, the score went deep as it always did when the shadows closed in. She'd gone up to the bridge and sat in Hutch's chair. It made her feel as if she could exercise some control over events. Bill kept an image of the exit hatch on screen, and she watched it, waiting for someone to pop out of a little hole that they'd cut in the door. She'd expected they would be down there for only a few minutes, take a quick look around, enough so they could say they'd done it, and come back out. But she should have realized that George would not let go easily. He was scared every bit as much as she was, and had he been alone, she thought he wouldn't have gone near the thing. But he was committed, and maybe they'd not taken him as seriously as they should, and his manhood had gotten caught up in it. She wasn't sure. But Tor had been encouraging him, and even Nick, who she thought should have known better. Boarding the Chindi had been dumb. There was no other way to describe it. There had been studies over the years supporting the proposition that groups composed exclusively of women usually made intelligent decisions, that exclusively male groups did a bit less well, and that mixed groups did most poorly of all, by a substantial margin. It appeared that when women were present, testosterone got the upper hand, and men took greater risks than they might otherwise. Correspondingly, women in the mixed group tended to revert to roles, becoming more passive and going along with whatever misjudgment the males might perpetrate. Alex had once participated in a management exercise in which several 5-person groups of various configurations were stranded in a jungle setting when their simulated aircraft went down. Although wisdom dictated they stay with a plane, the mixed group had inevitably voted to march off into the wilderness, where the tigers got them. We placed the 3 men on the Chindi with women, and Alex knew they'd have waited patiently for the arrival of Magombo and let him take the risks. If that entailed allowing him to claim the credit, that was okay. There would, she believed, be more than enough for everyone. She could have Bill bring the lander back, and then she could use it to go over to the Chindi, where she could kneel at the exit hatch, but not go in, and try to raise them on the link. But there was always a possibility they'd need to get away from there in a hurry, and if that happened while the lander was in the Memphis's cargo bay... So she waited, and asked Bill what he thought might be happening. Unlike Hutch, she was prepared to accept the illusion that someone was really there amid the transistors and relays. But Bill, of course, knew no more than she did, and he admitted to being the last one who'd want to guess, or, for that matter, who saw any point in guessing. The lander floated near the exit hatch. It looked forlorn and abandoned. A light blinked forward, down low, near the place which housed the now-retracted treads. And there was a dim green glow in the cabin, probably from the instruments. The airlock had been left open. No one had said anything, but it was obvious that was to facilitate a quick getaway. She wondered if the Chindi had weapons. "How long since they went down?" she asked Bill. 27 minutes. She got herself a cup of coffee and set it down in the holder. She sipped it once, then forgot about it. Had she hesitated, had she taken a moment to think about it, Hutch would not have done it. The act was simply too fearful. But the moment was fleeting, the window of opportunity already virtually shut, and there was no time. Do it now or forget it. So she jumped into the dark and plummeted deep into the Chindi. She had tried to get into the center of the shaft, away from the walls, which were already hurtling past in the uncertain beam from her lamp. In her link she heard Nick's desperate cries, and the frantic voices of Tor and George, screaming at her, screaming after her. She fell. The walls, rough and cracked and stained, dissolved into a blur. "Do not touch." Other passageways flickered past. Her lamplight slashed into them, and once or twice she thought she saw lights that were not hers. She fought down a wave of panic. Hold on. "Nick." He was trying to breathe. "Nick, keep your light on." There was only one explanation for Nick's reappearance. This was a gravity tube, like the one she descended in the Windy. Gravity tubes, when they were powered up, negated artificial gravity. They were used to move cargo and people from deck to deck in 0G. But the Chindi wasn't the Windy J. It was enormously larger, and that was why Nick had come back. The tube passed completely through the ship, top to bottom. Except there was no bottom. In Academy ships, gravity generators were located on the lowest deck. But the Chindi was too big. If she was right, there was a deck running through the center of the ship, and gravity was generated in both directions from that deck. Stand on either side of it, and you could look up. The Chindi had no below decks. Everything was up. Nick had passed through the central deck, gradually lost momentum, touched the end of his trajectory, and fallen back. He'd become a kind of yo-yo, up and down. "I'm behind you," she said. "Happening to me." She didn't recognize his voice. She felt a sudden rise and drop, as she might when a shuttle maneuver was completed with perfect technique. G-forces squeezed her sides, then let go. She was beginning to slow, moving up. "I'm with you, Nick. I'm coming." She'd passed the central deck and was rising in the shaft, shedding momentum. She was upside down, feet up, head down, and her instincts tried to take over. Her body wanted to reverse its position. No. In a few moments Nick would reach his apogee and begin to fall back. She had to get past him without a collision. "Nick, I want you to close your eyes." "What? Where? You, Hutch." "Close your eyes." "Why?" "Do it." If he saw her coming, he would try to get out of the way. That was what she didn't need. "Closed?" he said. Good. She saw his light above her, in the dark, getting brighter. It looked to be right on top of her. She watched it come, knew it was an illusion. They were both, she thought, still ascending, but she was moving more quickly than he. Gaining ground for the moment. Then the distant light grew sharply brighter. He had begun falling. Keep cool, Nick. Coming fast. It was impossible to see well, but she took a quick look at the walls around her, which had slowed down so that she could see the cracks and stains again. Then she blipped the go-pack, pushing herself toward a corner, and he was past. The wall came desperately close. She used another blip to get clear. "Nick," she said, "you can look now." She reached her own apogee and began to fall. Still head down. Ideally, she should have fired a short burst to speed things up, but she was already approaching a terrifying velocity and couldn't summon the nerve. The walls blurred again. She did a quick calculation. 800 meters top to bottom, all apparently honeycombed with individual decks and compartments. Decks, say, 5 meters apart. 160 stories. The world turned over again, and another spurt of well-being flushed through her. She felt squeezed again, and released, a sensation so brief that she understood it happened as she passed the zero-G level. But she was right side up now, her ascent already beginning to slow. "Nick." She hit the go-pack, fired her thrusters, and picked up some lift.
"Help me, Hutch."
"Coming." Poor son of a bitch didn't even know what was happening to him. "Nick, I'm behind you, coming fast, going to pull in front of you."
"Okay."
The voice shrill. "Grab hold of me when I pass, and hang on." She watched his light, sometimes seeing the lamp, sometimes the beam sweeping around the shaft. "George."
"Hutch, what the hell's going on?"
"Give me some light. Need to see where you are." More lamps blinked on. High, way up there. "Don't point them in the shaft."
"Hutch!"
Tor, sounding frantic. "Not now." She cut the thrusters, moved up close to Nick. Long, dark passageways blinking past as her lamp swept through them, but slowing down, rather like a sim losing power. Above Nick, George's light was coming too fast. The boost she'd given herself would crash her into the overhead. Couldn't have that. As she approached Nick, she twisted around, got her feet up and the thrusters up. She moved past his legs and presented him with her front to keep the go-pack away from him. She was, of course, upside down again. He made a grab for her, got hold of her harness. His face was gray, his eyes round, and the irises like marbles. Then the lamp angle changed, and she couldn't see it any more, but he had hold of her. Death grip. She got one hand into Nick's harness, whispered to him to hold on, and hit the power again. Just for a moment, just a blip from the thrusters, and then another one, enough to take off a little more momentum. There was a cacophony of voices on her link, but she was too busy to listen. The passageways were almost distinct now as they flickered past. She needed a place to land. Couldn't see above her, didn't know how far the roof was, but she'd be falling again momentarily. "Pick your spot, babe." She twisted to get the thrusters horizontal to the passages, tightened her grip on Nick. Don't hit the wall. The passageways were opening up to her as she slowed. Her lamp swept each in turn, and she tried to time them. Now, getting into the rhythm. Hit the button. The thrusters ripped them sideways and took them into a tunnel. They crashed into something, an overhead, tore along it, fell to the floor, bounced. The lights flickered and went out. And then it was over, and they lay sprawled in a tangle of arms, legs, thrusters, and air tanks. She got to her hands and knees. One of Nick's legs was bent the wrong way. "How you doing?" she asked. He managed to smile. "I'm hurting a little," he said. Hutch would not have believed it, but it had been just over 1 minute since she'd jumped.
"Hutch, what happened?"
George leaned over and looked into the shaft. His stomach reeled as he peered into its depths.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes." She sounded relieved, jubilant, scared, ecstatic, all at the same time. "We're a little beaten up, but we're alive."
"Where are you?"
"Below you. Wait." A lamp beam appeared down in the dark and played up the side of the shaft.
"I see you."
They looked to be 3 levels down, say 15, maybe 20 meters. Nick's voice.
"What the hell was that all about?"
"It's a bottomless pit," Hutch said, and she explained something about artificial gravity radiating both directions from the center of the ship. "You could fall forever," she continued, "back and forth, up and down."
"We were worried about you,"
Tor said, in what had to be the understatement of the mission. "It looks as if Nick broke his leg."
"Lucky that's the worst of it. How badly?"
"It's not through the skin." And then, obviously talking to Nick, "He'll be fine."
"You'd really fall forever?"
asked Nick in a strained voice. "Until they scraped you off the walls."
"Well, that's charming. Do you have enough lift power to get out of there, Hutch?"
"No."
"We'll look around," said George. "There should be a stairway here somewhere."
"I think we just tried the stairway."
"Then what do we do now?"
"Go back to the lander. It's got plenty of cable."
"Okay."
"You know where we keep the aid kit?"
"It's in one of the storage cabinets."
"Right rear as you face the back. There's a collapsible litter. Bring it back with you."
"On my way."
"Stay together."
"Somebody needs to stay here."
"Why?"
"With you."
"We're not going anywhere." Of course not. George edged away from the precipice and stood up. Tor was already on his feet, starting back. They hurried down the passageway, past all the doors, and reached the ladder that ascended through a short alcove in the overhead and then to the exit hatch. George was relieved to look up and see the stars and the arc of the rings. They climbed out onto the surface. The lander floated a few meters overhead.
"Bill," George told his comlink, "we need to get into the lander."
"What's been happening?" It was Alex's voice. He'd forgotten about her.
"Nick fell into a bottomless pit," he said,
and then quickly he explained what they'd been through, what they'd seen. "He is okay?"
"Yes, he's fine. Other than that, I guess he'll be limping around for a bit."
The lander descended, and the hatches opened. They returned with the cable and the litter and passed down some painkillers, which Hutch administered. Tor tied the cable to the ring in one of the doors, and they hauled first Nick and then Hutch up to the top level. Then they got him into the litter. He was still pale, but seemed to have gotten his wind back.
"I thought I was dead,"
he told them.
"I mean, you fall all that way, you don't expect to walk around any more."
George told him to lie still. He and Tor lifted him, and they started back toward the exit. They reached the ladder when Hutch signaled them to put out their lights and set him down.
"What is it?"
whispered George. "Something coming," she said. He turned around, but saw nothing. She pointed. "Other way. Forward." And he saw that the darkness ahead was lessening. A light was approaching from somewhere. A side corridor. There was another intersection up there.
"We could make a run for it," said George.
Hutch's hand touched his shoulder. "You wanted to say hello, George. This is your chance." A glow appeared on the floor about 50 meters ahead. George watched a round yellow lamp glide into the intersection. It was mounted on front of a vehicle. He pushed back and tried to melt into the wall. "Nobody move," said Hutch. He was able to make out a single wheel and something that undulated above the light. A tentacle, he thought, and his blood froze.
"What's happening?"
asked Nick. Hutch was kneeling beside him, keeping him still. The vehicle stopped in the middle of the passageway, and the lamp turned slowly in their direction, blinding him. He thought he saw a squid on a bike. Hutch produced the cutter. George stared into the light. The thing turned slowly and advanced in their direction. The moment, at long last, had come. Gathering his courage, George stepped forward. Hutch's voice rang in his ears, telling him to take it slowly, no sudden moves. He shielded his eyes with one hand and raised the other.
"Hello,"
he said, pointlessly. Unless the thing was listening to his frequency, it could not hear him. Nevertheless, he pressed on.
"We were passing by when we saw your ship."
The vehicle was a three-wheeler, one in front, two behind, with a pair of tentacles mounted where the handlebars would be. The headlight also seemed to be on a tentacle. The vehicle moved to within a couple of paces, and stopped, facing them. George held his ground. One of the tentacles touched him. He thought it looked polished, smooth, but segmented. The appendage looped smoothly around one arm. George wanted to jerk away from it, but he resisted the impulse. He heard Nick say something. Nick was sitting up, watching. The tentacle was tipped by a small rectangular connector with 3 flexible digits.
"We're friends,"
he said, feeling dumb. Was anybody recording this for posterity? Someone behind him, obviously thinking the same thing, laughed. In that moment the tension evaporated.
"We've tried not to do any damage."
The tentacle released him, and went through a graceful series of swirls and loops.
"Nick fell into the hole back there, but fortunately he wasn't hurt."
You should mark them. Both appendages withdrew into the handlebar. Then the light swung away, and the device started up again and trundled past. He noticed a stack of black boxes piled on a platform in the rear. A kind of saddle was mounted midsection, in case someone wanted to ride. It continued to the intersection and turned right. So what do we do now? Alex looked at George, and George looked at the image of the Chindi, still gliding serenely above the roiling clouds. They were in mission control.
"We go back and try again," said George.
Tor and Nick looked at each other. Nick was on a crutch. His leg was bound, so he couldn't move it.
"He's right," said Tor. "We're doing pretty well. We have a good idea what the Chindi is about, and they don't seem to be hostile."
"They don't even seem to be interested," said Hutch.
"If it's a scientific survey vessel," said Nick, "how could that be?"
Nobody knew.
"Hutch said earlier that it might be automated," said Tor. "Maybe it is. Maybe there's really nobody over there."
George was chewing on a piece of pineapple.
"That's hard to believe."
"If this is some sort of ongoing long-range mission," said Hutch, "which is what it's beginning to look like, running it with an AI and an army of robots might be the only way to go. The problem with going back over there," she added, "is that we still can't predict when it might take off. If it does, and we've got people on board, we could lose them."
"That's a risk I think we're willing to take at this point," said Nick.
George shook his head.
"Not you, Nick." "What do you mean, not me? I can get around."
"I don't think any of you ought to go back," said Hutch. "You're just asking for trouble." But she could see they were determined to go. It looked as if the major danger was past. No people-eaters to worry about. But George is right. She looked at Nick. "If the Chindi starts to move, we'll have to clear everyone off in a hurry. There'll be less chance of survival if you're there." Nick stared back at her, but he knew she was right. And it was hard for him to get angry with Hutch, so he just sat back and looked unhappy. George was obviously trying to weigh the risk.
"This would be a lot easier if we had an idea how much longer they might be here. Hutch, are you sure there's no way to guess?"
"Not without knowing how big their tanks are, or how long they've been at it already."
"Look," said Tor, "suppose it did take off with some of us on it. What course of action have we? You said earlier we'd be able to follow it, right?"
"I said maybe."
"Okay, so there's a chance. How confident are you?"
"Depends on the technology. If they do things differently from the way we do, it could be a problem."
"But if it uses Hazeltine technology, and it jumped, you could follow it to its target and take us off there. If worst came to worst."
"Maybe. We'd probably have no trouble finding the destination, but if it's a long jump, you could run out of air before you got there. If it's a short jump, we still have to find you within the confines of an entire solar system. It's by no means a lock." "The air tanks," Alex reminded them, "only have a 6-hour supply. That's almost no margin at all."
"I know," said George, "but we can substantially improve that margin." "I've been thinking about that, too," said Tor. "The whole business of having to run outside every few hours for a fresh pair of tanks would slow us down in any case."
"And," Alex said to George, "your suggestion is?"
George raised both arms, a cleric revealing the divine truth. "Tor's pocket dome."
"My thought exactly," Tor was beaming. "We set it up over there and use it as a base. It gives us the opportunity to penetrate deeper into the ship, and we can move it from place to place as we go." Hutch made a rumbling sound in her throat. "Tor, the dome has its limits."
"What limits? It recycles the air. It can go forever, as long as we don't put too many people inside."
"It needs power cells."
"Once every few days. I have 2 cells. They'll give us 6 days each. When one goes down, I'll send it over for recharge."
"Well," said Alex, "you could put a transmitter on the hull. That way, if it took off, you'd be able to find it in the target system."
"That's what we'll do," said Tor.
Wait. Hutch was sitting in front of a glass of lime juice and a lunch that she hadn't yet touched. "You're assuming whatever jump it makes will be to a system close by. But suppose it heads for the Cybele Nebula. We'd need 18 days to find you. At a minimum. Anything like that happens, and you're dead." George shook his head. She was worrying for no reason.
"If we judge by the positioning of the stealths, the flights have all been relatively local."
"What about acceleration?" asked Alex. "Won't you get banged around if the thing takes off?"
"That's a point I hadn't thought of," said Tor. "Acceleration. If it does go, the people inside might not survive."
"You're probably okay on that score," said Hutch. "They have artificial gravity, which means they probably also have some form of dampening field." "What's that?" asked Alex. "We have one, too. It negates inertia. Most of it, anyhow. Keeps you from getting thrown around when we accelerate or make a hard right. That doesn't mean, by the way, if the thing starts to move while you're over there, that you shouldn't get your back to a wall or something, okay?"
"Hutch," Bill's voice.
They all turned to look at the wall screen, but no image appeared. "Yes, Bill?"
"The damage to the outer hatch on the Chindi is repairing itself."
A picture blinked on.
"It's gradually filling in."
"Nanotech again,"
said Tor. Alex looked as if she were trying to make up her mind about something. "Hutch," she said, "we know there's a degree of risk. But I think what we're trying to say is that we're willing to accept that. Now why don't we move on and figure out what we do next?"
That took George by surprise. "I didn't think," he said, "that you wanted anything to do with the Chindi."
She colored slightly. "I didn't much like sitting by myself while you guys took all the risks."
"Look," said Tor, "let's set up over there for 48 hours. Then we'll pull everybody out, and that'll be the end."
"No matter what?" asked Hutch.
"No matter what,"
he grinned at her.
"Unless by then we've established relations with the crew and we have an invitation to dinner."
48 hours, said Hutch. She held out the cutter. "If you're to have any chance of getting picked up when the trouble starts, and it will start, I'm going to have to stay with the Memphis."
"Okay."
"But I don't want to be left wondering what's going on in the Chindi. We'll use Alex's idea and put a transmitter at the exit hatch. And we'll add a relay. That should make local communication a little easier."
Alex checked her tether. She was in the middle between Tor and George. They were all down on the rocky skin of the Chindi, looking up at Hutch, who was watching them through the windscreen. The cargo hatch opened, and they unloaded the pocket dome, air tanks, 2 power cells, and a few days' supply of food and water. When they'd finished, they waved. Hutch waved back, wished them good luck, and lifted off. Alex watched the lander turn and move in the direction of the Memphis, which looked very small and very far away. Alex had never dreamed, when she set out on this mission, that it might actually come to something. The Society had always been more of a social organization than anything else. They'd sent people out to look at places where sightings had occurred, but everyone understood it was a game. It was a fantasy they all indulged. This trip had gone off-Earth, but she'd still thought of it as a party, as a break in her routine, a vacation with a few old friends. Yet here she was, standing on the hull of an alien vessel. She was frightened. But she also felt more excited than she had at any time in the last 10 years. She didn't wholeheartedly support Tor's idea to set up a base. She'd have been satisfied to come over and put her head inside just so she could say she'd been here, been part of the team that went on board the Chindi, carried the transmitter. She knew what that would be worth in publicity when she got home, but more important, she knew how it would make her feel about herself. Tor was carrying the pocket dome. George had the compressed air tanks and some water containers, and Alex was carrying the food. Even though there was no gravity on the outside, the packages were clumsy, and Alex lost her grip at one point and had to watch while a parcel of frozen sandwiches drifted away.
George led them across the surface, the regolith, whatever one would call the rocky exterior of a starship. They walked between the ridges that bordered either side of the hollow and stopped before the hatch. As Bill had warned them, it was sealed. There was no evidence whatever that a hole had been cut through the hatch only the day before. George handed the cutter to Tor, who patiently sliced another opening. He lifted the piece out and let it drift away. While they waited for the heated rock to cool, Alex took the transmitter out of her vest and secured it just outside the hatch. "Try not to go around too many bends down there," said Hutch from the lander. "They smother the signal." "Okay." "One more thing. If this thing does start to move, it might not seem like a lot of acceleration inside. But out on the hull there'll be no stat field."
"No what?"
asked George. "Stat field. Anti-inertia. To keep you from getting thrown around when the thing takes off. What I'm trying to tell you is that if it goes, things might seem okay inside, as if you're not moving very fast, but if you try to come out through the hole, it could rip your head off, okay?"
"Okay."
"So if things start to happen, don't come out unless I tell you to. Everybody understand?" They all understood. Alex started wondering if she'd made another mistake. "Good luck," said Hutch.
Chapter 25.
Beyond the golden peak runs the river of all the world, its banks awash with cities, its bottom littered with bones. Ahmed Kilbran, Rites of Passage, 2188. Tor went first, enjoying the sudden grab that gravity made at him as he climbed onto the ladder and started down. Actually, it was a potentially dangerous moment because the gravity field extended out of the ship, through the section of door they'd removed. An unwary visitor, expecting to feel nothing but zero-G until he actually passed through the hatch, could get a swift surprise, followed by a long fall to the floor. Alex had been warned, and she placed her feet carefully onto the top rungs. George stayed on the surface, handing down equipment, food stores, and water tanks until they had everything. Then he turned, waved at the distant Memphis, and descended into the tunnel. They couldn't handle all the equipment in a single load, so they left the food and water stores and some of the gear in the passageway below the exit hatch and moved out. Tor showed her the werewolf. Even though she knew it was coming, her pulse ran up a few notches.
"Looks intelligent," he pointed out.
From what she'd heard, she expected a horrific manifestation. Instead, she was looking at a wolf in evening clothes. She giggled, and Tor looked annoyed. "I'm sorry," she said. "I can't help it. It's a lovely outfit, though." Tor explained how they had come on it completely unaware, and it was pretty unsettling when you just wander into it in the dark. No advance warning, you just don't know what you're up against. "I know exactly what you mean," she said. They took her to the other chambers of interest and came at last to the gravity tube, the ditch as George had designated it on the chart he was making. The cable they'd used to haul Hutch and Nick up still dangled into the pit. "She really jumped in there?" she asked. Tor nodded. She approached and looked down. "That's a woman worth having." She smiled at George. "You fall in, you're on your own. And speaking of the captain, this seemed like a good time to try the relay." She opened the link. "Hutch, you there? Can you hear me?" "Loud and clear, Alex." "Okay, we're at the pit. Proceeding which way, George?"
"Turning right,"
he said. She relayed the information, but before they left she took a handkerchief out of her vest, unfolded it, and lobbed it into the shaft. Unopposed by air, even at a half-G, it dropped like a rock.
"What are you doing?"
demanded George. "I wanted to see it work." She checked the time. Tor grinned, and George looked discomfited.
"We should have some respect for this place."
He looked with great disapproval into the shaft.
"That is almost vandalism."
It took 1 minute, 4 seconds. The handkerchief reappeared and dropped back into the darkness. "Incredible," she said. They moved into unknown territory, resisting the temptation to open doors until they had penetrated deeply enough to establish their base. They would do that, they decided, in one of the empty chambers, out of the way of anything patrolling the corridors. The signal began to fade, and Alex planted the second of 4 relay devices she'd brought, re-establishing contact. They were about a kilometre from the exit hatch when they stopped, looked into an empty chamber, and selected it as their base. They chose a spot off to one side so they wouldn't be immediately visible to anything looking casually through the door. Tor released the clips on the pack. They connected the nozzles from the air tanks, and Alex stood back while the dome inflated. They installed the life support gear, seated a power cell, leaving the spare in its storage compartment, and turned the lights on. "It looks good," said Alex. In fact, it looked absolutely inviting. They set the thermostat at a comfortable room temperature. The heater came on and began pumping warm air into the space. Alex knew that all the evidence so far indicated that whoever was running the Chindi was inclined to ignore them, but she still felt safer inside the dome. Not that it could have kept out any serious threat, but because it was part of a familiar world. When they were finished, they turned off the lights. There was no point wasting power, went back to the exit hatch and collected their food and water, their sleeping pads, and a few other pieces of equipment. They paused at the ditch to wait for Alex's handkerchief to reappear. Within a few seconds, it did. The conversation consisted mostly of the same remarks over and over. How empty the place was, how big it was, how there must be a control area somewhere, a captain's bridge, a command center. Alex was thinking how much energy it must take to get the Chindi moving, to lift it out of orbit or to stop it once it got started. She would have liked a chance to see the engines, but it would probably take weeks to find them. They returned to the dome, buttoned up, and killed their e-suits. They stored their food, got the drinking water into the dispenser, and put the plumbing online. When they'd finished, Alex stood up, flexed her shoulders, and said, "Gentlemen, let's go exploring." Her apparent fearlessness surprised both them and herself. George was attempting to construct a systematic map. The exit hatch led on to Main Street. Parallel passageways would be named alphabetically. They were on Alexander. Next over would be Barbara. Argentina was on the far side of Maine. People in one direction, places in the other. Cross corridors would be numbered from the hatch, streets moving forward, avenues aft. Thus the ditch was located at the intersection of Main and First Streets. The chambers were numbered according to the corridor they were in. The werewolf occupied Main 6. There were no chambers off the numbered corridors. Most of the rooms, by far the vast majority that they looked at that first day, were empty. But not all. Alexander 17 had a display that resembled a chemistry laboratory, except that the tables were all too low and there were no benches or chairs. Barbara 11 was a primitive armory, with bows and darts and animal hide shields stored everywhere. Charlie 5 seemed to be a waiting room, a place with long benches and a ticket window and a framed photo of a creature that looked like a grasshopper wearing a hat. Moses 23 was filled with a three-dimensional geometric design, a single piece of ceramic, covered with arcane symbols that looped and dipped and soared around the chamber. Britain, too, provided a chess game of sorts, a cluster of chairs, a game in progress on an 81-square board set on a table, and a half-dozen tankards lying about. The pieces, some on the board and others off to the side, looked nothing like the familiar knights and bishops. There were chambers that simply defied interpretation, solid objects with no imaginable purpose, arranged in no intelligible order. Chambers filled with electronic equipment, others with purely mechanical apparatus that might have been pumps or heating systems or water carriers. The feature that most, but not quite all, had in common was a sense of considerable age. The objects almost invariably appeared to be no longer functional and occasionally to have collapsed. But if that was so, it was also true that they seemed to be well taken care of now, as if they'd been frozen in time, preserved for some unknown audience. Bill completed breaking down the filings Hutch had collected on the Chindi, and she forwarded the results to the Academy for analysis. Nick spent most of his time on the bridge with her. He admitted that when this was over he would never leave the ground again. "I don't think I even want to fly," he said. Hutch was thinking the same thing. After they got back, she was going to find a nice, quiet apartment and spend the rest of her life in wind, rain, and sunlight. Traffic came in from Mogambo's Longworth announcing an imminent arrival, which was in fact still more than a week away, and directing the Memphis to stay clear of any alien sight until they were on the scene. Well, he was already a couple of days late with that demand. There was at present a 90-minute delay in round-trip transmission time, so she wasn't faced with a give-and-take conversation. Interstellar distances occasionally had their advantages. A second message, a few hours later, wanted an explanation for her silence and requested a detailed report on the retreat. Hutch responded with the message stating that she'd relayed the request to the head of mission, which she then did.
"Hutch, how much does he know?"
asked George. About the Chindi?
"Yes."
He knows it's there.
"But he doesn't know what we found?"
No, he doesn't know we've been aboard at all.
"Good, let's keep it that way."
Sure. Why? I mean, you'll be out of there by the time he arrives, anyhow.
"Hutch, you obviously don't understand how these things work. Once he hears we've penetrated this thing, he'll start issuing statements, taking over."
But he's not even here.
"He doesn't have to be. He's a major player. What am I, a guy who made some money on the market?"
He broke off for a minute, talking to one of the others. Then he was back.
"I know it seems paranoid, but just do it for me, okay? Don't tell him anything."
Okay. He was right, she decided. She'd felt the same way, although she hadn't thought it out. But she'd instinctively held back a running description of events on the Chindi, information she would ordinarily have passed along. Maybe it was important who got the credit, because Herman and Pete and Preach and a lot of others had died, and this was why. This was the event people would remember when they'd forgotten Columbus and Armstrong and Perk.
"I tell you what I'd like," George said. "I wish we could get as much time here as possible, but that an hour before Mogambo shows up, the Chindi would take off. Preferably just as he pulls alongside."
"Talk to the captain over there. Maybe you can arrange it."
"We're working on it. By the way, we found something interesting."
"What's that?"
"A small amphitheater, we think, with electronics and seating. Chairs are just the right size for us. Well, maybe a little small. But it has power. We think if we can figure out how to get it running, we may get some answers. Tor's working on it now."
"Tor? What's Tor know about it?"
"As much as any of us."
"If you do get something," she said, "record it. The signal's not strong enough for me to do it at this end." Actually, it looked simple enough. There were 12 chairs spread well apart in 2 rows with an aisle down the middle. The arm of one of the chairs at the front opened up, and inside was a pressure-sensitive plate, a couple of push-buttons, and a semi-transparent red disc that Tor thought might be a light sensor.
"What do you think?"
asked George.
"It's got power," Tor said. "Put your hand on it. You can feel it."
George touched it and nodded.
"Let's try it, okay?"
They took 3 seats in the front row left, with Tor on the aisle. When they'd indicated they were ready, he selected the larger button, a black square, and pushed it. Air flowed into the room. Not breathable. Relatively little oxygen, but air all the same. He tried the smaller one, which was round and emerald-colored. It lit up. The power levels increased. Lights came on around the chamber and dimmed. The room faded, became transparent, became a field of stars and rings, and they, with their chairs, were afloat in the night. "Tor." Alex's voice was very small, and she reached over and took his hand. There was really nothing particularly outré about the technology, nothing they hadn't seen before. Yet having the Chindi come suddenly to life was unsettling.
"I'm here, Alex."
"What's going to happen?"
"Showtime."
"You should be right at home." The long arc of a planetary ring curved away into the stars. It glittered white and gold until far out in the night a shadow fell across it. He turned in his chair, looking for the source of the shadow, and saw behind him the vast bulk of a gas giant. It was not either of the twins. Its skies were dark, restless, with churning winds and streaking clouds and electrical storms everywhere.
"Look,"
said George, to the right. There was a small moon. Actually, it was hard to be sure about size, because there was nothing against which to make contrasts, but it was probably only a few 100 meters long. It was a barbell of a world, thin in the middle, misshapen and swollen at either end. At first he couldn't make out why George was interested in it. Then he saw the ship beyond. It was sleek, exotic, different. Light poured out of a single line of ports, and there was movement inside. The vessel seemed to be tracking the moonlit. "What is it?" asked Alex.
"Don't know,"
George whispered impatiently. "Watch." The ship was closing. It got within a few meters, and a hatch opened. A figure appeared, silhouetted against the ship's internal lights. It was wearing a pressure suit. The moonlit was tumbling, but the ship had set itself so that it maintained the same aspect. The figure launched itself from the airlock. A tether trailed behind. It approached the rock, using a set of thrusters, a go-pack, but a larger, more ungainly version than the ones he was accustomed to. It slowed and stopped. A second figure appeared, carrying a rod. There was a sphere at the upper end of the rod about the size of a basketball, and there was something mounted on it. A bird's image, he thought. "What is it?" asked Alex. Tor tried pressing the plate, and was gratified to discover he could exercise some control over the environment. He could bring the ship and the moonlit closer. He could change the angles. He could withdraw and watch from a distance. He could even swing around the area to get a look at the neighborhood. 4 moons could be brought within his field of view. All were in their second quarter. One exceptionally bright satellite had oceans and continents, rivers and cumulus clouds. A bright sun dominated the sky.
"Can you increase the magnification?" asked George. "It would be nice to get a better look."
Tor brought the 2 figures in as close as he could. They wore helmets. They were humanoid, but beyond that he couldn't see what manner of creatures they were. A second tether unfurled, and the second spacewalker, still carrying the rod, joined the first. "What are they doing?" asked Alex. Tor was baffled. He saw nothing unusual about the moonlit. The pressure suits reminded him of the kind that humans had worn during the early days of the lunar missions. They were large and clumsy, with enormous boots and tool belts slung around their middles. Symbols were stitched on their sleeves.
"The thing on the sphere," said George. "It looks like a hawk."
More or less. Tor thought it was a bit stringy for a hawk, but it was avian, and decidedly predatory. They were both moving methodically toward the moon, using the thrusters on their backpacks. They rotated themselves, bringing their legs down, striving to land on the surface. It appeared they hoped to arrange things so they both touched down at the same moment. If so, they didn't quite manage it. The rod carrier came in a second or 2 behind his partner. They must have been wearing grip shoes of some sort, because they landed and stayed. There was another delay, perhaps as much as a minute, while they turned on lamps fitted to their sleeves and stood front to front. Then they fitted the end of the rod opposite the hawk to a base plate. They laid the plate flat down on the rocky surface, knelt beside it, and produced a handful of spikes. "It's a marker," said Alex. They drove the spikes in and tugged at the rod. It was secure. "What in hell," asked Tor, "is the significance? It's just a big rock." "Maybe a battle was fought there," said Alex. George frowned.
"That seems unlikely."
One of the figures stood beside the rod, and the other lifted a device that had been suspended from his belt and aimed it at his colleague. "Picture," whispered Alex. "He's taking a picture." They took more. Pictures of each other, of the rod, of the rock. Sometimes they pointed the device out toward the stars. Then they put it away and walked across the moonlit. One knelt, produced a chisel, and loosened a piece of rock. He brought out a bag, put the pieces in the bag, sealed it, and attached it to his belt. When light fell on their faceplates, Tor could see nothing except the reflection of the light source. Sometimes the sun, sometimes the rings, sometimes a nearby moon or one of their own lamps. Tor went in close to get a better look at the rod. The hawk was perched on a small globe. Its wings were half folded, its tail feathers spread. Its short, curved beak was open. When he'd seen enough, he started to go long range again. "Hold it," said Alex. He reversed himself and tried to close back in, pushing on the plate. Left side, right, top and bottom. Rings and moons and stars wheeled around them. The dark giant moved beneath and drifted to the rear. Damned system. But gradually he began to understand how it all worked. He found the moonlit and locked in on the top of the rod, on the globe. "Good," said Alex. And then, "How about that?"
"How about what?"
asked George. "Look at the sphere," she said. Tor did, but saw nothing out of the way. It was gold, and it had a few irregularly raised sections. "Can you bring up the big moon again?" asked Alex. "The one with the atmosphere?" He tried to remember where it was, rotated the sky, found it, and brought it in close. "Look," she said. He looked. Much of the land surface was green. "It's a living world," said George. "And very much like Earth, as all living worlds had been so far. Blue oceans and broad continents, ice caps at the poles, mountain ranges and broad forests, great rivers and inland seas. But in the face of all that, he knew he still hadn't understood Alex's point. "The shape of the continents," she said. There were two of them on the side he could see, and it looked like a third partially swung around the other side. "What?" he asked. "It's the design on the sphere. The space guys are from this world." "Planting the flag," he said. "I think so." "First landing on another world?" "I wouldn't be surprised." The blue planet was bright in the sunlight. "You know," George said, "I'm beginning to understand what the Chindi really is." Push the black button, the square one, and the scenario changed. They traveled to a broken desert fortress beneath racing moons. Their chairs floated above the sand, charged the walls. "Look out," breathed Alex, while Tor closed his eyes, and drifted above a cobbled parade ground filled with serpentine creatures wearing war helmets, carrying shields and waving banners. A hot wind blew across them, and a swollen sun burned in a cloudless sky. The creatures were engaging in synchronized drills, cut and parry, advance and retreat. It was vaguely reminiscent of old-style military drill, but these were far better coordinated and faster than anything humans could have managed. Tor had forgotten to use his imager to record the first sequence, but he unclipped it now and tried to get as much as he could. It wasn't as good as a direct online capture, but it would work. "It's almost choreographed," said Alex. "Set to music." But there was no music. "Push the button again," said George, anxious to be away from the serpents. Tor wondered if he was beginning to suspect that a quiet fireside conversation would only be possible with another human. He complied, and the fortress faded to rich hill country. They looked down on a broad river, and Tor saw spires on the horizon, and bursts of light in the sky. Explosions. Someone was under attack. "Can you get us over there?" asked George, meaning the spires. It was a matter of following the river. They passed over idyllic farm country, and saw near humans, arms too long, hands too wide, bodies too narrow, too much height, as if someone had bred an entire generation of basketball players. In the fields, the spires grew, silver and purple in the late afternoon sunlight. They were tall and spare, linked by bridges and trams. Fountains and pools glittered. As they drew nearer, they saw that the explosions were fireworks, and they could hear music, of a sort. Cacophonic, discordant, wind music, flutes, he thought, and something that sounded vaguely like bagpipes. And drums! There was no mistaking that sound. There was an army of them somewhere, tucked out of sight, or maybe broadcast over a sound system, but pounding away. And the city was singing. Voices rose with the flutes and bagpipes, and more fireworks raced into the sky. Cheers rolled through the night. Squadrons of inhabitants paraded through elevated courtyards and malls and along rooftop walkways. "They're celebrating something," said George, relaxing a bit. Alex squeezed Tor's wrist. "What, I wonder?" she said. After a while, Tor hit the button, and they moved on. Past a glass mosaic, a pattern of cubes and spheres atop a snow-bound precipice, apparently abandoned, to a torchlit city of marble columns and majestic public buildings, waiting by the sea as dawn crept in. They saw battles, hordes of creatures in every conceivable form, creatures with multiple limbs, creatures that glided across the landscape, creatures with shining eyes, engaging each other in bloody and merciless combat. They fought with spears and shields, with projectile weapons, with weapons that flashed light, They fought from vast sea-going armadas and from ground cars drawn by all manner of beasts. Twice Tor saw mushroom clouds. A fleet of airships, hurried along by sails, for God's sake, emerged from clouds and dropped fire, burning oil probably, on a city spread across the tops of a range of hills. Smaller vessels rose from the city to contest the attackers. Ships on both sides exploded and sank, their crews leaping overboard without benefit of parachute. "That's enough," said George. "Turn it off. Let's look at something else." Tor hit the button. They were in space again, adrift near the long, blazing rim of a sun, watching fiery fountains rise into the skies, while solar tides ebbed and flowed. And then the surface began to expand, and Tor suspected that the images were accelerated, but he didn't really know. How long did it take for a sun to go nova? Within moments the solar surface became bloated, as if it were about to give birth. And it exploded. The whole vast globe of the sun simply blew up. In that moment, the magnification switched on its own, and they were far out, away from the immediate effects of the blast, where the sun looked sickly pale and the sky was full of fire. Abruptly the chamber went dark. Tor understood that these were the products of the stealth satellites, images captured by orbiting recorders and transmitted forward, relayed through other systems circling other worlds. "Cosmic snoops," said Nick, who'd been watching from the Memphis. Alex switched on her wrist lamp. "I don't believe this is happening. We travel all over the Arm and find a few ruins and the knocks, while these people have all this. George, we have to find out how this works and duplicate the record."
"Or make off with it,"
George said. His chair shook. He looked at Alex. "What was that?" she said. George took a deep breath. The room trembled again, a shudder, a spasm, as if something were happening deep in the ship.
"Something's going on, Hutch."
A cloud of objects was expanding from the underside of the Chindi. Bill locked in on one. It looked like a sack. It was generally shapeless, more or less rounded, a little wider at one end than at the other. It had no visible means of propulsion. Where are they going? Below, autumn's upper atmosphere was calm.
"I've no idea. They're all headed in different directions at the moment. I'll track them and let you know when I have something."
George's voice came in over the circuit. It was weak and far away.
"Are they getting ready to leave?"
he asked. "I don't think so," said Hutch. "They've just ejected a bunch of sacks."
"Say again, please."
"Sacks. Packages."
"Of what?"
"I don't know. Maybe you ought to get out of there, just in case."
"Let's not panic," he said. "We just got set up over here. Keep an eye open. Let us know if you see anything else."
"Hutch," Sylvia was so excited she could barely speak. "You'll be interested in knowing that the Academy has had a breakthrough. We are now reading the transmissions on the star web. We're getting pictures of previously unknown alien civilizations. We've got a black hole rolling through the atmosphere of Mendel 771. We've got a cluster of artificial bubble structures orbiting Shaula. It's really incredible." She brushed her hair back from her eyes and literally glowed. "We've unlocked the Grail." Well, the metaphor seemed strange, but that hardly mattered. "You've unlocked it," she continued. "You and the Contact Society. Who would have thought? Pass my congratulations along to George." Alex smiled at him. He could almost read her mind. They'd been inside barely 10 hours, and at the first suggestion of activity they'd run like rabbits. "No," they'd told Hutch, "let's not panic. Don't pick us up. We're just getting started." But nevertheless they'd left the VR chamber and hurried back down Barbara Street toward the Pocket Dome. One of the wheeled robots had passed them, paying no attention, just rolling past as if they weren't there. Tor wondered where it was going. Back at the dome, they'd refilled their air tanks, taken turns using the washroom, and waited for more signs that the Chindi might be getting ready to leave. Hutch thought it was something else, a launch of some kind, but that was okay for her. She wasn't going to get stranded if the damned thing took off. So they were ready to clear out at the first sign.
After a while, they decided they were probably okay, and they'd relaxed a bit and had dinner. Tor was accustomed to the 24-hour cycle on the Memphis, where the lights dimmed at night and brightened in the morning. In the Chindi, of course, it was always dark. The light from the dome illuminated the outer chamber somewhat, but there were still gloomy recesses. The place felt remote, abandoned, spooky. He wondered whether he could capture the mood on canvas. That evening they again took to the passageways. There were more empty chambers, of course, but increasingly they found displays, many with objects they readily recognized, weapons and furniture, tapestries and musical instruments, electronic equipment and sleeping gear. 2 chambers contained libraries, one limited to scrolls, the other 2 chapbooks with brown pages rendered inflexible by the cold. Sometimes they saw broken shards and collapsed tables and shreds of clothing, carefully preserved in display cases that prevented an observer from getting too close to them. Lovingly preserved, one might almost think. At other times the artifacts were new, as if they'd just been gathered from a shop, brought here and put on display. One exhibition of absolutely unfathomable objects, which might have been a series of geometric puzzles, was enclosed by magnificent russet curtains that could have come directly from a well-appointed terrestrial dining room. Sometimes there were figures, presumably representing those from whose world the artifacts had been salvaged. They came in countless shapes and types, mammalian and avian and reptilian, and others for which there was no category. Their aspects often suggested a kind of placidity and congeniality. A creature with a crocodilian skull and teeth seemed to possess the serenity of a Socrates. Others were majestic, still others terrifying. The most unsettling for Tor was a dark-eyed horror inhabiting what appeared to be a drawing-room directly across from the chapbook library. They debated splitting up. There was too much to see and too little time to continue as they were. George suggested that the 48-hour limit they'd imposed on themselves was unrealistic, that they had an obligation to stay longer, to survey the place as thoroughly as they could. After all, they really didn't know the Chindi was going to leave. It was possible it had been there for years. "It's refueling," said Alex. "That tells me we don't have forever." Tor agreed. "If I thought we could do it," he said, "I'd suggest sabotaging it. Prevent it from going anywhere. I hate to think of this thing getting away from us." "But it won't get away," said Alex. "Hutch says we can follow it. It's not as if it's going to go somewhere we can't." By then they were exhausted. They'd been awake more than 30 consecutive hours and had gone through the night. It was late morning back on the Memphis. Tor suggested they quit for a few hours, return to the dome, and get some sleep. "Why don't you 2 go back?" George suggested. "I'm not really tired yet." "No," said Alex. "We all need a break. You get tired, you get careless." After a second sleepless night, Hutch went up to the bridge, where Bill was still tracking the sacks. Not all of them, because they'd continued to disperse, and there were more than the sensors could handle, but the dozen they were monitoring were reaching the inner ring. "One of them," Bill said, "is about to impact." He put the image on screen, a cluster of rocks and the sack. "Here's the target," Bill said. He highlighted it for her. "Predominantly iron and ice. It was shaped like a potato. Roughly 30 meters down the long axis, maybe half as wide." The sack glided through the rubble, skimmed past a boulder, and splashed against the target, dashing a gray-white smear across its surface. Hutch poured herself some coffee. "The rock will be orbiting out of view shortly," said Bill. "Do you want to follow it?" "What about the other sacks?" "We'll have another impact in 6 minutes." "Okay, Bill," she said. "Let's just sit and watch. I want to stay close to the Chindi." Nick wandered in on his crutches. He seemed to be feeling better. The painkillers had rendered him unusually jovial, to the point where he'd been telling jokes about his profession. "Talk to us, and you'll never need to talk to anyone else. You can rely on us, Hutch, to be with you until the end." She ached to have the landing party clear of the Chindi. Professional researchers might be expected to take this sort of risk, but it was their business. George, Tor, and Alex seemed like such innocents. "We're going to lose them," she told Nick. He smiled as if he had another funeral director joke, but then he let it go. George was scheduled to come back to the Memphis in a few hours, but she knew it wasn't going to happen.
It had been impossible to miss the enthusiasm in their voices when they reported the wonders of the Chindi. And then the call came, the one she knew she was going to receive. "George on the circuit," said Bill. Even Nick knew.
"Hutch," George said, "we keep finding stuff."
He went on to describe a dead city in the middle of a plain.
"We don't know what happened there. Broad boulevards, wide green parks, malls, even a theatrical district. I'd say it was abandoned a few years before the pictures were taken. We figure there's an explanation somewhere in the record, but we don't know yet how to access it."
Pause. A guilty pause, she thought.
"We're trying to figure out how it works. We'd like to get copies of all this if we can."
"You're running out of time," said Hutch.
"Yeah, listen, I wanted to talk to you about that. We've been discussing it, and you said there should be some warning before this thing leaves. I mean, they'll have to warm up their engines, right? And there's the funnel they use to bring up the ice crystals. They'll want to recover that."
All old stuff. They'd been over it before.
"What we want to do is to have you keep an eye open for us. If you see something happening, anything at all, that suggests it's getting ready to pull out, give us a holler. We figure we can be back at the exit hatch within an hour and a half at worst."
Hutch looked at Nick. Nick looked away. "You're assuming the funnel's not disposable?"
"Yes. Well, anyhow, we're going to hang on here for a bit. Hutch, I know how you feel about this, but this place, we can't just walk away from it."
The sense of approaching disaster was thick. "Damn it, George, you're going to hang on over there until the last minute, aren't you? And then I'm supposed to come do a rescue."
"Hutch, I'm sorry you feel that way, but listen, there really should be time. As soon as there's the slightest indication that they're getting ready to pull out, we'll come running."
"Yes, that's real good. The first indication is probably going to be a change in velocity. They're going to start braking or accelerating. Once that happens, it's over."
"There's another possibility, something we haven't considered."
"And what's that?"
"They know we're aboard. I wonder if they really leave while we're still here. This whole place seems designed for visitors."
"I think that's a reach, George. If it were designed for visitors, it'd be a bit warmer, don't you think?"
"Hutch."
He sounded genuinely pained.
"Please try to understand."
"How do the others feel?" There was a pause. Then Tor.
"Hutch, he's right. There's just too much here."
"And even Alex." "The place feels safe. I think we'll be okay." "Do what you want," she said. She severed the connection and glanced up at the Phillies picture. Her image knelt in the on-deck circle, with the bats propped against her knee. Idiot, she thought. Not sure whom she had in mind. Chapter 26. No cloud above, no earth below. A universe of sky and snow. John Greenleaf Whittier, Snowbound, 1866. Nick and Hutch were eating breakfast when Bill appeared on screen. "I have something interesting for you," he said. The display switched over to a picture of one of the bottles, except that it had a curiously unfinished appearance. "This thing was a rock 30 hours ago." "The sacks?" "That's correct." "They're nano packages?" "Yes." "So the Chindi manufactures bottles," she said. "Why?" "Here's another one." It was fully formed, and as she watched, it fired its thrusters and began to accelerate. "Was it going, Bill?" They watched it make a few more adjustments. Then, "It's headed back to the Chindi." By mid-afternoon it had arrived. Doors opened, and it vanished inside. A short time later, a second vehicle approached, and a third. Hutch told George what was happening, that 3 bottles had gone inside, and he reported no evidence of any activity. They were just sitting down to dinner, chicken, peas, and pineapple, when the Chindi launched a bottle, and then, in fairly quick succession, 2 more. "The same ones?" she asked Bill. "It's impossible to be certain, but the interval between launches matches the interval between arrivals. It appears that the bottles are taken on board, treated in some way, probably fueled, possibly upgraded, and then disgorged." "To do what?" "Yes, that is quite a good question, isn't it?" "Can you tell where they're going?"
They haven't yet lifted out of orbit. When they do, I will try to make an estimate." Bill was as good as his word. He was back by late evening. More bottles had been taken on board and launched. Yes, the interval had been the same, 2 hours and 17 minutes in each case. The first 3 had all left orbit and were headed in 3 different directions. Where? Nowhere he could discern. "Most are remaining approximately in the plane of the solar system," he said. "But there doesn't really seem to be any conceivable destination." "You're looking inside the solar system?" "Of course." "What about outside?" "There's no point in it, Hutch. These vehicles are too small to be superluminals." "The lander at the retreat might be a superluminal." "The lander at the retreat is bigger, and in any case I have my doubts." "Nevertheless, please assume the possibility and check for interstellar vectors." "I am doing that now." "What are you getting?" "Near misses." "What?" "Near misses. All 3 seem to be headed for nearby stars, but in each case the aim seems inaccurate. They're going to miss. By a small margin, but they will miss." "You mean they're going to arrive in the boondocks of the system?" "Yes, by several hundred AUs." The Chindi launched more bottles, and after a few days they had moved out beyond the scanner range. Meantime, a steady stream of data was relayed from the Chindi party to the Memphis. Hutch and Nick watched the images of glittering towers and carved stonework, of exotic harbor works, of dead cities, of dwellings perched on cliff tops and along glorious shorelines. They saw a temple half sunk in the tides, and an obelisk still guarding a desert ruin. Occasionally there was something of more scientific interest, a planet-sized object that Bill thought looked like a particle, a star being gobbled down by a black hole, a pulsar rotating wildly on its axis 30 times a second. By far the majority of the Chindi records dealt with civilizations, and of these the vast majority appeared dead. This was so consistently the case that it was easy to assume they were looking at an archaeological mission that had occasionally strayed into other areas. The prevailing opinion at home held that civilizations, technological or not, were limited to a relatively brief lifetime. This view had risen from the fact that of the 5 known extraterrestrial civilizations, other than human, 4 appeared to have survived less than 10,000 years, and the 5th showed every inclination of blowing itself up in the near future. Alex observed that if they could figure out a way to determine the expanse of the network of which the Chindi seemed to be the center, it might finally become possible to get a reasonable estimate of how numerous extant civilizations might be at any one time. Bill reported incoming from the Longworth. The big cargo vessel had closed to within a transmission time of 18 minutes one way. It was therefore possible to conduct a conversation of sorts, with responses staggered at better than half-hour intervals. But it required packaging what one had to say and avoiding the more frivolous parts of dialogue. Most of the Academy people Hutch ferried around the Arm were accomplished at their specialties, and they were usually more interested in their research than in boosting their egos. Her experience had taught her that people who insisted on having others recognize their outstanding qualities usually didn't have any. They were inevitably failures or mediocrities. Maurice Mogambo was an exception. In his case, ego and talent both seemed monumental. Although his primary area of expertise was physics, he also enjoyed a reputation as a leading theorist on the evolution of civilizations. She'd once listened to him discuss the effects of lunar systems on cultural and intellectual development. He'd made his arguments with an extraordinary array of punchlines. He'd won his audience over, and they'd applauded enthusiastically at the end. She had learned later that he had earned his way through university as a comedian in a local club. In person, though, one-on-one, he could be tiresome. He lectured rather than spoke. He expected to be treated with deference, and he inevitably conveyed the impression that he spoke from the mountain, and everyone else should listen closely. On the couple of occasions he had shown up on her passenger list, there had been talk of murder among the other travelers before they got home. He was, in short, a joy to work with.
Now he gazed out at her from the screen and smiled pleasantly.
"Hutch," he said, "tell me about the extraterrestrial vessel. And the retreat. What is happening?"
His image froze. Mogambo was not one to waste words. She talked briefly to George, explained that she could not simply refuse to cooperate. George grumbled and gave his blessing. She provided Mogambo with pictures of both the retreat and the Chindi, but she decided not to go into detail about what they'd found inside the giant ship. Lots of corridors and chambers, mostly empty, some automated gear running around, and it looks as if there are a few artifacts on display. It was, of course, possible to make a rational conversation under such conditions exceedingly tedious, if one side was interested in doing it. Mogambo would be unhappy that she had left him to ask the obvious question rather than providing the details. She went for a sandwich while she waited for the annoyed reply that would be coming.
"Artifacts? What kind of artifacts? What have you found in the retreat? And why, in God's name, did you go on board the ship? You know better."
She told him in general terms.
"We'll be there in a couple of days," he said. "I'm going to insert landing parties at both sites. I'll let you know as soon as we arrive in system, and I'll want your assistance."
He went into detail. He requested a map of the retreat, would need course and position of the alien vessel, and informed Hutch she was to withdraw the Memphis group immediately.
"Before they damage something."
"I haven't the authority to do that, sir."
"Is that all you're going to say?" asked Nick, who chuckled at using 45 minutes to send a single line. "Doesn't he already know that anyhow?"
"Doesn't hurt to remind him, Nick." When Mogambo appeared again, stretching a conversation that had begun just before lunch into the late afternoon, he looked utterly exasperated.
"Please assume authority. There's a stipulation for precisely this sort of situation in the Exo-Archaeological Protection Act."
He glanced off to his side. "Section 437A. Use it. Get the amateurs out of there, please." Hutch considered her options.
"Tell him to take a hike," said Nick.
"Easy for you to say. If she simply violated the ordinance, it could cost her retirement pay." "Bill," she said, "let's have a look at the act."
"I think I already have what you need," said the AI, showing her Section 11, Paragraph 6.
Hutch punched the send key. "Doctor, there's a distinct possibility the artifact may leave the premises before you get here. Section 11 allows for—" And there she made a display of consulting her screen. "Inspection by untrained parties in the event destruction or loss of the artifact may be imminent. For example, by rising flood waters, if professional personnel are not in the immediate area. We don't have rising flood waters, but the intent is clear." She hesitated and tried to look thoughtful and encouraging. "I can give you my assurance that George Hockelman and his people are being careful. I have, by the way, recommended from the beginning that they stay off the Chindi, because I can't guarantee that, if it starts making preparations to leave, I will be able to recover them before it does. Or, for that matter, after it does. I make the same recommendation to you. Going aboard is, in my opinion, not only dangerous, but foolhardy." Nick was nodding, egging her on.
"That's telling him, Hutch,"
he said when she'd finished. She looked at him with quiet amusement. "How's your leg?"
"It's good."
"Any pain?"
"Not as long as I take my pills. You're a pretty decent doctor."
"Thanks."
"Hutch, you know, when he gets here, he's going directly to the Chindi."
"Well," she said, "maybe we'll get lucky and the thing will take him to the Pleiades." George's party moved its base deeper into the ship, and the relays were no longer adequate to carry their transmissions. Consequently, instead of being able to listen to the conversation coming in on the link, Hutch and Nick repeated Alex's experience, sitting through long periods of silence, waiting for the landing party to return to the dome for food or air tanks, or simply to sleep, to reassure themselves everything was okay. They were in the middle of a long silence when Bill broke in. "The last few have been launched," he said.
"What's that about?"
asked Nick. Hutch had a fruit plate in front of her, and some dark wine. She took a sip. "When the Chindi blew out all the nano-packages a few days ago, we counted them. There were 147. The last of them made their bottles and came back."
"And have just been launched?"
"Yes."
"Which means what? You think it's getting ready to leave?"
"Don't know. I just thought it would be a worthwhile piece of information to have."
When they re-established communication with George a couple of hours later, she passed it on. "Okay," he said. "We're warned."
"You sound tired." Actually, he sounded dismayed, scared.
"We just watched a bloodbath at a temple," he said. "Looked like somebody's equivalent of human sacrifice."
Hutch stared moodily out at the sky. 14 hours had passed since the last of the bottles had been launched. Both twins were visible. The Slurpee had spread around the Terminator and formed a blurry white ring of its own. The Memphis was running above and slightly to the rear of the Chindi. The main body of the storm was a couple of hours ahead. Nick was unusually quiet, and she could not shake the feeling that bad things were about to happen. Her instincts weren't dependable because she inevitably expected trouble. It was one of the characteristics that made her a good pilot, but it did render her judgment suspect. "Hutch," Bill's voice added to her sense of gloom. "Take a look at this." He put the funnel on screen, the Slurpee's long tail reaching far down into the atmosphere. "It's coming up."
"Uh-oh.
"You sure?" "Positive. I don't think you can see it by just looking at it, but it is happening. It's withdrawing into itself somehow."
"How long before the process is complete?"
"I don't know."
"Guess, Bill."
2 hours, maybe a little longer."
"Just about the time the Chindi gets there."
"Yes, it appears that way."
Hutch opened up the circuit again.
"George!"
She got a break. They were within range, but when he came on, she got the end of raised voices. It sounded as if they'd been arguing.
"Yes?"
he snapped. "George, they're getting ready to pull out."
"When? How do you know?"
"The funnel's coming up. They're going to take it on board on this pass."
"Okay, Hutch. Thanks. How much time do we have?"
"An hour and a half, tops. We want to get you out before it goes into the Slurpee."
"All right, we're on our way."
George suspected they were about 4 kilometers from the exit. A fairly long walk, especially for him, but he was sure he could manage it. They'd been debating expanding their search, getting away from the methodical room-by-room examination of the first few days, and sallying instead well to the front of the ship, to see whether the general layout was the same everywhere, and possibly to find the vessel's control deck. They'd even thought about climbing down to lower levels. He was grateful they hadn't done that. So they moved at best speed down the passageways. George was slow, and the others could have made far better time without him, but they stayed together. No need to panic. They'd be at the exit hatch in plenty of time.
"In any case," George said, "the Chindi isn't likely to leave orbit as soon as it clears the Slurpee anyway."
Then, as if they were in one of those comedies in which optimistic comments bring down the wrath of the gods, all three were thrown violently off balance. George banged his head on the wall and tumbled into a heap. "They're breaking." It was Hutch's voice, coming out of nowhere. Alex got off the floor, only to be knocked down again. She looked over at him. "George, you okay?"
"Yes."
"Fine. A little bruised, but otherwise all right." "Is it safe to get up?" Tor climbed cautiously to his feet, helped Alex to hers, then offered a hand to George.
"We'd better keep moving," he said. "Why are they slowing down?" asked George.
"They're probably going to pick up the funnel," said Hutch.
"Won't they fall out of orbit?"
"If it went on long enough," said Bill, "but not in this case. All they'll do is lose a little altitude." He was on his feet again. Damn, the thing had been so stable for so long they'd taken it for granted. Another jolt knocked him forward.
"How long's this going to go on?" he asked.
"I'd say for the next couple of hours, until you get to the Slurpee. Is everybody okay over there?"
"We're fine."
He was standing up, leaning forward somewhat.
"If it stays like this, though, it's going to be a long walk to the hatch."
He listened for a response.
"Hutch?"
"Hutch," said Tor. "Can you hear us?" Silence. "I can see the problem, Hutch," said Bill. "They've restored the exit hatch again, and that cut off the signal to the relay." Hutch was sitting in the lander, ready to launch. "Well, I'm glad that's all it is." Nick, back on the bridge, was making worried noises. The projected rescue, which had seemed routine as long as they got sufficient warning, was beginning to look problematical. Presumably the Chindi would be braking until it entered the Slurpee, which meant Hutch couldn't land on it. Once in the storm, they could expect it to match the funnel's speed through the atmosphere, which was about 1,400 kilometers per hour.
At that point, the braking maneuver should stop, and it would become possible to get aboard. But she'd be working in the middle of a blizzard, and even though the Chindi would have slowed somewhat, she'd still have to deal with high winds. After it took the funnel equipment on board, it would begin to accelerate again to regain orbital velocity. After that, it was anybody's guess what would happen. "Bill," she said, "what's the range of winds in the Slurpee for an object moving at the same velocity as the funnel?" "Hutch, there are some areas in which it would be only a few kilometers per hour, but there is a wide variance, although no worse than hurricane force." Well, that was consoling. "You can't go over there in that," said Nick. Bill agreed. "Wait until they come out, then pick them up." Hutch stared out at the cargo hold. What had she told to George? "We want to get you out before it goes into the Slurpee." But that was before the braking process started. If they tried to come out onto the hull now, somebody would get killed. Lamps came on, signaling that decompression was complete. The doors were opening. "They're ready to leave," she told Nick. "I'd rather take my chances with the Slurpee than have the damn thing take off while we're all out on the hull." She took a deep breath. "Bill, plot me a course for the Chindi." The Chindi glided through the night, framed by the vast arc of autumn's rings. The lander dropped down and took up station above and to the rear of the giant ship. "The Chindi continues to brake, Hutch. At present rate, it will be over the funnel in 1 hour, 16 minutes. The major risk was that George, Tor, and Alex would make it to the exit hatch, cut through, and try to leave. Anyone sticking his head out onto the hull while the Chindi was braking would get banged around pretty severely. She wasn't sure what she could do in the event, but at least she'd keep close, so she could pick up the body. Damn. Hutch promised herself again that this absolutely would be her last flight. When this was over, she was going to find a quiet office somewhere, or maybe just head for a front porch. Even though the funnel was probably no longer contributing to the Slurpee, the vast storm showed no sign of abating. She watched the Chindi firing occasional bursts from its forward thrusters, slowing its velocity to match that of the funnel. She imagined the landing party inside, trying to negotiate the long corridors and getting thrown off their feet periodically. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no rhythm to the braking, no pattern that would serve to warn them when another jolt was coming. Bill kept a picture of the funnel on her screen. It was continuing to rise through the troposphere, withdrawing into itself like a long, flexible telescope. It had become steadier now, and no longer seemed to be getting blown about. "Winds near the top of the funnel," said Bill, "are registering close to 150. She stayed with the Chindi, keeping where she could watch the exit hatch. "Stay put," she told George mentally. "Don't try to leave, not yet." Ahead the Slurpee grew, expanding steadily, a mass of howling white winds, snow, sleet, and ice. It grew until the arc of autumn's ring disappeared behind it, until it sprawled across the sky, a vast gray front, a North Dakota blizzard coming in from Hudson Bay. The Chindi fired its thrusters again, and she swept out over it, passing close above its granite plains before her own braking rockets took hold. Bill, on screen, seemed to be watching a display. He looked worried. 1 hour, 4 minutes to the Slurpee, he said. The passageways provided no handrails, nothing to grab onto, and George was hurting from getting knocked down every few minutes. He wondered why the Chindi didn't manage a nice gradual braking maneuver, instead of firing its thrusters every few minutes. Hutch thought they were protected from the worst of the braking maneuvers by a dampening effect. He didn't like thinking how severe it would have been without it. "I wonder," said Tor, "whether we shouldn't stop and pick up the dome." "No, leave it." It wouldn't have been that far out of the way, but they didn't want to be hauling equipment now. "I'll get you a new one when we get home," he said. George had been frightened since the moment he'd set foot on the Chindi. The prospect of being hauled off somewhere on this cavernous ship, taken perhaps beyond the reach of rescue, had unsettled him far more than he'd allowed anyone to see, or for that matter allowed himself to think about. Hutch was right. Safety should have been his prime consideration. Stay alive. Unless one stays alive, everything else is irrelevant. But the truth was, before this, George had never been forced to accept his own mortality. He'd never been ill, had never been in an accident, had never voluntarily risked his life. He wasn't one of those idiots who thought attaching themselves to slings and jumping off skyways was fun. Consequently, the possibility of dying had always seemed remote. Death was something that happened to other people. But the corridors of the Chindi ran on forever. They trooped along. George and Tor consulted the map periodically. Yes, this was the chamber with the treetop home, and that was the museum. Absolutely. I'm sure this is Denmark Street. Denmark 16 held, they believed, a site in which an excavation had collapsed and killed a group of archaeologists. It was a kind of display within a display, archaeologists themselves being dug up and placed under glass. They hurried past an armory and a group of machines that manufactured leather goods. Occasionally one of them walked into a wall, or stumbled, or needed a moment to reorient. Alex's wrist lamp failed, and they worried briefly that the power in her e-suit would also shut down. That had been known to happen, so they'd stopped and waited and held their breath, wondering what they could do if her warning lamps began blinking. But it didn't happen, and they moved on. Once, twice they got lost. Left, right, or straight on. They disagreed, debated, consulted George's map, which hadn't been seen to properly, but they managed and pressed ahead. George kept track of the time, watched it dwindle to an hour, then to 40 minutes. They got knocked off their feet again with just over a half-hour left, and he went down hard and banged his jaw on the floor, bit his tongue in the process, and had to be helped to his feet. "You okay?" asked Alex, looking at him solicitously. He loved Alex. The whole world loved Alex, of course, but that was make-believe. He was one of the relatively few who really knew her. He patted her on the head, a gesture which brought a frown. There were no robots abroad, another indication that the Chindi was getting ready to leave orbit. They passed the ditch. "I wonder," she said, "if my handkerchief is still bobbing around in there." And they were thrown down once more. This was different, though. It wasn't simply a burst, but rather a sustained firing. It was much harder to get up this time, even with help, and he found he had to lean forward to keep his balance. It was like walking up a steep hill. Conditions hadn't changed when they arrived finally at the exit hatch. George sank against the ladder, grateful for something to hold on to. Alex also grabbed hold and breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes from the Slurpee. He looked up at the hatch, squirreled away in its airlock. The metal gleamed in the torchlight, showing no sign that it had been cut through twice, and twice repaired. "There's what happened to the link," he said. "Tor, maybe we should get out now and not wait?" Alex was nodding. "Yes, let's waste no time." Tor hesitated, then reached inside his vest and produced the cutter. Left to his own devices, Tor would have known not to remove a hatch during a maneuver. But he'd stopped thinking, and instead developed a conviction that they had to get outside before they went into the Slurpee. Simple enough. It couldn't be too bad out there. And anyhow, he knew Hutch would be nearby with the lander, and he had to give her a chance to pick them up. He climbed the ladder to the hatch, activated the cutter, and touched it to the metal. Would the maintenance crew on Chindi at some point get annoyed with the people who kept slicing through their hatch? The metal blackened and began to flake away, and while he cut, he thought about Hutch coming to bail him out again. And he promised himself when they were off the Memphis, when this whole goofy business was done and they weren't caught any more in a space of a few 100 square meters, when she was free to walk away from him if she chose, he would tell her. Tell her everything. How he still felt like an adolescent in her presence. How his voice tended to fail. How he woke up sometimes at night from having dreamed about her. And how his spirit sagged to discover none of the dream had been true. Stupid. To get so caught up over one woman. He completed the cut, shut off the laser, reached up and pushed. The piece gave way and was torn from his grip, and his hand slammed hard against the side of the hatch. He cried out and fell off the ladder. He crashed into George and Alex, who were trying to catch him, to break his fall, and they all went down. George swore. "What happened?" Tor's hand was bruised, but he thought not broken. "Must have gone above the dampening field," he said, trying to flex it. "Whacked it pretty good." Then he noticed Alex biting her lip and holding on to her ankle. "You okay?" he asked. "Twisted it." The hatch was at least wide open. Stars blazed through the opening he had made, but within a few minutes they went dark. A wind blew through the passageway, and a few snowflakes drifted down on them. The Chindi inserted itself smoothly into the snowstorm. No tossing around there, Hutch thought. The vessel was too massive. But she had a carrier wave again from George.
"Hutch, are you there? Can you hear me?"
"I'm here. What kind of shape are we in?"
"Hatch is open. It's snowing like a son of a bitch."
"I know. Stay inside. Wait one. I've got another call. Bill?" "Hutch, the Chindi has just shut down its thrusters. Present velocity will result in rendezvous with funnel head. That is, with the device that created the funnel." "No more tweaks?" "One more firing will be necessary, but it will be slight." "Okay. George, you still on the circuit?"
"We're here."
"All three of you?"
"Yes."
"Does it look possible to do the pickup?"
"It's a blizzard. How good a pilot are you?"
"Bill, can you get a reading on the wind near the Chindi?" 40 to 60, gusting to 100. Winds in a circle, tornado style." "Okay, time to see what we can do. George, I'll be there in a few minutes. You guys be ready to go, but stay inside until I tell you." She was fortunate to have a lander and not a shuttle. The shuttles were boxier, not designed for atmospheric flight. The lander would provide more control. She'd dropped farther behind when the Chindi went into the storm and trailed the big ship by 20 kilometers when the blizzard closed over her. The sky went dark, and large, fat flakes splattered onto the viewports. But the wind was moderate, not as bad as she'd expected, and she wondered if she was going to get lucky. "Be careful," said Bill. "Winds will intensify as you proceed. They are weakening somewhat overall, but are still close to hurricane force near the mouth of the funnel." Her screens indicated the funnel had collapsed into a narrow ring as the Chindi closed with it. The big ship's forward thrusters fired again, a quick burst. "That's it," said Bill. "Chindi will now be taking funnel head aboard." The lander rose on a sudden stiff gust. Slush spattered across the windscreen. "Big doors opening below the Chindi," Bill said. He tried to give her an image. It was hard to make out precisely what was happening, but the two objects, the Chindi and the funnel head, seemed to be merging. Bill began announcing ranges to the Chindi. 12 clicks. 8. The wind was picking up. The storm howled around her. Pieces of ice pounded the lander, rattled the hull, and cracked the passenger side view screen. Hutch activated her E-suit and reduced air pressure in the cabin to prevent a possible blowout. She retracted antennas and scopes and everything else that she could get under cover, leaving only the sensors exposed. Those she could not do without. Fortunately, she was still close enough to the Memphis that she was able to retain communications, though the quality was poor. One of her 4 sensors went down, and her screens lost some of their sharpness. "Maybe you want to back off until it comes out the other side," said Nick. "If you try to take them off in this, you might kill everybody." She'd been hoping that the winds would be less violent above the Chindi. The big ship would be between her and the mouth of the funnel, and she thought she'd get some protection. Maybe that was so, but it was still pretty windy out there. "Hutch," said Bill, "the operation appears to be in its last stages. The ring has been attached." He was referring to the funnel, which had collapsed into a collar. "Engines are revving up. Departure is probably imminent." "Acknowledged," she said. "It may not wait until it is clear of the storm to accelerate." "I hear you." She kept her voice level and was pleased with herself when Nick commented that she was too gutsy by half. She wasn't. Hutch was adrift in a sea of apprehension, but George had left her no options. She was coming to resent people who played hero and took chances that in the end put her on the chopping block. All her instincts warned her that Bill was right, that the Chindi would come out of the storm accelerating, and it would keep going. She'd been a pilot too many years. She knew how ships operated, and even if this thing was a total unknown, it still functioned within the laws of physics and common sense. There were no more bottles or packages coming in or going out, so that part of the mission, whatever it was, had been completed. It was a massive vehicle. To accelerate out of the storm and then settle back into orbit when they had apparently completed their business here would waste fuel. She was going to get them off now, or she'd have to wait until they got to wherever the next destination was. Damn you, Tor. George would not have persisted had Tor not thrown his weight into the argument. Something hammered the hull. The lights blinked and went out. "Port side transactor down," whispered onboard Bill, switching to auxiliary. Power came back. "Negative other damage," he said. "Rerouting data flow. Replacement will be necessary." Something else hit them, and the lander shuddered. Nick's voice. "I guess we didn't plan this very well." "I'd say that's about right." She had reacquired the Chindi. It was still several kilometers in front of her. The wind died off, then hit her with renewed fury. It rolled her over, and she tumbled through the storm. Fans cut off and came back. Her status screens flickered. She could hear Nick saying something, but was too busy wrestling the controls to worry about it. "Hull integrity still secure," said the onboard AI. Hutch got the vehicle under control. "Hutch, let it go!" Nick was trying to order her back using a stern male voice. The clatter against the hull was getting louder. Another of her sensors gave way. The Chindi's image faded to a spectral outline. Starboard engine was beginning to overheat. She turned on her running lights. The storm battered her. The lander dipped and rose, and the slush chummed against her. Nick had finally gone silent. Then the wind slacked off, and she discovered she could control the spacecraft, and below her lights reflected off the great, dim bulk of the Chindi. They'd backed away a few paces from the exit hatch. Outside the storm howled, and snow poured down into the interior. "Not as bad as we thought," Tor said. Alex managed to laugh. She was leaning against the bulkhead, her left leg lifted gingerly off the ground. "Hutch," Tor asked, "can you do this?" "Got you in sight. I'm about 3 minutes away." "Okay, we're ready to go." "We're going to want to make this quick. How's the weather where you are?" "Snowing a trifle." "No time, Tor. How's the weather?" Chastened, he said, "Blizzard conditions." "Wind?" He went up the ladder and stuck his hand out. "About 40, maybe a bit more." "All right, I'm coming up from the rear." Pause. "But I'm not going to try to set down." "Okay." "Come out one at a time. I'll get as close as I can." "We'll be here." "Airlock will be open. You'll have to climb in as opportunity allows. Be careful. Keep in mind you'll be moving into 0G. Don't walk off the hull or let yourself get blown off. If that happens, I may not be able to find you." "Okay." "At 40, I'm going to be having a problem with control." "We know, Hutch. You have any idea when this thing's going to move out?" "Probably imminent. Just keep it still for a few more minutes." "We'll do what we can." He looked down at George and Alex. "You go first," said George. "You can help Alex." "I'm not going to need any help," said Alex. Tor nodded. "Neither one of you guys is in very good shape. George, you're out first." They'd begun to detect vibrations in the hull a few minutes before, and they were becoming more pronounced. He climbed down the ladder and got out of the way. "Okay," he told George. "If anybody does get blown off, just get on the circuit and keep talking until we find you." George nodded and started up. When he reached the top, Alex put a foot on the bottom rung and squeezed Tor's hand. "Good luck," she said. Tor kissed her. The fields flashed. George put his hand outside and quickly pulled it back in. "It's a bit brisk out there." "Any sign of her?" "No." He looked again. "Negative. Nothing." "0." His voice was loud. "But I can't see more than a few meters." "Okay, keep down until you see her." The wind was strong, but it was a long way from hurricane force. Either the sheer bulk of the Chindi was providing some protection, or the storm was weakening. Hutch reactivated her scopes and put her map of the Chindi's surface on the display, marked the location of the hatch, brought up the sensor readings on the terrain immediately below, and overlaid it on the map. The lander was here, and the exit was there, about a kilometer away on a 30-degree heading. She began braking. The wind caught her and drove her down, toward the hull. She fought the controls and heard Nick or someone in the Chindi party, it was impossible to know who, mutter a prayer. The long, bleak surface of the Chindi rose inexorably to meet her. Alarm sounded, and the AI began to babble. She fired thrusters, trying to break the grip of the wind, but she banged into the surface, heard the undercarriage break. The jolt rattled her teeth, and she was drifting away again, turning over, spinning while one of the thrusters fired out of control. It was portside 3. She shut it down, told onboard Bill to keep it offline for the duration, righted the vehicle, and staggered back on course. "I'm okay," she told George. "Be there in 2 minutes." The snow-swept surface rolled past. She stayed close to it. Wind and snow were less intense along the hull. The cabin had grown tranquil. Occasional gusts rocked the vehicle, and her earphones were full of static. She opened the airlock's inner hatch and debated whether she should release the harness that held her in her seat. No, best not do that. If she got thrown around at the wrong moment, it could turn into a general disaster. The truth was, she wouldn't be able to help anyway. Old Hutch would have her hands full just keeping the rescue vehicle from getting blown away. 1 minute. She opened the outer hatch. Snow and ice blew into the spacecraft. "I see you," said George. She would have liked to waggle her wings, show some encouraging demonstration, but not in this weather. A light appeared ahead. She looked down to the little circle of light and at the long pair of ridges that ran beyond it toward the bow. "Okay," she said. "I see you too." She braked. The vehicle slowed, and wind action became more severe. "You'll need to be quick, guys. Doors are open, but I'm going to be busy. You'll have to help yourselves." She tried to hold the lander just to the rear of the exit hatch, within a couple of meters from the ground. She didn't have enough control to go closer. The hatch was dead in front of her. A figure came out of it, stepped awkwardly onto the surface. George, easily the biggest of the three. He got out and bent down and helped someone else out. Alex. The wind died off. Perfect. Alex was favoring a leg. She held on to George and used one foot to clear off some snow before trusting her weight to the grip shoe. "Come on, Alex." She limped out toward the lander, while George moved just behind her, ready to help. Tor appeared in the hatch. "Twisted her ankle," he said. But she was beside the lander now, ready to jump for it. Easy in 0G. Hutch saw that something was wrong with the landscape. It had begun to move. Tor's voice ripped through her earphones. "Where are you going, Hutch?" "Not me. The Chindi's accelerating." She didn't dare try to match acceleration, not with Alex and George trying to get aboard. She heard George deliver a piece of invective, and then he was tumbling past. Must have lost his footing. He hit the ground awkwardly and bounced off the surface. Tried frantically to get hold of something. Started to drift away. The snow-covered rockscape was speeding up, moving forward, taking Tor with it, leaving George behind. Tor jumped out of the hatch and scrambled after him, made a desperate grab, but there was no chance. "I'm on," said Alex. Tor, having missed George, was clinging to the exit hatch as the ship continued to accelerate. Hutch watched the ground rippling past her, saw the rims of a low sweep of hills coming fast and coming faster. George and the lander were both in the way. It had all happened too quickly. One moment George was helping Alex out of the hatch, and everything was going exactly as planned. They were starting across the ground toward the lander, which looked so good, so inviting, floating just off the ground, the snow blowing around it, blurring its lights. He could see Hutch in the cabin, her face pale in the green glow of the instruments. George had been only a few paces away when the ground had jerked under his feet, and he fell forward, toward the spacecraft. But the ground kept moving, dragging him away. He didn't understand what was happening except that he was getting farther from the lander, as if Hutch was drawing off. But he knew she wasn't. He tried running, but the rock beneath his feet was moving too quickly. Alex jumped for the ladder, went higher than she expected, and crashed into its side, but managed to get hold of one of the rungs. She was hanging on to it, while Tor tried to come to the rescue. But he couldn't do anything for George, or even for himself. George was off the ground, floating, and the rock beneath him was moving faster, picking up speed, getting almost blurry. A line of hills appeared on his horizon, toward the rear of the Chindi, where the big engines were, where they had to be lighting up at last. During those last moments he wondered how he would be remembered, regretted things not done, regretted most of all that the retreat had been empty and the Chindi had remained mute. Nobody home. He wasn't high enough, and the hills were rushing toward him. There was nothing Hutch could do. She warned Alex to hang on and climbed. She lost track of Tor, but she told him for God's sake to get back down to the hatch. The winds were back, stirred up by the passage of the Chindi. She steadied the lander and saw a hand catch one of the grips in the airlock. The cords in the wrist stood out. "Hutch," Nick's voice. "What's happening?" She wanted to release her harness, let go of the controls, go over to the airlock and pull Alex in, but the winds rocked and hammered the lander, and she dared not leave her seat. "Hutch!" Tor this time. "I'm okay. Back down inside." Alex pulled herself into the lock. The wind howled around her, and snow blew through the cabin. Hutch watched, and as soon as she was inside, shut the hatch. "I've got Alex," she said. Chapter 27. Those who extol the joys and benefits of solitude have never tried it. No man is fit company for himself. Gregory McAllister, Virgin Snow. Reminiscences, 22:21. Tor stood at the foot of the ladder, safe now from the G-forces, his head pressed against one of the rungs, holding on none the less. He'd watched George float away, had seen the desperate fear darkening his face, the eyes pinpoints, the lips drawn back because he knew it had all gone wrong. Out of reach. He'd been out of Tor's reach and receding swiftly like a runaway moon. "He's dead." Hutch's voice was angry and accusing. "Keep looking. Don't worry about me. Just keep looking." "I saw him die, Tor." Not possible, not George, who'd been a living presence since the first day. He squeezed the rung and thought about just letting go. The hell with it. Gradually he became aware that the pressure on his arm was increasing. The impression that the world had gone awry, had tilted away from him, was not a mental aberration, as he'd supposed. Main Street was, in fact, angling down, toward First Street, toward the ditch. "It's the acceleration," said Hutch. It was increasing, and he began to wonder if the dampening field would be enough. If the Chindi poured it on, he was going to be in trouble. "Can you get me off?" "No, not until it goes to cruise." All the assurances he'd tossed off earlier didn't seem so bright now. "When do you think that's likely to happen?" "No way to know." "Well, at least it's downhill to the dome." "Tor," said Hutch, "are you okay?" "I guess. Are you sure he's dead? It's hard to see out there." "Yes, I'm sure." "But you got Alex." "She's on board." He shut off his lamp and stood in the dark, clutching the ladder. The tilt seemed to have stabilized, and he thought the angle was shallow enough that he could navigate back to the dome, which he was going to have to do shortly to replenish his air supply. After a while, the snow stopped coming down through the hatch, and the stars reappeared. There were 3 bright ones, a triangle, dazzling white, fixed in the center of the hole he had cut. Despite the G-forces, their stationary position created the illusion that he was not moving, not going anywhere, and Hutch could easily come pick him up at her leisure. "Tor, how's your air?" Her voice was right next to him. It was whispery and somehow filled with passion, as he had imagined it should be for him. Images of her soft skin, her lips, her crystal blue eyes floated into his mind. Incredibly, in the vast, dark interior of the Chindi, going God knew where, he imagined her beside him, soft, pliable, reassuring. In a way he had never known her. His air was, in fact, getting low. He carried a 6-hour supply in his tanks, and he'd been out a long time. But he didn't want to leave the area of the exit hatch, didn't want to return to the depths of the Chindi. "No way to pick me up after we get out of the Slurpee, huh?" "Not likely, not as long as it's accelerating." "You can't match velocity?" "You can't get out of the hatch alive." Beyond the exit, the dark sky looked placid. Hard to believe he couldn't go outside. He took the wrench from his vest, climbed the ladder to within a half-meter of the open hatch, and threw it up. It slammed against the backside of the hatch and literally vanished outside. "I think you have a point," he said. "So you're going back to the dome?" He looked into the darkness, down the corridor. "Yes." "You do have enough to make it, right? Air?" "I have enough." He switched his lamp back on. The dome was a long way. Toward the rear, all sort of downhill now. He eased off the ladder and took a couple of tentative steps, resisting an urge to charge forward, to take advantage of the down angle. In the light gravity it might have been possible. He was far more agile there than he would ever have been at home. But therein lay the danger. Anyhow, he had time. "I'll be back for you, Tor, as soon as it goes to cruise." "If it goes to cruise." He imagined he could hear echoes down the wide passageways, and wondered whether his best bet after he refilled his tanks was to go looking for the pilot, to get to whatever passed for a bridge on this monster, and present himself. "Hello, my name's Vinderwall, and I seem to have gotten stranded on your ship. Terribly sorry. Do you think you could take me back, or maybe drop me off somewhere convenient?" He listened to the fading conversation between Hutch and Nick, worried while Hutch fought the storm, listened to damage reports, sensors down, engine malfunction caused by overheating. He understood the futility of the search for George, of Hutch's inability to see more than a few meters, of the swirling fury of the Slurpee. Innocent name for a blizzard of that magnitude. He heard and felt the clang when she collided with a piece of ice. He started down Main Street, moving from one door to the next. He was grateful for the rings, which provided something he could hang on to. Almost an hour and a quarter later, he stumbled into the chamber that held the dome. It had slid to the left side of the room and lay braced against the wall. He hurried inside, through the airlock, and was relieved to see that it still had power. Everything not bolted down had piled up against the wall, chairs, table, food supplies, recording equipment. He turned off the suit and took a deep breath. Then he switched on the lights, dimmed them, and sat down on the deck. It was hopeless. The winds had died, and the storm collapsed. But the slurry and the snow continued to spread along the orbit the Chindi had occupied.
There was no sign of George, and there was really no easy way to stage a search. The sky was filled with slush. The Memphis used her sensors and scopes, but she was overwhelmed as the number of contacts went into the millions. Nevertheless, she kept looking. Despite what she'd told Tor about her certainty that he could not have survived, she stayed with it until well past the time when his air supply would have been exhausted. Throughout all this, Alex sat quietly beside her, her usual ebullience subdued by events and painkillers. "Breaking off the search," she told Bill and Nick at last. "I'm coming home." Nick's image disintegrated and reformed and disintegrated again. Decent reception on the lander was going to have to await repairs. "I'm sorry, Hutch," he said after long hesitation. "I know. We're all sorry." Where had she said that before? There was, she thought, no end to stupidity. She knew that the experts back home would say that data extracted from the Chindi was invaluable, that it was worth a few lives if that was what it took. She could almost hear Sylvia Virgil's brave words, "lost in the pursuit of science," or some such platitude. Virgil was always brave and eloquent in the face of other people's tragedies. Was it worth it? The toll kept getting higher. No more, she promised herself. No more. "Bill," she said, "activate the beeper." She was referring to the tracking signal on the Chindi. "We've already done that," said Bill. "It's loud and clear." Alex touched her arm. "Are you all right, Hutch?" she asked. She was fine. "Are we going to get him off?" "Yes, one way or another." Bill popped back on screen. "Ogombo's on the circuit. He wants to talk to Tor." "Tell him reception's poor." "Hutch, are you sure?" "What's the circuit time?" "Round-trip time for transmission." "About 10 minutes." "Okay, put him through to me." "Before I do—" "Yes?" "The Chindi has lifted out of orbit. We should know shortly where it's going." Mogambo's aristocratic features fought through the turbulence on her display, and it actually seemed to her that the picture improved considerably. Nothing gets in the way of this guy. "Hutchins, what is the status of the Chindi group? What is happening?" "The thing is moving out. We tried to evacuate the landing party, but we lost George. At the moment I have one with me and one stranded." She settled back to wait for the return signal. Alex gazed at the on-screen image. "He's pretty intense," she said. During a break in the storm, she saw stars, and briefly, cobalt. Then Mogambo was back. "I'm sorry to hear about George, but we have to keep our eye on the objective. It's absolutely critical that we not lose contact with the ship." His pronunciation capitalized the word. "If it gets away from us, it will be a disaster of major proportions. Not to mention, she thought, that Tor is stranded on the damned thing. My captain informs me that if it jumps, it should be possible to follow it." His picture broke up and reformed, but the audio remained steady. "Are you, in fact, able to do that?" The lander broke out of the Slurpee. She searched the skies for the Chindi. It was by then only a rapidly dimming star. "Probably," she said. "We should be able to determine where it's jumping to, and we've attached a transmitter to the hull so we can track it." She turned off the transmit and looked at Alex. "What do you think?" she asked. "Of him?" She studied the frozen image on the display. "He's very serious." "Yes, he is that." "I wouldn't want to spend a long trip cooped up with him. Give me George any time." "I'm sorry about that," Hutch said. "I know. I saw what happened. You did what you could." Her eyes were glazed, and Hutch had to listen closely to hear. "How long's it going to take to get Tor off?" "I don't know." "The air supply in the dome is dependent on power cells. Or one power cell, I don't know which." She looked worried. "He has a spare. I don't know what kind of time limit." "About 6 days to a cell," said Hutch gently. She nodded. "I'm going to sleep now, if that's okay." And she was out. Mogambo came back. "You sound uncertain about tracking the Chindi. What's the level of probability that we'll be able to find it again?" How could she know? "We don't have enough information at present, Professor. Once it jumps, we should be able to spot the destination." When he came back, he looked grim. "Hutch, I hope you understand what's at stake here. We can't afford to let this thing get away from us. I'm assuming we're still in touch with, what's his name? Canby, the artist? Anyhow, I want to be patched through to him."
"His name's Kirby," she said, "and may I ask why?" While she waited for the reply, she opened a channel to Tor. "How you doing?"
"Okay, I'm back in the dome."
She could barely hear him. "Everything all right, other than the obvious problem?"
"Everything's all right. I've got food, water, and air."
"And power's okay?"
"I've got exactly 1 day before I have to switch cells."
He went away for a moment.
22 hours, actually.
Which meant about a week total time left before power ran out. Hutch set a clock to keep track. "Okay, we're watching the Chindi. As soon as we figure out what it's doing, I'll get back to you. Meantime, Professor Mogambo wants to talk to you."
"Really? Why?"
"Don't know. Be careful what you agree to." A conversation that breaks for 10 minutes between responses takes a while. Hutch suspected that Mogambo wanted Tor to spend his remaining time doing as much exploring and reporting as possible, before he got rescued. Or his air ran out. She was close to the Memphis now. Nick came back on the circuit to try to revive her flagging spirits, and then Bill appeared in a corner of her navigation screen. "It's still accelerating," he said. Hutch wondered how long the Chindi would need to achieve jump status. The Memphis required about 40 minutes for her fusion engines to power up the Hazeltines. But the Chindi? With all that mass? Who knew? It might take a couple of days. "Do we know yet where it's going, Bill?" "I think you're going to get lucky. It looks like a local star. RK-335197. "Thank God, we can use a break." "It's going to wind up in the boondocks, though. 97 AUs from the central luminary." That was odd. "Are you sure they aren't going somewhere else? Another star farther out?" "There's nothing else along that vector, Hutch, unless it's leaving the galaxy." "How far is 97?
"Close. 42 light-years.
3 days travel time." "All right," she said. "As soon as I get back, we'll take off after it. Maybe we'll get even luckier and it's only going somewhere in this system. Have you looked into that possibility?"
"Of course."
Bill sounded miffed.
"If it's got a local target, I can't imagine what it is."
The launch doors opened for her, and she slipped in to dock. Then, taking advantage of the light gravity, she carried Alex up to her quarters and put her to bed. As soon as she got back to the bridge, they set sail after the Chindi.
"He wants me to look for a way to disable it," said Tor.
Nick snickered. "How did he want you to do that?" Hutch asked.
"Find the engine room, and carve it up with the cutter."
Signal clarity was getting weak. The Chindi was pulling away from them. "Do you know where the engine room is?"
"I have no idea. I don't think he understands how big this thing is. I'd probably need a bus to get to the engines."
"Does he realize that you could wind up blowing up the ship?"
"He doesn't think cutting a few wires or whatever would constitute a serious danger."
"Shows what he knows."
"I tried to tell him the ship's just too big to find anything like that, even if I knew where to look."
"And he said?"
"That I have an obligation to try. He says engines are big and they're at the rear, and how could I miss? Hutch—"
"It's okay, I'll talk to him."
"Whatever, I have no plans to cut wires on this thing."
"That's prudent, Tor."
"Any idea yet where I'm headed?"
"Yes, actually. If it goes where we think it will, it'll be about a 3-day flight. When it arrives, we'll be right behind it and scoop you off."
"Good," he said. "I'm counting on you."
Still, why was the Chindi so far off course? 97 AUs out from the sun? That was twice as far out as Pluto was, and then some.
"Hutch, I have calculated its jump point, assuming common Hazeltine architecture and adjusting for mass."
"When?" she asked.
8 hours, 17 minutes from now."
"Okay, Bill, thanks."
"Do you wish to coordinate our own transition with theirs?"
She thought about it and decided there was nothing to lose. "Yes, sure. We want to get this over as quickly as we can."
"Very good."
"Keep us in cruise for now." It would be accelerating away from them at a substantial rate, but there was no help for that. They'd be okay as long as they could keep it within sensor range. She signaled Nick. "You have the con."
"Me? What do I do if something happens?"
"Tell Bill to run." She went down to her quarters and began composing a message to the Academy reporting George's death.
Tor sat in the dorm and resisted calling the Memphis. He wanted very much to hear a human voice, but if he called over there, Hutch would answer up. And he wanted her to believe he was doing fine, didn't need any help to get through this, wasn't at all affected by the vast emptiness around him. He left one lamp on. He'd tried sitting in the dark, anything to conserve energy, and decided he'd lose his mind if he couldn't see. He was still trying to come to terms with the loss of George when the comlink sounded. "How you doing?" Hutch's voice, bright and optimistic. Almost. She wasn't quite actress enough to carry it off. "I'm good. Can't beat the accommodations here." Outside his windows, the chamber was, of course, pitch black, darker than he remembered. "I keep thinking about George." "Me too." Her voice caught. She took a moment. "I hope he thought it was worth it." He couldn't miss the bitterness. She was blaming him, but he let it go. "If he hadn't come aboard, hadn't made the effort, Hutch, he'd have spent the rest of his life regretting it." He thought about what he wanted to say next, hesitated, and continued. "He died doing what he wanted to do. It's probably as much as anybody can ask." "I hope," she said. "But I'm getting to a point where too many people are dying doing what they want." "Hutch, I'm sorry. For him, for you, for all of us." "I know." Her voice was softer. "The only thing I'm not sorry about is that I came. I'm glad to have been here for all this." "Experience of a lifetime." "Yes, and it's been good to see you again." "Thanks, Tor." She was having trouble keeping her voice steady. Priscilla Hutchins wasn't such a tough babe after all. "I wish things could have turned out differently, though." "Me too," she said. "I have to go. Got a few things to take care of." "Okay." "Once you make the jump, you should be in hyperspace a little less than 3 days. Assuming the same technology, you know all that." "Yes, I know." "It'll be easier to get around because you won't have to deal with the acceleration. But once you get where you're going, expect some maneuvering." "Okay." "I won't be able to talk to you while you're in the sack." "The sack?" "In hyperspace." She never missed a beat. "After you come out on the other side, it'll probably take us a while to find you." "Okay." "Maybe a couple of days. Maybe even a little longer. Solar systems tend to be big." "Take your time. I'm not going anyplace." "You're a sweetheart, Tor." And she signed off. "You're a sweetheart." It was the best he seemed able to get. He refilled his air tanks and went for a walk, leaning against the acceleration. He knew the routine on superluminals. They accelerated for 40 minutes or so, then the second set of engines would come on. You could always tell them because they had a whiny sound that you could hear throughout the ship. This thing had been running for almost 3 hours. Why hadn't it jumped? He went down a passageway he hadn't seen before, and he didn't bother to give it a designation. He opened several empty chambers before finding himself in another hologram. He was on a strip of beach with sunlight bright on the surf, but everything was frozen. Unlike the images he'd seen elsewhere on the ship, this was a still. The usual observers' chairs were there, 6 to a side. He lowered himself into one. A vaguely humanoid creature was seated on the sand. It wore no clothing that he could see, but it held a book open in long, bronze, triple-jointed fingers. Its eyes were gold, and it appeared to be distracted by the volume. It had perhaps just begun to grasp something, some salient point. Mountains rose off to his left, and a large structure with towers and catwalks, the whole lined with flags. It looked like the sort of place you took the kids when you were in a resort. Well out, on the horizon, a ship of uncertain design was passing. He had no idea what significance to draw from the scene, but he watched, glad to be in such peaceful surroundings. When he closed his eyes, he imagined he could hear the surf. Chapter 28. If wishes would carry me over the land, I would ride with free bridle today. I would greet every tree with a grasp of my hand. I would drink of each river and swim in each bay. Ralph Waldo Emerson, circa 1855. Tor. Hutch fed the signal into the console, waited for Bill to enhance. "Sorry," he said, "there's not enough." She nodded and sank back into her chair. "He can probably still hear you, though." "Tor," she said, "we're not receiving you any more. The range has opened up too much."
The Chindi moved smoothly across the overhead screen, a flattened asteroid with a long, fiery jet at its rear. "You'll be losing our signal, too, shortly, if you haven't already. Just get through the next few days. We'll be on the other side as quickly as we can." "That thing can really gallop," said Bill. "It's still pulling ahead of us." "Even though it was hauling so much mass. Any change in trajectory?" "No. It is apparently headed for 9-7. RK-335197 was a white Class F, about the dimensions of Procyon. No one had ever been there. It was known to have a planetary system with at least 2 gas giants, one roughly 30 times the mass of Jupiter. No pictures of either were on file. Seen from Gemini, it was an ordinary star, almost lost in those glittering skies. "Hutch, the Chindi is projecting a gravity field in front." "Maybe that explains how you get all that mass moving forward without burning unconscionable amounts of fuel." "Yes, it's falling." "What's the strength of the gravity field?" "I would estimate it at 0.7 Earth standard." "It's enough." Experimenters at home had worked with similar technology, but it was a solution without a problem. Ordinary fusion engines had proved themselves quite capable of reaching jump mode. Hutch remained on the bridge and watched the range between the two vessels widen. Alex was sleeping off her painkillers, but Nick stayed with her, holding up both ends of the conversation with his customary reassuring tone. When you were with Nick, you always knew things would turn out okay. "The Chindi," said Bill, "is approaching jump velocity." "Okay." 6 minutes. Assuming the calculations and estimates were correct. "We'll be making our own jump in 19 minutes. She opened a channel and gave Tor the time sequence, hoping he could hear her. She longed for a response, to be reassured that everything was okay, just to hear his voice, to know that he was properly braced somewhere so he didn't fall on his head when the Chindi went into the sack. Bill put up pictures of what he thought the 9-7 worlds would look like. One contrasted Jupiter with a supergiant, a marble against a bowling ball. Another depicted the bowling ball's orbit, a wild ellipse that ran through the outer atmosphere of the sun. "Eventually," said Bill, "it'll fall in." That was encouraging news. It suggested a reason for the Chindi's interest, and seemed to confirm the probable destination. "How long's eventually?" she asked. "We lack precise figures, Hutch, but the best estimate puts it between 17 and 20 million years." "Oh." "That must be it, then," said Nick, with a grin, seeing her face change. "Error factor of 5%. "Thanks, Bill." "It's quite all right, Hutch. I'm happy to help." Nick leaned forward expectantly. 1 minute, said Bill. The big thrusters continued to fire. She thought about Tor lost and alone somewhere in there. Hutch couldn't entirely put her resentment behind her. And yet it occurred to her that, had Tor hung back and let George and Alex go over alone, she'd have thought less of him. She waited from moment to moment to see the Chindi vanish in a spray of light. But it didn't happen. "It may be any of a number of things," said Bill. "All that mass, different engine architecture, possibly even a non-Hazeltine jump mode." It kept accelerating. "Do you think it refuels at every stop?" asked Nick. Hutch didn't know. She had no experience with anything remotely this massive. "I hope," Nick said, "that the thing stops long enough for us to catch it when it gets to 9-7. Bill came back on screen. "They are still accelerating. Constant rate. Memphis jump in 12 minutes. Proceed?" "Yes. To do otherwise would waste a potload of fuel and require her to start the entire process over. We'll meet them at 9-7. "It may be that there is validity to Wilbur's proposition." "Which says?" "Given mass beyond approximately 200,000 tons, the power requirements for Hazeltine propulsion increase dramatically. I need not point out that the asteroid exceeds that limit. I would add that the proposition has never been tested, and is disputed by many." "What would be the practical effect?" "They'd need a considerably higher power input than we do, far more than would be proportional to their size. I can do the calculations if you like." "Please." She sent another transmission to Tor. "Cancel my last message. No jump for Chindi on schedule.
We now think it may take longer because of the added mass. No need to worry. Hutch, we have incoming from the Longworth, Professor Mogambo. But it wasn't Mogambo. A young blonde aide appeared. "One moment, Captain," she said. The delay was down to less than a minute. "I'll let him know you're on the circuit." Nick smiled. "He's reminding you who's in charge." There'd been a time when Hutch had no patience with such games, but that was long ago. She wondered what it said about her character that she'd learned to tolerate arrogance on a fairly wide scale. The blonde walked off, and Hutch was left looking at a communication station. Eventually Mogambo strolled on stage, apparently in the middle of a conversation with someone she couldn't see. He held up a hand, begging her patience, while the conversation continued. Finally he turned to her and activated the sound. "Sorry, Hutch," he said. "We've gotten busy." He was looking down at her from a wide overhead screen. She switched him to the navigational auxiliary at her right hand. "Has it worked?" he asked. "You're asking me whether Tor took a wrench to the Chindi's engines?" After the delay, "Well, not precisely, but I wanted him to show some ingenuity. I'm sure if I were over there I'd find a way to slow it down." "Or blow it up." "It's not a practical option, Doctor." He nodded. "You may be right, Hutch. It's hard to know what we should do in the circumstance, isn't it?" He gazed out of the screen at her. "I know you're concerned about your passenger, and I hope we succeed in getting him off. But if we lose the artifact—" He squeezed his eyes shut, and she was startled to see a tear start from his left eye. He tried surreptitiously to wipe it away, but knew he'd been caught. "Thanks, Hutch," he said. "I know you'll do what you can." "Hutch," said Bill, 2 minutes to jump. The Chindi is now passing .01C, 1% of light speed." "Not good," said Hutch. Nick held up his hands. "Oh, let's not get excited. Everything's going to be fine." "Why isn't it good?" he asked. "It's now moving faster than we can." "How do you mean? We can travel between Earth and Alpha Centauri in 20 minutes. "Not exactly. But in any case, Nick, we don't move very quickly. We jump into a subway in one place and jump out at another, but where flights through normal space are concerned, we aren't very fast." "You're telling me we can't catch up to it if we have to?" "You got it." "Then, even if the Chindi started cruising now, we couldn't get Tor out?" "Correct." "Hutch," said Bill, "if the Wilbur proposition is correct, and my estimates of Chindi mass are accurate, it will require a velocity of .02773C to make its jump." "That would be moving along almost 3 times its current velocity." "Okay, Bill," she said. Nick frowned. The hearty confidence of the first few hours was gone. "I guess," he said, "there's a lot to be said for Wilbur." They were down to 30 seconds. Hutch went back to Tor. "We're about to make our jump, Tor. It looks as if it might take another day or so before the Chindi follows. Got that? Another day or so. The ship's massive, operates differently from the way we do. You just have to ride it out. So you won't hear from us again until you're on the other side. We'll be waiting for you." Tor heard the transmission as he was getting ready to retire for the night. It was annoying because it meant at least an extra day before they could get him out of this tomb. The pocket dome had changed in some subtle way. It wasn't simply that he was alone in it, that George was dead and Alex gone, but the interior itself had grown smaller, unbending, more oppressive. Whereas it had once been noisy and cheerful and optimistic, it now seemed that any sound he might make could attract unwelcome attention. The passageways and the endless chambers spread out around him, and when he dared to think of it, for more than 100 levels below him, and overwhelmed him with their sheer emptiness. He no longer thought of them as Main Street and Barbara Street, as 3rd or 11th. They were alien again, empty, silent, dark, and identical. It struck him that the only differentiated feature they'd discovered in the entire complex, and they'd walked, it seemed, countless kilometers, was the ditch. Although Tor was stranded in an environment in which there were no nights or days, his metabolism kept track for him.
That first evening he had braced his makeshift bed against the rear wall and retired into it, turned off the lights, and lay looking up into the dark. In all that vast place, it seemed to him nothing moved. Later he woke with a sense that something had disturbed him. He switched on the light and lay in its soft glow, trying to fathom what had caught his attention. There was no noise. Nothing moved in the dark chamber that constituted the world outside the dome. Everything inside remained where he had left it. The status lamp glowed cheerfully, indicating the power level was where it was supposed to be. Must have been his imagination. He rolled over and pressed a palm against the wall, then against the deck. The vibrations had stopped. The engines were off at last, and the Chindi finally had gone into cruise mode. Cruise mode? But Hazeltines always feed off the main engines. You don't shut them down before a jump. What was going on? He opened a channel on his comlink. Hutch was gone, but there was a chance that Mogambo had arrived in the neighborhood. "Longworth," he said, "are you out there anywhere?" The silence rolled back. "Anybody?" He'd brought a sketch-pad, which he set up outside the chamber, and he began finally to try to capture the essence of the situation. The rock and the metal doors, the sense of absolutely nothing out beyond the fading light, as if one could walk down the corridor and stroll into oblivion. Yes, he thought, capturing the shadows. And the unimaginable mass that held the darkness together. And George's ghost, caught here forever. He listened, imagining he could hear distant footsteps. He worked until he got hungry. Then he went inside and ate too much. 2 chicken sandwiches and some donut holes. Before he went back out, he changed the power cell. The flight to RK-335197 ran a little more than 3 days. It was a quiet time. Alex joined them on the bridge, and that became the place where all 3 hung out, except during meals. Mission Control was empty now, a place of echoes and shadows. There were no more games and no more sims. Nobody had much appetite, and even Nick found it difficult to remain cheerful. It wasn't that they feared for Tor. Everyone was convinced that the Chindi would arrive more or less on schedule, and they'd have no trouble mounting a rescue. But the loss of George had taken the heart out of them. There'd been a time when Hutch would have blamed herself for the series of catastrophes, but she'd learned that there were limits to what she could do. If people wouldn't listen... Still, it seemed as if she might have made a stronger case, maybe even called George's bluff to take over the Memphis. They'd lost Preach and his passengers on the Condor. They'd lost Kurt on the Windy. They'd lost Pete and Herman on Paradise, and they'd lost George on the Chindi. Was it worth it? To the people who write the history books, and probably to the species as a whole, the answer was yes. The discoveries that would come out of this were going to be far-reaching. The human race would never again look at the stars in quite the same way. But she, personally, would gladly have returned it all, wrapped it up and sent it on its way, if by so doing she could have Preach and George and the others back. During the nights she wandered through the Memphis, padding quietly between her quarters and the bridge, where Bill maintained a discreet silence. The others were adrift, too. She heard them sometimes in the small hours, Nick looking for a place to read that was less confining than his compartment, or maybe less lonely, where there was a chance of meeting someone, and Alex, who could be heard occasionally crying in the early morning hours. Mogambo was a tower of frustration. The Longworth was just approaching the twins, and the Fox, as he thought of the giant vessel, was on the run. He told Hutch that he'd considered changing course, making directly for 9-7, but he wanted to see the retreat, which at least wasn't going anywhere. He directed her to inform him as soon as she'd established the object's presence, and he would come immediately. "But don't put anybody else aboard it,"
he said sternly. "Rescue your man, but otherwise leave it. It's too valuable to have people running around inside." She also received a long message from Sylvia Virgil, congratulating her on the various discoveries and exhorting her to protect her passengers. Remaining passengers, she thought. They're not used to the dangers of field work, and we don't want to lose any more of them. Not after everything that's gone on already. People would start to think we can't take care of our clients. She reminded her that Mogamba would take over the operation on his arrival. Hutch should do everything in her power to assist him, and she finished by assuring her that she would not be forgotten when all this was over. That was precisely what worried Hutch most at the moment. Virgil informed her, almost by the way, that their discoveries had ignited a worldwide sensation. Included in the transmission were a number of panels, news shows, and commentaries, discussing the discoveries and their impact. The director included an intercept package from the Chindi net, which was the term given by the media to the series of stealth world-to-world relays. Some were believed to date back a few centuries, although they were live signals. Everyone, she said, had been overwhelmed by the pictures from a place with no known name, which contained hauntingly beautiful images of a crystal city gleaming in sunlight, built into the crags overlooking a misty sea. The prominent CBY analyst, Creighton Wolford, was proclaiming that humans, after several false starts, would finally have to give up their quaint notion that they were at the center of the universe. Tyros Fleming thought we would find technological marvels inside the Chindi. They were using the term, which appealed, it seemed, to everyone's instincts for a foray into the supernatural. It was likely, he thought, that any living civilization we encountered would be far older than we, perhaps by millions of years. Chindi technology, according to the New York Times, would be applied to the way everyone lived. Within a few years, it went on, we would not recognize our civilization. The Castle report noted claims from inside sources that no one had been found on board the Chindi, but that the mission had already learned how to operate its engines, and that it was bringing the giant ship back to Earth orbit. Nobody believed official denials. Virgil herself looked suspicious. "There's nothing to this story, right? Please send assurances." A rumor had gotten loose that something terrifying had been found on board the Chindi, and that a second mission, composed of military units, had been sent out to attack the alien ship with nuclear missiles. Some politicians were promising that the Chindi would not be allowed near Earth. Others were assuring everyone there was nothing to worry about. One story even had it that the original crew of the Chindi had been found dead of a mysterious and virulent plague, and that the giant ship, as well as George Hockelman's mission, had been quarantined. She reminded Hutch that a UNN media team was en route from Outpost and had probably already arrived at Gemini. Hutch would be sure to make her people available for interviews. There was also a packet of personal mail, which she duly distributed. There were several messages for George. Tor had 14. There was no junk mail. Interstellar communication was too expensive. These would all be personal or professional correspondence. She relayed them to his mailbox, where they would await his return. Alex received an invitation to speak to a Parisian working group on a date she couldn't possibly make. The fee was generous, and the exposure would be helpful, but she remained philosophical. "I'm alive," she said. "If this mission does nothing else, it's given me some perspective on my priorities." There were only a few pieces for Hutch. A commission was being assembled to look into the loss of the Windy J. That was routine, and she'd been expecting it. Since she'd been on hand, they'd want her to testify. Her mother had read the mission had taken casualties and urged her to be careful. A couple of former male companions took advantage of the opportunity to say hello and wish her well. Omega Styling, the last word in fashions, offered her a lucrative endorsement contract, and someone who was writing a book on the Chindi wanted to interview her at the earliest possible moment. He, too, was on his way to Gemini, although he didn't say how or when he'd arrive. They emerged in the 9-7 system on the third day after making their jump into the sack. Tor's clock showed 4 days, 22 hours remaining. Hutch's first act was to ask Bill whether he was picking up any stray signals.
It was unlikely that the Chindi could have beaten them there, since theory dictated that all vehicles moving through hyperspace traveled at the same velocity relative to the standard space-time continuum. But that was theory. And if the Chindi actually possessed advanced technology, who knew what they might be capable of doing? In any case, Bill replied as expected, "We are not receiving anything from our transmitter." Then he appeared on screen, up close, eyes intense. "But we are getting a distress call." Nick rolled his eyes. "Bill's having a breakdown," he said. They were 100 light-years outside the bubble, in a place nobody had ever gone before. "Bill, how would you know it's a distress call?" she asked. He appeared across the room, a VR version, white slacks, navy blue shirt, anchor on the breast pocket. "It's in English," he said. Chapter 29. "Bless me, how little you look. So shall we all look kings and kaisers, stripped for the last voyage?" Charles Lamb, To the Shade of Elliston, 1831. Maurice Mogambo stepped out of the lander, took a few steps, and stopped to gaze at the retreat. The oculus window gave it a kind of surprised look. "How good to see you, Maurice. Nice of you to come by. We don't get visitors here very often." "And yes, it's true, that other group that was here earlier was right. I served as a refuge for 2 remarkable entities. They worked and studied here, and lived their lives undistracted by the routines you have to deal with. No bureaucracies, no competing specialists, no petty jealousies. Socrates would have been at home here." The delegation that had accompanied him was spilling out across the shelf. Some had already surrounded the other lander. Martinson was on its ladder, and poking his head inside. Shusey was gazing over the edge of the precipice. Hawkins was kneeling, chipping off a rock sample. Alvarez was taking pictures, recording every step of the inspection. He was suddenly aware that Chardin was standing beside him, but Chardin understood this was not a time for idle conversation, and so he stayed a few paces to the rear, allowing Mogambo to absorb the moment. It was, of course, the climax of a life already rich in achievement. His only regret was that he had not been first. But he felt a tinge of guilt, and knew it was an unworthy sentiment, wishing for primacy in a place that seemed almost sacred. He was about to go inside when John Yurkovich, the Longworth's captain, buzzed him. "Maurice," he said, "we've completed the sweep of the other moons." Mogambo shook away the irritation he felt at being disturbed. Then he had to run the captain's comment through a second time to extract its meaning. Damn, he knew what the result would be, but he had to be certain. "And is there anything of interest?" "No, Professor, there's nothing." "What about the Memphis? Have we heard from Hutchins?" "The Memphis should be arriving about now at 9/7, but we haven't heard from them yet. Do you wish me to contact them?" "No. We have our plate full here at the moment, John. I'm sure they'll let us know when they have something to report." Mogambo turned his attention back to the alien structure. It was, he thought, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. In English. "Yes, they identify themselves as Venture SL002, voice only." "Venture?" Nick's eyes went wide. "That's not—" "Bill, put it on audio." "Please assist. Vicinity SEPC 6A1193 KKM. "Registry number is correct," said the AI. "There has only been one vessel with that name." "What's SEPC, etc.? "It's the designation for 9/7 in the Pandel-Corbin star catalogue, which would have been in use at the time the Venture was lost." Something cold gripped her heart. The Venture was the second ship to attempt superluminal travel. After the Terra had made its historic journey to Alpha Centauri 42 years before, the Venture had embarked on a flight to Wolf 359, carrying with it a crew of 4, a team of scientists, and an NAU senator. It had never been heard from again. A search of the area around Wolf 359 had revealed no evidence that it had ever arrived, and its disappearance became one of the enduring mysteries of the age. The common wisdom held that its drive, which was by modern standards primitive,
had failed after it made its jump into the sack, and that it had been lost in hyperspace. As a result of the Venture experience, Hazeltine engines had been modified. Now, if a failure was imminent, the system immediately took the vessel back into standard space. That sort of unscheduled and unexpected jump had occurred several times, and had caused a few injuries, but no ship since the Venture had simply vanished.
"Location?"
she asked Bill. "Pretty much on the other side of the sun," he showed her. "Solar orbit," he added, "but in a lot closer than we are."
Alex, who'd been sitting quietly through all this, leaned over and put a hand on Hutch's shoulder. "That's good news," she said. "I guess." "How could it not be?" "Alex, why do you suppose the Chindi's so far off course? What's the point of coming in way out here? Is their navigation equipment that bad? It would take months to get to the Venture from here, unless it jumps again."
Bill looked thoughtful. "Hutch," he said, "it may be that their mass renders them far more vulnerable than we are if they arrive at a site that's already occupied by a solid object. It might be that the mere existence of a small rock in their jump area could destabilize the entire ship."
"You really think so?" "I have no idea. But it is a possibility, and it explains why they would come here, rather than jumping into the inner system." "But they'd have to do a secondary jump to manage things within a reasonable time. Did they have some sort of advanced technology that would allow them to do a quick scan, make sure everything was safe, and move in closer?" "It amazes me," said Alex. "Wherever the Chindi goes, there's something unusual to look at."
Nick laughed. "Typical archaeologists. They ignore us when we show up and say hello. Their only interest
is in the dead," Alex finished. "Bill," said Hutch, "we'll do another jump. Get as close as we can, then set course for the Venture. Leave a hypercom probe here to alert us when the Chindi shows up."
Every school child knew what the Venture looked like. Small, fat vehicle that seemed to be mostly composed of rocket tubes. There were 8 of them, landers attached on both beams. In those days, an extra lander was considered an essential safety feature. There were no viewports. No transparent material that was considered adequate to the hazards of space travel had yet been developed. A World Council flag was emblazoned on the hull. And, of course, there was the historic registry number, SL-002. Second ship of its class, superluminal. What was it doing out here? It was in solar orbit, about 180 million kilometers from the sun. None of its lights was on, but an antenna was rotating slowly. 40 years, Nick said. "Another 30 or so, and its distress signal will reach outpost."
"Do we board?" asked Alex. Hutch's eyes closed. "Here we go again."
"We've time," Alex continued. "We've got nothing else to do until the Chindi gets here."
"No," she said, after long hesitation. "Let's leave them in peace."
"The Chindi won't," said Nick. "They'll insert a team, take pictures, and make off with some artifacts. That's what they do."
"It's what we do," thought Hutch.
The ancient ship occupied half a dozen screens. Hutch stared at it, at the grey hull, still polished after so many years, at the rotating antenna, at the twin landers. She'd seen a model of it on display at the Smithsonian when she'd been about 10. It had chilled her then, and it chilled her now.
"Who wants to come with me?" she asked.
Nick's leg was not going to allow him to go.
Actually, he looked relieved to have a legitimate reason to stay back. Alex volunteered, but it seemed more an act of bravado than of enthusiasm. They were learning.
"Hutch," Bill again. "There's something else out there."
The Chindi had arrived. Whatever she was going to do, she'd have to hurry. But it wasn't the Chindi. The navigation screen lit up, and she was looking at one of the bottles.
"It's in the same orbit as the Venture." "The thing's a probe," said Nick. "This is how the Chindi knows which systems are worth visiting."
"Bill," said Hutch, "the bottles that the Chindi fired off, did we track any of them headed this way?"
"For 9-7, no, Hutch. None was launched on a vector that would have brought it here, unless there was a course correction somewhere. I only tracked them a short distance. While I was watching, none of them made a jump."
Alex frowned. "That's odd," she said. "Maybe not," said Hutch. "It would have had to be launched earlier than the group we saw. Those wouldn't have had time to get here and communicate the results back. The Chindi knew where it was going before it launched its probes. I think its schedule is lined up in advance. Maybe it knows where its next 3 or 4 stops will be. By the time it's completed those, it'll have seen the results from the group we saw dispatched." But that seemed to confirm their earlier suspicion that it was possible to construct superluminal engines that were quite compact. Alex shook her head. "Too complicated for me."
"What you're saying," said Nick, "is that periodically it sends out a swarm of probes. They look at, a couple of thousand systems and send back the results. Anything that looks interesting gets a visit from the Chindi."
"That's what I think," said Hutch. "They get a visit, and if they pass muster, they get permanent observation satellites."
"The stealths," said Nick, "which also function as a communication relay. You know, we literally have an interstellar communication web."
He folded his hands together and braced his chin on them.
"Who are these people? Who's doing this?"
"Somebody with a sense of theater," said Alex. "I mean, these guys don't just record anything. They seem to be looking for dramatic stuff. Wars, religious festivals, moon landings, lost starships. Maybe even romance." Her eyes were shining. "It's as if someone didn't want anything to get lost." "I think the way it works," said Hutch, "is that the Chindi comes in, does whatever it intends to, picks up artifacts, whatever."
"But who does that?" asked Nick. "We didn't see any sign of life over there."
"It has to be automated. This is a long-term mission, centuries, if we can believe the age assigned to the satellites at Safe Harbor. So they'd have to go with machines."
"I wonder," said Bill, "if there are more of these things out there. Chindis."
The Venture departed Earth May 6th, 2182, 13 weeks after the Terra's epic-making Hazeltine flight to Alpha Centauri. Those were heady days. Suddenly, almost without warning, for almost no one had really expected the FTL system to work, the stars had opened up, and ships would be able to travel to Barnard's in half a day, to Sirius in 20 hours, to Aldebaran in less than a week, to distant Antares in less than a month. It had been the occasion for a celebrated remark by the Vice President of the North American Union that we would soon be transporting tourists to the other side of the galaxy. He seems to have been unaware that such a trip, even using Hazeltine technology, would require more than 15 years. One way. The Venture's captain was Joshua Holland, a veteran astronaut who had been with the Lance units on the first manned flight to Saturn. His crew had consisted of a navigator, an engineer, and a medical officer. The passenger list was filled out by an international team of physicists, planetologists, meteorologists, and even a contact specialist, and, of course, Senator Caswell. They were not chosen primarily for their academic credentials, as such a unit would be now. Rather, selections had been weighted toward those who'd been willing to undergo extensive physical training. Even at that stage there had no longer been a rationale for the requirement. It was left from an earlier period, when just getting into orbit could put a strain on a middle-aged body whose owner had neglected basic maintenance. Bill produced their pictures and bios. They were all relatively young. Their flight was in an age before the breakthroughs in rejuvenation therapy. 9 men, 6 women, including among their number a pair of newlyweds, all obviously delighted with their good fortune. 3 hours and 17 minutes after departure from Earth orbit, they had jumped and disappeared from history. They had FTL communication, but not the technology for communicating during hyperflight, so no one expected to hear from them until they arrived at Wolf 359. The flight should have taken 12 hours. The message announcing their arrival should have been back 47 minutes after their arrival. By the early morning hours of May 7th, the flight directors were puzzled. By dawn, they knew something had gone wrong. A third ship, the Exeter, was hurried along and launched 14 weeks later, but neither it nor any of the several flights that followed could find evidence that the Venture had ever arrived at its destination. Bill produced schematics for the Venture. They weren't complete, and Hutch wasn't especially familiar with the technology. What she most needed was a couple of disks that would be compatible with its operating systems. "I'm sorry," Bill told her, "but we lack the capability to produce them." "Let me know," Hutch told him when she was ready to go, "as soon as the Chindi shows up." "I am not only listening for the beeper," said Bill, "but I've activated the long-range sweep as well. We will have plenty of advance notice." Good. The rescue plan was simple enough. The Chindi would have to go into a parallel orbit to begin its examination of the venture. When it did so, the Memphis would launch the shuttle and pick up Tor. Simple. Once he was off, Hutch would turn the Chindi and the retreat and the venture and everything else over to Mogambo and head home. It was a good feeling, knowing it was almost over. She and Alex pulled on grip shoes, tested their e-suits, and got into the lander. Hutch ran through her checklist and certified that they were ready for flight. The doors opened, lights went out, and they slid into the night. The venture was still pressurized. Alex watched Hutch remove a panel beside the airlock and open up manually. They passed through into the interior. "Air in here's no good, Alex," she said, warning her not to shut off her suit. Alex had studied the layout of the venture. She knew that the airlock opened into a common room, a chamber large enough to accommodate everybody. It was to have been a dining area, meeting room, and social center. When the hatch cycled open, something moved in the dark interior. Alex jumped and literally came off the deck and crashed into a bulkhead. Hutch, equally startled, fell back into the lock. When the beam from Hutch's lamp revealed what had happened, Alex got a second scare. They were face to face with a corpse. It was afloat in the room, and apparently had reacted to air currents generated by opening hatches. It was mummified, its features so far dissolved that she couldn't be sure whether it had been male or female. Hutch pointed at a second one, which had drifted into a corner. Alex fought a sudden urge to bring up her lunch. She'd known before coming over that there would be bodies on the spacecraft, but she hadn't thought it out, had expected them to be lying about. She tried to concentrate on details. Their names, get their names. Both bodies were in jumpsuits, and their name patches were clear. Saperstein and Chauveau. She checked her list. A physicist from Bremerhaven, and a biologist from Marseille. Male and female. 25 and 26 at the time of their deaths. "What happened here?" said Hutch. Her voice sounded a few decibels higher than normal. There were more corpses. 3 in the galley, 3 in cargo, several in the living compartments. Alex wondered what had killed them. Had they simply run out of air? Hutch seemed to know where she wanted to go, and Alex stayed close. Her ankle was still a problem, but only if she lost track of what she was doing and forgot not to push off on it. Nick's voice crackled over the comlink, asking what they had found. Hutch told him. "Must have been a major mechanical malfunction," she added. Alex was still concentrating on thinking about other things. Nick back in the Memphis. The audience reaction at the conclusion of opening night for Grin and Bear It. A prop handler who'd been the most torrid sexual partner she'd had in years. "You okay?" asked Hutch. "I'm fine." She was suddenly aware she was standing with her arms folded across her breast, as if she were fending something off. "Place is a little creepy, but I'm all right." "You want to go back?" "No, not unless you do." Hutch indicated a hatch in the overhead. "Bridge is that way," she said. "You first." Alex tried to sound light-hearted. Hutch released her grip shoes and floated up, opened the hatch after a brief struggle, and disappeared. "No ladder," Alex commented. "They didn't have artificial gravity." There were 4 more corpses. Alex imagined she could smell them, and that, too, she had to push out of her mind. Hutch threaded her way among them and leaned over a console. She touched the keys, and Alex was surprised to see a row of lamps blink on. "Power's residual," said Hutch. "The venture won't be going anywhere for a while." "Can you tell what caused this?" "No idea." "How about asking the AI?" Her fingers were moving across the keyboard, but nothing much seemed to be happening. "It's defunct." A green glow appeared. "But we've got a log." "You can read it?" "Don't know. We don't seem to have enough power to turn on a screen." She looked around the console, found a small storage compartment, opened it, and extracted 2 disks. "I never saw one like that before," said Alex. "Bill doesn't think it'll still hold data, but we can try." She looked for a slot, found it, inserted one of the discs. More lamps came on. Hutch produced a power core, which she'd apparently brought from the Memphis, and connected it. The system clicked and sputtered and wheezed and stopped. She reset and tried again. It took several attempts before she looked satisfied. "Are you copying the log?" Alex asked. "Yes, I think we're in business." She extracted the disk and put it in her pocket. "Let's try some diagnostics." She pulled the jack on the core, moved one of the corpses out of the way, slipped into a seat in front of what appeared to be the captain's console, buckled herself down so she wouldn't float off, and reconnected her power source. "Will we be able to read the log when we get back to the Memphis?" Alex asked. "We can probably jury-rig something." She searched the instrument panel, found what she was looking for, and inserted the second disk. "You couldn't get the same information?" Alex asked. "From the other position?" "If I knew what I was doing." She threw switches and pressed pads, and the console came to life. She studied it, spoke to it, gave up, and tapped the keyboard. A computer display came to life. A parade of images began. "It wasn't the engines," she said finally. "They're okay, both sets." This bridge felt claustrophobic. The lack of a viewport, of a way to see outside, compounded by the darkness and the presence of the things, one could hardly call them bodies, squeezed her lungs. She held on to the back of the chair that Hutch was using and felt the room move around her. It wasn't the fuel, and apparently not the reactor. Alex was concentrating on trying to breathe normally. She turned her suit temperature down and felt better as soon as the cool air hit. Looking for something to distract her, she turned her lamp toward the rear of the bridge. There was an open hatch, and she recalled from the schematic that there were more living quarters and a common room back there. Without letting go of Hutch's chair, she pointed her lamp toward it and saw more moving shadows. "Hull integrity's okay." Hutch sounded puzzled. "Got to be something," said Alex, who was wishing Hutch would get her answer so they could clear out. The pilot stiffened. "Now this I don't understand at all." Her tone was disquieting. "What's that?" Alex asked. "The hypercom checks out." Alex needed a moment to understand. The hypercom was the FTL communication system. If it was okay, and they'd gotten stranded out here, all they had to do was call for help. But they never used it, did they? No, they used the radio instead. The crew had to know that a radio distress call could never arrive back home during their lifetimes. "Makes no sense," Alex said. Hutch was running another diagnostic. A red lamp began to burn brightly. "It wouldn't work now," she said. "The ship doesn't have enough power to support it, but it would have worked 40 years ago. Why didn't they use it?" She moved methodically through the venture, recording everything. Alex pursued the assignment she'd given herself, committing the images and sensations to memory, knowing that one day she would relay them in one form or another to an audience. She even had a title. "Everything's under control now." "Shouldn't we recover the bodies?" she asked reluctantly. "Before the Chindi gets here?" Hutch nodded. They brought out 19 corpses in 3 loads with the lander and stowed them in the cargo section freezer. Nick couldn't help, but Alex made all 3 trips, sitting quietly beside the pilot. On the Memphis, Bill turned off the artificial gravity, and they brought in the bagged remains quite easily. Hutch seemed to get through it okay, although her eyes looked a bit strange afterward. She went below for a while and left Alex and Nick to have lunch. But Alex had no appetite, and she satisfied herself with a glass of orange juice while Nick ate his way through a couple of roast beef sandwiches and commented about how gratified he was that the passengers and crew of the Venture would finally get proper disposition. "It's a terrible thing," he said, "when people die in out-of-the-way places and their families are left to wonder what happened. The consolation of a final ceremony is a very important part of closing the book on a life, of giving their loved ones a chance to move on." He looked at her, and she smiled weakly at him. One of the great funeral directors of our time, as he'd occasionally referred to himself. "Even now, so many years later, it'll help the surviving families bringing the remains back." He turned a somber gaze in her direction.
Did you know that every intelligent species for which we have a record engaged in memorial services, funerals, for its dead? Other than the development of religion and tribes, the farewell ceremony seems to be the only true sociological universal.
Hutch came back wearing a wide smile and holding a standard disc. "I think we're ready," she said. They went into the room no one thought of as mission control anymore, and Hutch inserted the disc into a reader. A couple of screens lit up, and Alex found herself looking at portraits and biographical information on one, and launch data, passenger lists, inventories, and system status reports on the other. It was all dated May 6th, 2182. Departure from the Liberty space station, long since replaced by the wheel, would occur later that morning after a virtual rendition by the Peabody, Nebraska Volunteers High School Band, a few speeches, and a tribute to Senator Edith Caswell, the first senator to the stars. Captain Holland noted that they had everything except fireworks. Hutch fast-forwarded through the ceremony. Senator Caswell, dark-haired, attractive, eyes glowing with enthusiasm for the coming adventure, came on board, everyone shook hands, and while the band played a stirring rendition of the Jupiter Symphony, the Venture eased away from the space station. Transition to hyperspace occurred smoothly a few hours later, with only a few passengers reporting upset stomachs. Hull-mounted imagers were turned on, and passengers and crew got their first look at the sack, the hyper-dimensional mist through which the ship had to pass, in a casual glide en route to Wolf 359. 6 hours after transition, halfway to their destination, the upset stomachs grew worse, and spread to others. The captain recorded the names of those affected in the medical log, and noted that they were being treated. It was the last entry.
"That wasn't very helpful," said Nick.
Alex stared at the disc which Hutch had removed from the reader.
"You sure that's all?"
she said. "That's what the computer says." Nick shook his head.
"Sounds like food poisoning, or something in the water."
Hutch put the disc away. "Maybe there'll be something in the other records," she said. She was frowning. "Something wrong, Hutch?" asked Alex. "We've been here about 30 hours. The others understood the point. Where was the Chindi? Mogambo stood quietly over the two graves.
"What I would not give to have known you, to have been able to speak with you. The library will be a poor substitute."
Inside, his people were busy doing analysis, trying to understand the language of the books. He was reminded of their presence by the occasional little they could see of changes in the illumination that fell into the courtyard. But they were peripheral, shadows at the edge of vision, images not quite grasped. They were good people, basically, but they were Philistines. Hodge had even wanted to dig up the graves. Eventually, he knew, it would come to that, but not now, not while he was here. He had spent hours simply wandering through the retreat, absorbing it, standing in the cupola while the two great planets moved majestically about each other, gradually changing places, the rings seeming to tilt first toward him and then away as vertical moved in its orbit. It was hard not to see the hand of an artist at work. He knew better, of course, knew that the universe was a machine, that everything, well, almost everything, could be explained by the presence of gravity and hydrogen, weak force and strong force. And yet... His wrist tingled. Incoming from the captain.
"Yes, John, what is it?"
"Professor, we received a request from the Memphis a little while ago. They wanted us to check to see whether the Chindi was still running on course."
"You mean they don't think it's jumped yet?"
"They don't know. It's clear from the message that it hasn't arrived out at 9-7.
"Well, what's the situation, John? Has it gone into hyperspace yet? I take it we don't know."
"No, sir. We can't tell from here. It's too far out. With your permission, I'm going to go have a look."
"How long will you need?"
"Only a few hours."
"Yes," he said. "Do it."
Like Hutch, Mogambo had no way to penetrate the books. He wandered through the retreat, touching the open volumes, brushing his fingertips along the spines of the volumes on the shelves.
Those hours brought a mixture of pleasure and longing, of exquisite pain, quite unlike anything he'd experienced before during a long and eventful life. His subordinates were already laying plans, determining how best to move the structure and its contents back to Arlington. He disapproved of the idea, and had already fired off a message to Sylvia telling her how wrong-headed the plan was. He hadn't realized until he'd arrived on the scene that the retreat and its environment were what mattered, that it wasn't possible to move it back to Virginia, that the essence was here and that it needed to be left here. And damn the inconvenience to anybody who didn't want to make the trip. It seemed as if Yurkovich had barely left when he was back on the circuit. "It's still out there," he said. "It hasn't jumped yet?" "No." "I don't understand that at all. Well, have you informed Hutchins?" "Yes, sir. Sent the message out a few minutes ago." "What's it doing, the Chindi?" "That's what amazes me. It's up to a quarter C. That doesn't seem possible." "I would certainly think not. It's not still accelerating, is it?" "No, it's in cruise." Mogambo sighed. A quarter light speed, and in cruise. Did that mean what he thought it did? How could they possibly have been so wrong? "Are you okay, Professor?" "Yes," he said. "I'm fine." But he suspected he would never, in this lifetime, set foot on the Chindi. After she sent off her message to the Longworth asking for a sensor sweep, Hutch settled down to wait through a long and increasingly discouraging evening. The Chindi had to be coming. The bottle satellite, the marker, was here. The Venture was here. Where else could it be going? If it was operating with Hazeltine technology, it had to make the transition into hyperspace within a reasonable time after achieving jump velocity, whatever that might be for a ship so massive. Reasonable was defined by the capability of the vessel to go on burning fuel in order to maintain acceleration after it was no longer necessary. Nick had dozed off in his chair. Alex was reading when Bill notified her that a transmission had come in from the Longworth. "From Captain Yurkovich." "Hold your breath, Alex," she said. "Let's see what the good captain has to say." Yurkovich was a big, ruddy man, a bit rough around the edges compared with most of the superluminal captains. He'd been around a long time and had done a brief stint with the Academy when they first went out to Pinnacle. "Hutch," he said, "it's still out there. It's at the limit of our long-range sensors, but it's there." He looked both relieved and worried. "Thank God we haven't lost it altogether. It's 323 AUs from Gemini, moving at 0.26C. I say again, 0.26C. In cruise. I doubt it could jump now if it wanted to." In cruise. No longer accelerating. When the transmission ended, when the screen had gone back to the Memphis icon, she looked hard at Hutch. "How bad is it?" she asked carefully. They'd missed the obvious. My God, a quarter light speed. Tor was dead. How could they not have known what was happening? "Isn't it coming?" Alex asked. "It's coming," she said. Nick stirred, but didn't wake. "But it's going to be later than we expected." "How much later?" "I don't know. Maybe 2 centuries. Chapter 30. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. Samuel T. Coleridge, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, 4, 1798. Tor's condition had deteriorated from nervousness to dismay to despair. To give him his due, he was not only afraid for himself, but a grim conviction crept over him that something terrible had happened to the Memphis. Maybe another of those ship-eating gadgets that had jumped the Windy, or maybe they'd never gotten out of the Slurpee. It was distinctly possible they were all dead. That Hutch was lost among them. What else could explain their silence? The days passed, and the Chindi floated quietly among the stars, where anyone who happened to be in the neighborhood could easily collect him, but no one came. He could go outside now that the ship had stopped, or seemed to have stopped, and often did. He wandered across the bare rock, searching the stars for moving lights, asking his comlink why someone, somewhere, didn't answer up. Even if something had gone wrong on the Memphis, Mogombo was out there somewhere, and Mogombo knew he needed rescuing. He ate well. There was plenty of food and no reason to ration. His power supply would last only a few more days. If that ran out before Hutch, or somebody, got to him, life support would fail. He'd then have only the 6-hour supply in his air tanks. The ready meals prepared for Academy personnel were not at all bad as field rations went, and he enjoyed mandarin steak and meatloaf, chicken teriyaki, and Gulliver stew. He had BLTs and pork sandwiches, and he drank too much wine. Several times he started a journal, determined to leave a final record for whoever eventually showed up. The long nights without rescue, without any reasonable explanation why no rescue came, began to wear him down. He was inclined to conclude that he would die there, that he should make his peace with his Creator. So he wrote, and he drew. The entries, reviewed each morning, he insisted on maintaining the diurnal standard in this timeless place, invariably sounded angry and bitter. It wasn't the tone he wanted to convey, but it was hard to pretend to be cheerful. His sketches, he thought, captured the ghostly chambers and the empty doorways. He gave humanity to the werewolf and compassion to the war between the airships. If the worst had happened, if the Memphis had indeed been lost, Mogombo and the Longworth knew about his predicament. Last he'd heard, Mogombo had been approaching the twins. That put him out of radio range. He looked at the relay transmitter and wished he'd learned something about electronics. The device was capable of putting out a long-range signal, but the Chindi had to complete its jump first to arm it, or whatever the proper term might be. It wouldn't start transmitting until it had reached its destination. Maybe Mogombo thought Hutch had already taken him off. Who knew? Certainly no one was telling him anything. So he waited, hoping to hear Hutch on the link. Somebody on the link. Anybody? He'd read somewhere that banks and churches and corporate headquarters and other public buildings were designed to large scale, with thick columns and high arches and vaulted ceilings, because it induced a sense of insignificance in the individual. One could not help feeling humble walking up the broad stone steps of the Amalgamated Transportation Corporation, Limited, in London. The endless passageways of the Chindi had the same effect. He was of no consequence to the ship, its designers, its operators, or its mission. Like the greater universe outside, it was not at all mindful of him. He could even play vandal if he liked and do a little damage. But it would be very little. No one would notice, and in the end the ship's sheer impassiveness would overwhelm him. He would have slept out among the stars had it been possible, but the 6-hour limitations of his air tanks kept him anchored to the base. So it occurred to him finally that being several kilometers from the exit hatch wasn't a good idea. He deflated the dome and moved it to Main Street and set it back up in the passageway almost directly under the exit. He needed several trips to transport the supplies and gear and air and water tanks, but when it was finished he looked at it with a sense of satisfaction. He liked the exit hatch. Not only did being near it give him his best possible chance to get through this, but he also slept better, knowing the way out was just a few steps away. Chapter 31. I love thee with a love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with a breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Sonnets from the Portuguese, 1847. They were accelerating toward jump. Where we went wrong, said Hutch, was assuming, because it traveled between the stars, that it had FTL technology. All right, Alex said. So it's slower than we thought. Why is that a problem? I thought all we needed was for the Chindi to settle into cruise, which it has done. Why don't we just go back and take him off? What's changed? Nick was looking from Alex to Hutch. It kept accelerating, Hutch said. We assumed a few hours, maybe a bit more. But it kept going for several days. It's cruising now, but it's moving so quickly we can't catch it, so we can't put anyone aboard, or take anyone off. Alex felt angry, desperate, cheated. Someone had changed the rules. "How is that possible?" she demanded. "If it's slower than light, why can't we catch it? I mean, compared to us, it's just tottering along, right? What am I missing?" Hutch shook her head. "Alex," she said, "we can get from one place to another a lot quicker than the Chindi can. But that's not the same thing as saying we're faster, not in the common use of the word." Nick was nodding, as if he'd already figured it out. "Can't we take a shortcut to get in front of him?" Him, not it. "Sure, but it wouldn't do any good. All we'd be able to do is wave as he went by." Hutch looked at Nick, and a signal of recognition passed between them. It was an irritating moment, the two of them telling each other, "Be gentle with her. This is a bad time. She's not used to this, you know. Not very much able to withstand this kind of news. We made the wrong assumption. We should have realized that the thing didn't have FTL technology." "How should we have done that?" Alex asked quietly. "Its propulsion system. If we'd thought about it at all, we'd have figured out that a superluminal had no use for anything as advanced as gravity projection. It's like putting a paddle in a jet boat." Alex felt the world closing down. Tor was there, but they couldn't get to him. Was that really possible? She stared out of the Venture, drifting a few hundred meters away. It was bright and polished in the light of the sun. "Well," said Nick, "I guess that explains why the Chindi's course for 9-7 put it out in the woods." Hutch's usual supply of high energy seemed to have abandoned her. She looked exhausted, depleted. "I think you're right, Nick," she said after a long hesitation, as if she'd had to give serious thought to the comment. "The course is aimed at the place where 9-7 will be in a couple 100 years." "So what do we do now?" asked Alex. Nick's leg was propped up in front of him. He tried to move it, to get more comfortable. "It seems as if there should be some way to do this," he said. "What about the Longworth?" asked Alex. "Maybe it's fast enough." "No, we're talking a quarter light speed. Nothing we have can get close to that kind of velocity." Alex refused to accept it. "Why?" she demanded. "What limits our speed? How fast can we go?" "We can get up to about 0.03. Maybe a little faster if we have to." "What stops us from doing better? I mean, all we have to do is keep accelerating for several days, like the Chindi, right?" "We'd have to do it in stages, or the engines would burn out. But the problem is that we'd run out of fuel long before we got anywhere close. That's what limits us to 0.03. Alex was thinking bitterly that at least the Chindi wouldn't get completely away. It'd be hanging out there for a long time to come. But they'd apparently have to build a special kind of ship to catch it. "I might have an idea," Nick said. "How about if we try a booster?" "How do you mean?" "Can these ships refuel each other in flight?" "If need be, yes." "Okay. Suppose we and the Longworth both went back to Autumn and filled up the tanks again. Then we jump out in front of the thing. Accelerate to the best speed we can make. Except that when the tanks are half empty, the Longworth gives us everything it has. That, I assume, leaves them with no power, but we can keep going. Would that work?" Hutch shook her head. "They're big enough to refill our tanks. Now we're at 0.06, she said. A quarter of the way there." Hutch told herself to calm down, relax. There was no way to help Tor, if she took to running around in a panic. The possibility of using a booster had been her first thought. There were reports of a second Academy ship due in the area shortly, and the UNN vessel was coming. But even with 4 ships refueling each other, they couldn't get close. They'd need a fleet to get somebody up to Chindi velocity. Tor was down to 3 days, 6 hours. The Memphis was going to need most of that just to get back to Gemini. Another possibility was to try to break through to whatever intelligence was controlling the Chindi and enlist its aid. But even if she could do that, she would have to solve the language barrier and make the problem clear. There just wouldn't be time. Think, Hutchins. First things first. Was there a way to communicate? The Chindi had to know Tor was on board. Its robots had seen him. If it knew he was in trouble, might it attempt in some way to assist? She called to Bill. "Put us back along the Chindi's course. I want to be 2 hours in front of it when we get there." "And what are we going to do?" asked Bill. "Wave as it goes by?" "At the very least, we'll have a chance to talk to him. Maybe by then we'll think of something." "Hutch," he broke off, not saying whatever it was he'd intended. "Jump status is 17 minutes away." She shook her head. Talking to the Chindi was just trying to pretend she hadn't given up. The peacekeepers had a tradition that every problem had a solution. It was a nice slogan. Wasn't true, but it sounded good. "Hutch, be aware we'll be making the jump back into what passes for the local Urt cloud." "Okay, do it, whatever it takes." "The rocks are spread pretty far apart. There's no real danger." How to put out a distress signal that the Chindi would recognize? She let her head drift back and closed her eyes and waited for the slight disorientation that usually accompanied a jump. She ran the problem by Mogambo, but his only comment was that Tor was lost, and the sooner they faced the reality, the better it would be for everyone. He was sorry. When, on the second day, she received a communication from Virgil, a simple message informing her that Tor was fortunate that Hutch would rescue him if anybody could, it only inspired a simmering resentment. Hutch didn't even know whether the director was aware of the latest complication. She caught herself wishing it was over. But she continued to press the only course of action that seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. "We've got lots of the Chindi records on board," she told Alex and Nick that afternoon. "Let's try to find one with a distress signal." They looked through military engagements. "Organized mayhem," Nick commented. "Seems to be the chief preoccupation of intelligent species everywhere." Eventually they found an airship in trouble. It was going down at night over a stormy sea. It was impossible to determine its size because there was nothing with which to compare it. But the wind battered it, and gales of rain swept it toward an angry ocean. Lights in the gondola burned brightly, and they could make out movement inside. "Bill," said Hutch, "does the record show a radio signal?" "Yes, it does." He put it on audio for them. It was not voice, but rather a simple series of bleeps. Short, two longs, and a short. And again. And again. Then, with an added transmission. Location, probably. Then it returned to the original signal. Short, two longs, short. "Bill," said Hutch, "it is certainly easy enough to reproduce the signal. We'll want to add a picture of Tor." "Will the Chindi be able to receive a visual?" asked Nick. "It might just complicate things." "No," said Hutch. "Reception gear for visuals is pretty straightforward. We'll send the picture. It may be the only way to make them understand the problem." That night Hutch finally slept reasonably well. She didn't think much of their chances, but at least she was doing something. Word came that the McCarver, the UNN media ship, had arrived at the retreat, where they were busy taking pictures and interviewing Mogambo. One network program was passed along by Yurkovich. Mogambo was talking with Henry Claymore, the heavyweight anchor for UNN's Science News Sunday. Mogambo wore a light khaki shirt and shorts, de rigueur for a working physicist-turned-archaeologist, and he had a scrunched hat pulled rakishly down over one eye. The image was perfect. He gallantly gave credit to George Hockelman and the Memphis, first on the scene, but anyone, he seemed to suggest, without saying so, could blunder across a major discovery. He said nothing that could be described as factually inaccurate, but everything was shaded, and the overall impression was that the amateurs had had a good day and deserved some credit, and now it was time to look seriously at the implications to be derived from the retreat. It took somebody like Mogambo, he made clear, to do that. George, had he been present, would have had a stroke. Everyone aboard the Memphis was anxious, but the pressure on Hutch was more personal. She tried to distract herself by playing chess, by doing computer-generated puzzles, by eating too much. On the last evening, when there was really nothing to do, Alex suggested they use the holotank to visit, say, a Berlin cabaret, or to do a Jack Hancock adventure. But Hutch declined. The first night out she had used the VR technology to attend a Mozart concert.
which she'd hoped might prove a distraction, but nothing had come of it, other than a weepy couple of hours. Now, however, after Alex and Nick had retired for the evening, she changed her mind and used it again, to visit the hull of the Memphis, during hyperflight. After a delay, while it searched remote databanks, the holotank duly created the ship's exterior, and the light mist moving slowly past. She sat down near the main sensor array and did something she'd been resisting. She directed the system to create an image of Tor, to let him appear up near the ship's prow and come slowly toward her. She wanted him wearing the same clothes he had worn when they'd been out there together, but had to describe them to the computer. Yellow shirt with an open collar, white slacks, grip shoes, blue ones. He appeared shadowy, not quite real, waiting to be activated. "The smile's not right," she said. The smile changed. Some of the tension came out of it, and some of the vacuity left the eyes. "That's better," she said. She leaned forward and wrapped her hands around her knees. Tor was standing, gazing past her shoulder, out into the mist. "How you doing?" she asked, starting the program. "Okay." He sat down beside her. "Waiting for you." "I know. We're doing what we can." "It doesn't look good, though, does it?" "No, I hate to say it, but I don't have much confidence in the plan." "I could tell. It's in your eyes." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. I got myself into it." "Yes, you did. But listen, hang in, okay? Don't give up." "You mean that?" "Sure." Lying to the construct, she thought, when the lights came on. How pathetic. She received another transmission from Sylvia Virgil, who looked harried. Virgil was reacting to the news that the Chindi had not jumped, that there was now a serious doubt that a rescue could be effected. "We've lost too many on this mission, Hutch," she said, her voice strained to breaking. "I don't care what you have to do, but get him out of there. Spare no expense." In the morning they had a casual breakfast and began waiting out the last half-hour before the jump. The distress signal seemed, like most weak ideas, less promising after a night in bed, but it remained the only arrow in the quiver. A window opened on her overhead screen. Transmission from Sylvia Virgil. Even Bill was becoming withdrawn. "Put it up, Bill," she said. The director was behind her desk. She looked, if anything, even more drained than she had a few hours earlier. It occurred to Hutch this experience was raising hell with everybody. Poor woman thought she was sending some fundraisers out on a holiday, and look what it had turned into. "Hutch," she said, "I've passed this separately to Magambo, but I thought you'd be interested. We've found stealth satellites in orbit around Earth. Early indications are that they've been there for a considerable time. I can report that we've learned from our experience and are taking every precaution examining them. I also wish you every good fortune in your effort to extract Kirby." With it came another bundle of mail. Bill observed a discreet silence before asking whether she wished to view the contents page. "Distribute it where you can," she said. "Put mine on hold." Alex was receiving offers for an account of her experiences. Publishers wanted it. 2 top composers wanted to do their score and lyrics. Paul Vachon himself had bid on the rights to a musical stage version, offering to hire her to direct, and at least 3 ghostwriters were angling to do the brute work. "I will say," she told Hutch, "if you live through one of these things, the payoff is fairly decent." A few minutes later they made their jump. A marker began blinking on the navigation console. "What is it?" asked Nick. "A comet," said Hutch. "Or it would be if it ever breaks out and gets close to the sun." "It's a piece of the Oort cloud," he suggested. "More or less. Actually, we're off in the fringes. The Chindi's track stays well below it." She frowned at Bill's screen, which was blank. "Bill, how's our position look?" "Working on it." "Okay," she said. "I don't see any reason to hold back. Start sending the message." Alex's hand touched her arm, squeezed it hopefully. Her status board blinked, signaling that transmission had begun. Short, 2 longs, short, and Tor's picture. Over and over. They would continue until there was no longer any hope. "I can't be precise about our position," Bill said, "until we locate the Chindi. It does appear, however, that we are close to her vector." "Okay," she said. With nothing else to occupy her, Hutch sat back in her seat and looked helplessly at Alex. "You can only do what you can do," Alex said. Nick asked whether anyone wanted coffee. No one did, so he settled for pouring himself a cup. "Time like this," Alex said, "and the best I can think of is a cliché. But you know what I mean." "Times like this," Nick said, "people always use clichés. It's what we need. Keeps things familiar and lends a kind of stability to the world." Hutch smiled. "That what they teach in funeral director school?" "It's the first order of business, Hutch. Whatever else happens, we'll get through it. We come out the other side, and the world goes on." Hutch met his eyes. He really meant it. Everything was going to be okay. Nick, reading her thoughts, relaxed. "I can see why he loves you, Hutch," he said. In the context of the conversation, it was a bolt out of the blue. "I don't think," she said. "He doesn't. I mean, there's no relationship." "It's been obvious since he came on board. Did you think we're blind?" No, I didn't." She broke away from his blue eyes, looked at the navigation screen. There was another rock out there. And at the Phillies sketch. And the coffee dispenser. Maybe I will have some. "The Chindi will pass us in 1 hour, 47 minutes, plus or minus 5%. Hutch took a deep breath. "All right, Bill, open a channel to Tor." Alex and Nick said nothing, but she could read their expressions. What are you going to tell him? She had no idea. Tor would not be able to respond. He was still too far away. But he might be able to hear her. Ordinarily, Bill would have told her the channel was open. This time a green light blinked on without comment. "Tor," she said, "I don't know whether you can hear me. I wanted you to know we haven't given up." Time slowed on the bridge. Somebody's chair creaked. The bleeps and squeals of electronic systems throughout the ship grew audible. The air was thick and warm and heavy. "But the situation at the moment isn't good." She laid it out for him, explained that the Chindi had never jumped, that it was slower than light, that it was nevertheless moving so fast they couldn't come alongside it to take him off. It was too slow to catch. They were making a new attempt to contact whoever was running the Chindi. They had an idea how it might be accomplished. It was a long shot, but they weren't going to give up. "I don't want to hold out false hope," she said. A window opened in the navigation screen. Estimated distance to Chindi, 3.6 AUs. And below it, Chindi moving at 0.26 C when last seen by Longworth. "This transmission won't get to you for almost a half hour. You'll pass us a bit later. About 1 hour and 20 minutes from the time you receive this, Tor—" Her voice broke, and she stopped. "Objects in Oort cloud, predominantly rock and ice, some iron." The Phillies sketch smiled down at her. Had the world ever really been that sunlit? "Tor, we're asking the crew to help, the aliens." She sank back in her chair and stared out through the bulkhead into the darkness. "I'm sorry, Tor. I wish there were more we could do." "You won't be able to talk to me. You'll only be in range for an instant. We estimate you'll pass us at 75,000 kilometers per second. She thought about trying to lighten the moment, to find something clever to tell him. Just as well. "Bill," she said, "are we still transmitting the package for the Chindi?" "Yes, Hutch." "Course and speed still constant?" "Yes, Hutch." No way it could work, she told Alex and Nick. Alex nodded. Nick's jaw muscles worked. Hutch kept the channel open, talking to him throughout the approach. When the Chindi had closed to within 200 million kilometers, she went down to the cargo deck, collected a telescope out of storage, and put on an E-suit. "Tor," she said, "I'll be outside when you pass." "Hutch," Bill sounded unhappy, "there's a danger if the Chindi has collected any loose rock." "Bill?" "Yes, Hutch." "I'll be outside. I won't fall off." She pulled on grip shoes and a set of air tanks and activated the suit. Throughout the process, she continued to talk to Tor. But her voice kept going high, and she had to fight down occasional spasms of rage. "All your fault, dummy." "Hutch," said Bill. "Range is 40 million kilometers. Sensors have acquired it. It will pass us in about 8 minutes." She let herself into the airlock, closed the hatch, and depressurized.
"Hutch, I wish you wouldn't do this."
"Don't worry, Bill."
Alex's voice. "Be careful, Hutch."
"I will."
"Bill, open the hatch."
The system hadn't responded when she touched the press pad. Now it cycled up into the overhead. She stepped outside and gazed at the stars. The twins weren't visible, of course. Even their son was lost out there somewhere. She stood quietly until Bill interrupted her thoughts.
"Hutch," he said, "Chindi range is 4.1 million kilometers. It is 50 seconds away."
She set the chronometer built into her sleeve. "Where will it pass?"
"Approximately 300 kilometers off the port side."
"Get pictures as it goes by?"
"They won't be very clear. It's moving too fast."
"Do the best you can." She retreated to the port-side sensor array, where Tor had thrown his coin into the night. The weight of the sky pressed on her.
"There's a configuration of 4 stars in a line 2 degrees off the stern. The second star is the Class B, the sun in the Gemini system. The Chindi will be coming almost directly out of it, maybe a little to the far side as you look at it."
"Okay, thanks."
She raised the telescope. "Don't expect to see anything."
"I know."
"I mean, even if we were only 100 meters away, you wouldn't see anything."
"Shut up, Bill."
"I will, but I hope you don't get pinged while you're out there. They'll saddle me with making out the reports."
She held on to the array, her feet planted on the hull, straining toward the 4 stars. "I'm outside, Tor," she said, quietly. "You're only a few seconds away now. I wish you could talk to me. I wish I could make this easier for you." The scopes lined up to try for pictures. A shadow crossed the stars. Not the Chindi. This was moving too slowly and in the wrong direction. She didn't get a good look, simply felt its passage. A piece of the Oort cloud, a rock, possibly a cloud of dust. "I love you, Tor," she said, and she imagined she heard a voice on the link, a distant whisper. Then it was gone, and she was left staring out at the stars. Chapter 32. If you listen closely, you can hear Beetlejuice. Line from Hyperlove, composed and sung by Penelope Prop, 2214. Time to give up. She walked across the hull and climbed back into the airlock. Nick asked if she was all right, and Alex was waiting for her when she came up the ramp out of cargo. Tor had stood casually at the exact spot where she'd been, and had lobbed his dollar at the universe. She thought about the coin, and the array of scopes turning to try to pick up the Chindi, and the shadowy object that had passed nearby, and the sketch depicting her as a young goddess gazing down on Icepack. And always there would be Hutchins in the on-deck circle, a filly. Was that the way they would have said it? Was the female version a filly, F-I-L-L-Y? Much more realistic, that version of herself. Closer to the real Hutchins. Hutchins with a smile, vulnerable, looking a little at sea about what to do with the 4 bats. No, hardly wielding them. Supporting, hanging on for dear life as she had always hung on when things got tough. Nick looked at her encouragingly as they filed onto the bridge. "We'll get through it." She tried to look as if she was in command of her own emotions, and called up Bill. "Did we get the pictures?"
"First one coming on screen now."
It was blurred.
"I've had to do some enhancement."
The Chindi took shape. It seemed elongated, stretched to the rear, longer and sleeker than she remembered.
"There has been no reply from its command structure," he added unnecessarily.
"Okay, Bill."
"But I would call your attention to something."
He magnified the image, focusing on the area around the exit hatch. There was a figure, smeared but unquestionably Tor. He was standing with his hand raised, waving, letting her know he'd been listening. Someone squeezed her shoulder. Hutch fought back tears and eased into her chair. It was impossible to make out the face, to be sure even that it was a male, but she knew the yellow pullover shirt and the frumpy brown slacks. Tor's clock showed that he had 17 minutes left. plus 6 hours on the tanks. Her mind kept returning to Tor tossing the dollar off the hull, to the batting circle, and to something else, the object that had drifted by while she was outside. "Just a rock," Bill said when she told him about it. "A comet waiting to be born. Swing 4 bats, so one seems lighter." My God. There was a way. But she didn't have enough time. "What's wrong, Hutch?" Nick was getting her a glass of water. Did she look that beaten down? Green water. Linear momentum is never lost during a hyperspace transit. And the conversation with Tor. The momentum of the coin is preserved. It gets transferred to the Memphis, so the ship is traveling that much faster when it makes the jump back into standard space. By $1. Yes. How much does that come to? She wiped her eyes and looked again at the clock. The power cell was all but dead. He was on his tanks. She calculated what they would have to do, what would be needed. It would take a half-day, no less than that. No way it could be less. She put herself in his place, riding into the night, waiting for the air to run out. She didn't think she'd put up with that. More likely, she'd turn off the suit, get it over with. "We might have been able to do it," she whispered to Bill. Her voice shook. "Do what?" he asked gently. She didn't reply, but Bill knew what she was saying. He appeared beside her, wearing a dark jacket and tie. "The green water effect," she said. He gazed steadily at her. "I needed to think of it sooner." The bridge was blurry. "We can't get it done in 6 hours." "What's the green water effect?" asked Nick. But Bill was holding something back. "What?" she asked. "What aren't you telling me?" "He has more than 6 hours." "How do you mean?" He was wrong. She was sure of it. She'd done the calculation herself, set the clock herself. "Hutch, the Chindi has been moving at a quarter light speed. Think about it." Nick was staring at her with a quizzical expression, asking her to explain. "Relativity. In terms of traveling through space, the superluminals are slow." Hutch wasn't accustomed to thinking in relativistic terms. "Yes," she said. Time was running more slowly on the Chindi. "I never thought—" "That's correct, Hutch." "How much time do we have?" "The temporal differential at their velocity is roughly 3%. 45 minutes a day. 3 days to accelerate. So make that maybe 20 minutes each. He'd been out here—" "It comes to about 4 more hours, Hutch." "You knew this all along?" "Yes." "And you weren't going to tell me?" "I saw no reason to. It would only have caused additional pain." "All right, tell me if this works." "Go ahead." The superluminals could get up to about .027 C, roughly 1/10 what she needed to match the Chindi. If we found a rock 10 times our mass, would the Longworth be able to haul it up to half delta V? "Yes, I see no reason why not, but not within the specified time." "It would take more than 10 hours? "Yes." "How much more?" "Well outside your parameters. He'd be dead before we could get there." "How about the media ship, the McCarver? It only carries a handful of people, right?" "Its capacity is listed at 5 plus the captain." "How does its mass compare with ours?" "It is 43%. Okay, maybe there was a chance yet. Could the Longworth get a rock that was 10 times their mass, up to half delta V, in 10 hours? "Yes." "Okay, now add the McCarver's mass to the rock. Can it still be done?" She saw understanding dawn in Bill's eyes. That was another effective trick he'd mastered. "I make it 8 hours, 15 minutes, with a fudge factor of about 6%. "Would somebody," asked Alex, "please tell me what we're talking about?" "A rescue, love," said Hutch. "Bill, we need a channel open, quick." "To whom?" "To Tor." "You have it," he said. The light came on, but she thought a moment before saying anything. Don't put any ideas into his head. "Tor," she said, "we have an idea that might still work. Better than the other one. Hang on." She talked with Yurkovich on the Longworth and with Yuri Brownstein on the McCarver. No one could tell her why her idea wasn't feasible. but when she'd finished explaining, Brownstein looked pained.
"What happens to us when it's over?" he asked. "We're adrift with no way I can see of ever getting back to port."
"Nobody's going to leave anybody adrift. As soon as I know you're willing to help, I'll forward a message to the Academy. Let them know what else we need."
Brownstein was a small, bullet-headed man who never smiled. "Hell, Hutch," he said, "it's a crazy idea, and we could be stuck like that for weeks. I'd like to top off my tanks first." He meant scooping off some hydrogen from one of the twins.
"We don't have time," she said. "What's your fuel look like?"
"About 80%.
"That's enough. How about you, John?"
"A little less, 73. It should be sufficient, although we're probably going to end up adrift out there, too."
Brownstein looked like a man whose pocket was being picked.
"Damn it all, Hutch, we're going to a lot of trouble for this guy. How do you get stuck over there in the first place?"
"You don't want to hear it, Yuri. Right now, let's concentrate on bailing him out. And we'll be doing it under spectacular circumstances. You'll both be heroes." Yurkovich's gaze hardened.
"Yeah, I'm sure." "It's just the game for us," said Brownstein. "You and in to the rescue." "What worries me," said Yurkovich, "is that none of these engines are designed for the kind of strain we're about to put on them. What happens if they blow?"
"The party's over," said Hutch. "But the Academy will accept liability for any damages."
"Does that," he continued, "include funeral expenses?"
Hutch resisted the temptation to point out she had just the man on board the Memphis. Yurkovich looked at her skeptically. Like Matt Brawley, he was an independent, hired because he was available and in the right place at the right time.
"You have the authority to speak for the Academy?"
Did she? Not likely. "Of course," she said. "I'll put it in writing if you like." He considered it.
"Yes," he said. "That might be a good idea."
"Meantime, we need to get this show on the road. I don't need to remind you, gentlemen, that time is of the essence." Brownstein informed her he was already warming up his engines.
"Come to think of it," said Yurkovich, "there might be a problem. The professor and his people are at the retreat. I can't leave them there."
"Take him with you," said Hutch.
"You haven't seen him there yet. I don't think he's going to want to leave."
"Tell him it's his chance to see the Chindi up close. Maybe the only one he's going to get."
"I have a likely candidate," said Bill. "It's not ideal. There's a bit more mass than we would wish, but it has the advantage of being nearby."
"We can make it work, then?"
"Maybe."
"Maybe? Why maybe? What's the hitch?"
"In theory, it should be fine, but I'm not aware that the theory has been tested."
But that wasn't the problem, and they both knew it. "What else?"
"I have no way to measure the precise mass of the rock. I need that information to calculate the velocity at which we should enter the sack, and the time we will spend there. Those factors will determine the ship's velocity on re-emergence into sublight space."
"Can't you make an estimate based on fuel expenditure when we begin to accelerate the thing?"
"Yes, but keep in mind that 3 ships are involved, and the method, even with one, is not precise. A small inexactitude can bring us out at a velocity that will lead to serious consequences."
"Okay. We'll just have to do the best we can. Forward the coordinates to the other ships, and let's get over there." She got on the all-com and informed her passengers they were moving out. 1 hour, 12 minutes to destination, she said. She sent a message to the Academy, personal to Virgil, detailing precisely what she was going to do and explaining the position the ships were going to be in afterward. "We'll need substantial help," she said, "and we'll need it as quickly as you can get it out here to us." She then detailed the method the Academy would have to use to recover the ships and the people. Sylvia wasn't going to like it very much, but she'd like losing another member of the Contact Society even less. Next, she would need cable. Superluminals always carried a fair amount of spare cable, which was used primarily to secure cargo and supplies in flight. Some of the Memphis' supply, however, had gone over to the Chindi. The Longworth, though, should have plenty. "Will it be strong enough?" she asked Bill. "I'll give you a design for the web," he said. "If you put it together properly, the web should be reasonably strong. We will be able to accelerate within acceptable limits." The AI supplied detailed images of the asteroid. It was long, misshapen, swollen at either end, a dog bone. The surface was choppy and broken, slashed by ridges, pounded by rocks. Dog bone was smaller than the Memphis, but it was 5 times as massive. It was tumbling slowly, moving in an orbit that would circle the central luminary every 50,000 years or so. They went down to the cargo bay, spread out Bill's plans, collected the cable, and began putting it together. While they were in the middle of the effort, Mogambo came on the circuit, asking to speak with her. Very important. Was she alone? Hutch withdrew to a workroom.
"I'm delighted to hear that you've come up with a way to rescue your man," he said. "Delighted. Very ingenious."
"Thank you.
"I should have thought of it myself."
"I'm sure you will, Professor. What can I do for you, sir?"
"I want to go on board the Chindi."
"I'm sure that'll become possible in time."
"No, that's not what I mean, Hutch."
"Not a good idea, Professor."
"Hutch, I'm transferring to the MacArthur. I've already cleared it with Captain Brownstein. When you take your man off, I want you to put me and a small party of my people on board."
"Professor—"
"Please don't tell me it's hazardous and you can't do it. The Chindi has set course and is now moving at a steady velocity, which it will maintain for the next 2 centuries. It will still be cruising exactly as it is now when I retire. When you retire, your grandchildren will be able to come out here and visit this thing, so there's absolutely no reason not to do this."
"Why are you asking me? I'll only be a passenger on board the MacArthur."
"Captain Brownstein refuses. Says he has no authority. Says there are safety regulations."
"And you think I can dissuade him?"
"I know you can. You understand the importance of this mission, and you have instructions from the Academy to assist me in every way possible. This is essential. Hutch, please talk to your fellow captain and explain to him we must go on board."
He looked at her. The man was desperate.
"Please, Hutch. You've been directed to help. I need your help."
"You'll only have a limited time over there, and when I tell you it's done to come back, you'll come, right?"
"Yes, of course."
"Where have I seen this show before? And no one will be held liable in the event of mischance?"
"No, there won't be any problem there, I assure you."
"I'll want it in writing." Chapter 33.
"Oh, my babies, come and get me off the Babylon Express."
Hammurabi Smith, The Babylon Express, 2221.
"Tor."
Hutch had spoken to him out of the void. Her voice sounded strange, but it was her. "Tor, I don't know whether you can hear me. I wanted you to know we haven't given up."
Give up? Why would she give up?
The Chindi was drifting quietly, if indeed it was drifting at all. It seemed stationary, locked against the immovable background of stars. A child could navigate alongside and take him off. What was going on? "Hutch," he'd whispered into the link, as if someone might overhear. "Where are you? Where have you been?" It came again. "But the situation isn't good." They were having a problem with the Memphis. What he'd feared all along was true. He called her name, begged her to answer, demanded to know what was wrong. The Chindi never jumped. He knew that, so what? Slower than light. Reception wasn't good. She sounded far away.
"Hutch, where the hell are you?"
"Moving too fast." And then it was gone. Not so much as a whimper came back to him. He'd spent most of his time out on the surface. He'd been there now almost a week, and he had no idea why they'd left him, because even if the Memphis had developed mechanical problems, the Longworth was in the area. Where was everybody? Whatever had happened, he knew from the way Hutch had sounded, knew with a terrible certainty, that he was not going to survive. He had not much more than a day left, and if Hutch's voice had conveyed anything, it was despair. Then she was back. "Transmission won't get to you for almost a half-hour. You'll pass us a bit later. About an hour and 20 minutes from the time you receive this. Tor—"
Thank God, they'd get him off in 2 hours. They were waiting out there for him. He raised a fist in triumph. 2 hours was good. He could live with that. Yes, indeed.
He laughed at his little joke.
"Thank you, Hutch."
"Tor, we're asking the crew to help. The aliens."
"The aliens? Hutch, can you hear me?" Hell, there were no aliens. "Hutch, where are you? Please respond, damn it."
"I'm sorry, Tor. I wish there were more we could do."
It made no sense. "Hutch, there's nothing alive out here except me."
"You won't be able to talk to me. You'll only be in range for an instant. We estimate you'll pass us at 75,000 kilometers per second.
No, that wasn't true. Couldn't be true. The stars were motionless. The Chindi was motionless. "There's been a mistake," he told her. "I'm adrift, not moving at all." He waited, and then he called her name. He stood up and looked out at the stars. "That's not what happened," he said. "Hutch!" She continued to talk to him, telling him they were trying to figure out what they could do, that she was sorry, that she would do anything to get him off. The transmission was periodically overwhelmed by long periods of interference. Beetlejuice saying hello. He'd been strolling about on the outside, wandering among the hills and rock barrens. He remembered Hutch, long ago, commenting how archaeologists were forever unearthing antique structures and extracting what they could from them, and how they always ended by commenting, "What a story you could tell if you could only talk." They liked to think they were able to make the old temples talk, that they listened to the tools and the pottery and, at Beta-Pac, the long-dead alien orbiter. But they knew, Hutch had said, it was a very limited conversation. Even the king's name tended to get lost. But the eyes of the Chindi were, it seemed, everywhere, and its voice spoke to anyone who could figure out how to get aboard. Had that been the intention? Was this thing a gift to anyone able to find it? Or had it gotten lost? He was running low on air, so he went back to the exit hatch, looked down, and was pleased to see that his dome was still there. Every time he returned he held his breath, aware there had been a chance that, while he was gone, the robots would have hauled it off. Clean-up crew, you know. Can't have trash lying about. He experimented by leaving a few crumpled pieces of paper in various corridors. They'd invariably disappeared a day or so later, but they never took the dome away. Somebody knew. Maybe they didn't know how to help him. He climbed back down the ladder. One of the robots was approaching. It had to move to one side to get around the dome. He stepped in front of it, and it stopped. The black discs that served, presumably, as eyes locked on him. "Hello," he said. "Take me to your captain." The robot waited. "Can you understand me? I'm stranded. I need help." It tried to move past, but he stayed in front of it. "You guys are interested in everything else, but we invade you and you don't notice. Why is that?" They were caretakers. He'd climbed aboard one several days ago and ridden it until it turned into one of the chambers. The thing had begun running a program, a blood-curdling spectacle in which a city built of marble, overlooking a sea, was attacked by a cloud. One of the Omega clouds, he thought, the things that came out of Galaxy Central in waves every 8,000 years or so to attack pieces of geometry. One of the last great mysteries. The images had been indistinct, and the robot put everything back into focus and left. It had never paid any attention whatever to Tor. He spent a lot of time on his journal, recording his experiences among the displays and outside on the hull. Since the Memphis had left, he no longer had the capability of recording the displays themselves. But when he read over his comments and found that they'd become maudlin, he went back and made deletions. Re-recorded everything. Eventually he knew someone would come. Any last words he left would become part of the Chindi legend. So he tried to remain cool, aloof, archly amused. He pictured people at the Smithsonian looking at a mock-up of one or another of the display chambers, and eventually coming to the thoughts of Tor Vinderwall. Yes, cool and aloof. The sort of person they'd all have wanted to know. He watched the robot trundle away, disappearing finally around a corner, thinking how glorious it would be if it worked, if it went directly up to the bridge and summoned the captain. "Tor's waiting down near the exit hatch, sir. He needs a couple of canisters of oxygen. Just enough to get him through until the Memphis can come alongside and collect him. It's been good to have you aboard, Mr. Vinderwall. Do come again when you're in the neighborhood." He went inside the dome and refilled his tanks. The status lamp was getting dim. He stood in front of the pump, feeling lost and alone and very sorry for himself. And then he shook it off as best he could and went back outside to wait for the Memphis to pass by. Hutch was also outside on the hull of her ship. She said so, twice. He checked the time. Only a few minutes away now. Of course, there was no way to know whether she was being exact. Usually when people use an expression like, "we'll be there in an hour and a half," there's a certain amount of loose change in either direction. "Hutch," he said into the comlink, "I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you." He grinned. It looked as if that was going to happen. The flat, level buzz of the universe came back. "If you listen closely," the old song lyric went, "you can hear Beetlejuice." "I'm still here, Tor." Hutch's voice again, electrifying in its imminence, as though she sat behind him, or behind one of the ridges. "Hutch, can you hear me yet? Tell me if you can hear me." "You're only a few seconds away now. I wish you could talk to me." "As do I." The ridges out on either side of the exit hatch were low, barely ripples in the rock, but he selected a spot that seemed the highest place, although he could almost have seen over it. He walked to it, shook his head, and climbed it. The Memphis should be straight ahead, somewhere beyond the front of the Chindi, beyond where the ridges meet. Somewhere. He waited patiently, shielding his eyes from a non-existent glare. There was movement off to one side, but it was only a spray of dust, a micrometeor. And then, "I love you, Tor." Well, that last was good news, anyhow. There was a subtle change in the transmission, in her voice, informing him he was on the downside of the Doppler. "Goodbye, Priscilla," he said. He stayed on his feet, wishing that a stray rock would take him, remove any need for decision on his part, get it over. She'd been right. Nothing in the Chindi had been worth his life. It might have been worth dying for in some obscure philosophical sense, but only if someone else did the dying. When Pete and Herman and the others had lost their lives, it had seemed brave and noble, making the ultimate sacrifice for the ultimate cause, opening a window through which the species could at last get a sense of its neighbors. But the presence of Priscilla Hutchins on the Memphis underscored why it was better to live. He went below again and wandered back to say goodbye to Wolfie. The corridors that had once seemed so broad and spacious now crowded him. The werewolf waited in the dark, another creature far from home. Lost travelers. He stood gazing at it by the light of his wrist lamp. The implications of what Hutch had said about the Chindi's velocity had begun to make sense, and he was feeling even more isolated. While he stood facing the image, he realized why the Chindi had never jumped, why it traveled at high speed, and he began to sense how truly old the ship must be. George had hoped, when they'd first discovered it, that they'd be able to engage its crew in a dialogue. "Hello, we're from Earth. Where are you folks from?" "How are you doing, Wolfie?" He was probably someone's idea, somewhere, of the ruler of the universe. Tor gazed at the image for several minutes. It did look rational, and serene. One might even say it possessed a touch of majesty. If anything is made in his image, it should reflect reason. Anatomical design seems hardly relevant. "I never believed in you," he said. "Still don't." He switched off the light. "Goodbye, Wolfie. I won't be along this way again." Its eyes seemed to have become visible. He backed toward the door. "If you could see your way clear to help, though, I'd be grateful." He topped off his tanks, probably for the last time, and set them aside. The cell was near exhaustion. Best course now, if he wanted to drag things out, was to stay in the dome until the lights went off.
Figuratively, of course, since everything that could be turned off was off, but he should wait it out here until life support shut down and the air started to go bad. Then switch to the tanks. That was what he should do. It might be easier to end it, but he did not believe he could bring himself to deactivate the suit. He was still relatively young, and he loved the sunlight. He had a sudden vision of the Memphis pulling up alongside and finding him dead, of Hutch in tears, inconsolable, clasping him to her breast, regretting the lost time they might have had together. Odd. There was a degree of satisfaction in that. Hutch continued to speak to him, her voice carried by the relay. He knew it was hard on her, but it would have been hard even if he'd been a stranger. It wasn't easy standing around watching someone die. Well, whatever happened from here on, he wasn't going to turn out his own lights. You wouldn't find Vinderwall pulling the plug, no ma'am. Tor, her voice again. She sounded far away now. We have an idea that might work. Better than the other one. Hang on. Another idea? He hoped they weren't trying to raise the Chindi's chief engineer. 10 minutes later, life support failed. Fans stopped. The humming in the wall stopped. He turned on a lamp and was surprised to see that it still worked. It was dim, but it worked. No point in conserving. He left it on and sat quietly until the air in the dome started feeling heavy, until it reminded him of his washroom adventure. And then he tugged on the E-suit, connected his tanks, and activated the energy field. He turned the lamp off and went back up through the exit hatch. Chapter 34. There is in every true woman's heart a spark of heavenly fire, which lies dormant in the broad daylight of prosperity, but which kindles up and beams and blazes in the dark hour of adversity. Washington Irving, The Sketchbook, 1820. At about the time power was shutting down in Tor's pocket dome, the McCarver and the Longworth reported they were on the way and bringing lots of cable and connectors. Bill began broadcasting so they'd have no trouble finding the Memphis when they came out of the sack. For Alex it was becoming unbearably exciting. When Hutch excused herself because she had to start preparing dog bone for the operation, she volunteered to go along. "You sure?" asked Hutch, while Nick suggested it was dangerous. Was she sure? Alex was beginning to feel like a veteran. She strolled down to the cargo bay, pulled on her E-suit and air tanks without help, and activated the Flickinger field. Hutch wore a go-pack. She'd made up 3 loops of cable, exhausting all they had left. She tied 2 of them together and gave the third to Alex, who pulled it over her shoulder. They went into the airlock. Alex was still limping a bit, but this was no time to give in to minor injuries, and looked across at Dogbone, which was almost close enough to touch. It was immense, a boulder more than 3/4 the size of the ship. "I don't believe it," she said. "We're going to hustle that up to several thousand kilometers per second?" "I hope so," said Hutch, "but we'll have help." If it looked far too massive to accelerate to any appreciable velocity, it was pretty small to walk around on. This wasn't like going into the moon base at 1107, or even onto the Chindi. It struck her as a far more unnerving act, but she wasn't scared, as she'd expected to be. Instead, she had to damp down her elation. Did she actually feel enthusiastic about sticking her neck out like this? With luck, Bill would be taking pictures, and she could see them playing around the world. Alex Ballinger in daring rescue. Lovely. Hutch pushed herself gently out the door, crossed the void, descended smoothly onto Dogbone, turned and waved. Easy as pie. The woman should consider a career in dancing. Alex waved back and followed. The gravity went away, and she discovered that floating across the Dogbone came as easily as if she'd been born to it. She was tethered to Hutch, who smiled at her as she arrived and patted her shoulder. Good show and all that. Alex glowed in the warmth of her approval. Bill had matched the tumble and rotation of the asteroid fairly closely, so that the Memphis moved only slowly across the sky. That was good. Kept her from getting ill. The stars rotated pretty quickly, though, and there was no horizon. It was like standing on the edge of a piece of rock with a precipice all around and no bottom. The stars rolled up one side, scrambled themselves, and drifted back down the other. "Don't look at them," Hutch warned. "Keep your eyes on the ground." Such as it was. They strolled across Dogbone, examining the terrain. Hutch found what she wanted, a relatively smooth spot in the center of the long axis. "We'll put the McCarver here," she said. They wrapped 3 pieces of cable completely around the object, literally walking around it to do so. Alex would have preferred to stay put and let Hutch circle the rock, but they were tethered, so she had to follow. They cinched the cable to secure it. Hutch began looking at the rock, making faces, jabbing her finger, and making comments like, "Yes, right here," and "I think that'll work." Hutch also spent a lot of time talking to Tor. She told him in detail what they planned to do, how they were moving as quickly as they could. She sent him the timetable, encouraged him, assured him that the situation now looked encouraging. Sometimes she handed it off to Alex, who was too accustomed to having an audience to be able to talk comfortably into a comlink with no indication there was even anybody listening. Nevertheless, she tried. "It'll be good to have you back, Tor," she said, "and Hutch is confident we can pull this off, and we're planning a party in your honor." Henry Claymore's producer, a man named Easter, called over in the middle of everything while they were connecting additional cable to the base units. He was delighted to find Alex along on the mission. Would she consent to an interview? Of course she would. Claymore was a popular figure with a big audience. She'd watched him do his commentaries. Claymore on the Middle East, Claymore on why religious belief grew stronger as the evidence for a mechanical universe mounted, Claymore on why we should discontinue the Methuselah Project, which promised a 1,000-year lifespan. His professional persona had always seemed a bit stodgy, and she'd have preferred an interviewer who was closer in spirit to the younger generation. But out in the boondocks, one took what was available. With about 9 hours to go, they finished everything they could do and sat back to wait for the other ships. "So this is what a comet looks like," Alex said, kicking at the frozen surface. "It's not much of an Oort cloud. I don't see anything else out there at all." "You wouldn't if you were back home in our Oort cloud either," said Hutch. "The rocks tend to be spread out over a pretty wide space." The chunk on which they stood was probably several billion years old, left over from the formation of the planetary system. "We're lucky," Hutch said. "This thing is in close. It's right where we needed it to be." "How far out is the one at home?" "The Oort cloud? About a light year away from the sun." "And this one?" "A few light days." Hutch kept looking at the time. "I wonder why that is," said Alex. Hutch shrugged. She didn't know the details. Oort clouds form at all kinds of different distances. It seems to be dependent on the number, size, and location of the planets, as well as solar mass. "Let's get to details," said Alex. "When the time comes, who's going to cut the cable?" "I'm hoping we can find a qualified volunteer on one of the other ships." Hutch, of course, would be aboard the McCarver. They needed 3 people on the Longworth. "You really think you can find somebody?" "Probably." "How about me?" "You're not experienced outside." "I beg your pardon, Priscilla. But where did you think we are at the moment? Where have we been several times over the past few weeks?" "I know you've been out, Alex, but you're still new at this. We'd like to have some experienced people." "Look, I can do this. It's not exactly complicated. Anyway, you've already admitted there probably isn't anybody else." "I know. I was going to ask you." Hutch looked down at the icy surface. "It's just a matter of cutting a cable, right? I already know where to make the cut, and the laser seems simple enough to operate. What else do I need?" "You need to know how to run the go-pack." "Why?" "In case you fall off." "So show me." "Now?" "What else do you have to do for the next couple of hours?" Alex looked deep into Hutch's blue eyes. "Listen, I'm part of this, as much a part as you are or anybody else. I want to help, and I'm ready, willing, and able." Hutch turned shining eyes on her. "Thanks, Alex," she said. They embraced, briefly. On the periphery of her vision, Alex noticed a flash, something barely glimpsed, but gone when she tried to focus on it. Starlight and passing ice, she thought. Longworth has just completed its jump into the area, said Bill. ETA, 56 minutes. The Longworth was enormous. It dwarfed both the Memphis and Dogbone, and it turned out they had plenty of help. Half a dozen volunteers, some familiar with E-suits and some apparently learning, piled out and joined the effort to secure the rock to the two ships. They brought substantially more cable. People in shorts and shirts emblazoned with university slogans swarmed over the ice, stringing lines, connecting links, drawing a web around the rock. Unfortunately, they had no push-button devices that would allow them, when the time came, to separate the cables from the ships. They'd have to do that manually. Mogambo surprised Hutch by seeking her out, introducing her to two people he wanted to take with him on the McCarver. He was trying to be friendly, but he had to work at it. He wanted so desperately to get to the Chindi that she suspected he'd have a stroke if the tactic didn't work and they failed to catch up with it. His two aides were a physicist and an engineer, a woman and a man, both old enough, she thought, to know better than to board the Chindi. But they complimented her on her ingenuity, and thereby won her over. Hutch knew she was a sucker for a few words of praise, but then who wasn't? She advised them to stay away from the Chindi, but otherwise let it go. Mogambo asked whether she had arranged for him to be taken on board the McCarver. "Brownstein's being a horse's ass. He doesn't understand how important this is." Hutch had forgotten the request. She had no social connection with the captain of the McCarver, but the pilots usually accommodated one another. "I've been a little preoccupied, Professor. Let me see what I can do." "You won't forget." She nodded wearily. "I'll do what I can, Professor." The McCarver reported in. She had materialized on the far side of the uncertainty envelope, but she was en route and would make the rendezvous within 2 hours. Hutch supervised the completion of the web. She stayed as close as possible to Bill's design, but there were areas that created problems, particularly a set of sharp-edged ridges along what would become the rear of Dogbone. The ridges looked capable of cutting through the line, so they went after them with lasers, but gave up because it was taking too long and instead redesigned the net. When they were satisfied it was strong enough, they ran lines up to the Longworth and secured the rock to her underbelly. Bill rotated the Memphis on its long axis and eased her in alongside the opposite side of the asteroid. Lines were exchanged in both directions, secured and tightened. The asteroid was now supported between the intersections of the two ships by a network of cables 60 or so meters long. There followed an uncomfortable hour while they waited for the McCarver. Too long, it was taking too long. If everything worked, they were still going to have to go hunting for the Chindi, and time was becoming desperately short. Hutch took advantage of the delay to open a channel to Brownstein. "I don't like him," Brownstein said. He had an accent she couldn't quite place. Eastern Europe, probably. "As a favor," Hutch persisted, turning on the old charm. She was standing beneath the Longworth's hull. It was an ungainly-looking craft, long and blocky, a series of boxes of different dimensions stuck together like a child's puzzle. Symmetry seemed to be the only concession to aesthetics. He gazed at her, and she knew he would make the accommodation. "Suppose something happens to one of them?" "You've no liability. I have it in writing." After a long pause, "All right, I'll do it for you." "Thanks, Captain." She shifted tone. "Old friends, just between us." "Was there a problem?" "He forgot to ask. He started telling me he would come aboard, and I would do so and so." "Yeah, okay. I'll have him make the request again." "It's all right. You want him along? He comes." She also talked to Tor, told him the operation was on schedule, assured him everything looked pretty good. "We're coming," she said. "Just stay put." Stay put. She regretted the remark almost before she'd said it, but it was too late to call it back. "They're here," Hutch told Tor as she watched lights move through the sky. The McCarver, the Mac, was little more than a yacht. "Okay," somebody said. "Let's roll." The Mac went to reverse thrusters, aligned itself with the other two ships, and drifted in between them to take her place on the asteroid. Unlike them, she touched her hull to the rock. The McCarver was less than half the size of the Memphis. Dogbone was considerably bigger than she was. The work crew tied her down. Her main hatch opened while Hutch and Yurkovich were giving the web a final inspection. Brownstein appeared, waved, and descended to the surface. "Sorry I'm late," he said. Hutch shook hands and thanked him for his help. Meantime, lines were attached to the media ship, and she was secured to the asteroid. Magombo and his two companions appeared. He told Brownstein how happy he was to see him, how pleased to be able to ride along with him. He appeared to be getting smarter. He introduced his colleagues, Terry Hankara, from the Curaquat space station, and Antonio Silvestri, who'd been leading an inspection team that had been trying to find out why terraforming on that world had been going wrong. They were wearing go-packs and carrying other equipment, which, with Brownstein's permission, they stored in the McCarver. They'd brought a pocket dome with them, a larger model than the one Tor had, which would be put to use while they camped out on the Chindi. Magombo also did what he could to reassure everyone. "I know all this is an inconvenience," he said, "but we only want to take a quick look." "I hope so," said Brownstein. "You're aware we may be stranded alongside this thing for a while, in which case I won't care much whether you're with me or over there. But when I'm ready to leave, I'll expect you to come back, without any delay." "Of course." "I haven't the luxury of being able to wait around. If you're not on board when we're ready to go, it'll be sayonara." Magombo wasn't used to being talked to in that fashion, and he struggled visibly to keep everything amicable. Hutch and the others in the party got a quick introduction to Henry Claymore. Claymore was one of those tall, self-important types, loaded with a kind of sticky charm, who had never learned to turn it off. Dark hair, dark eyes, brandy voice that seemed to lend significance to every detail of existence. He was a distant man, working hard at being casual. Tendencies, she thought, that had been magnified by the rejuvenation treatments, which had fended off the debilities of aging without making him youthful. He seemed like one of those unfortunates who had never been young. Hutch couldn't imagine him having a good time. The McCarver lay flat on Dogbone's surface. The work crews secured it by lashing cables around the central stem and over the Mac's hull. Hutch tried to help, but it turned out the work team had practiced while en route. "Just stay clear, ma'am," one of them told her. And more quickly than she could have hoped, they were finishing up. Hutch said goodbye to Alex and Nick. "Been a pleasure," she said. "See you at home." She offered to get a volunteer from one of the other vessels to provide whatever assistance they might need. They declined, and Hutch reminded them they'd be marooned on the Memphis indefinitely. Alex said they'd be fine, could take care of themselves, and Nick looked delighted. Stranded with Alex? A man could do worse. The line crew announced everything was ready to go, and Brownstein wasted no time warning everyone that they were about to leave, that they would be in a fast-forward mode, by which he meant they'd be accelerating, for 2 hours. "Let's move out," he said. As the volunteers retreated to their respective ships, all but one to the Longworth, Brownstein invited Hutch to sit with him on the bridge. They waited through a tense few minutes, exchanging comments on how they wouldn't want to go through anything like this again, until the AI informed them they were ready to depart. The captain warned his passengers, then leaned over and shook Hutch's hand. "Good luck," he said. The engines on the Memphis and the Longworth ignited. They began to move. The McCarver remained quiet. For the early part of the voyage she would be strictly cargo. Hutch spoke to Tor over her link. "Under way," she said. Proceeding with deliberation, the two superluminals dragged Dogbone out of orbit, turned in the direction of the Chindi, and began to accelerate. Bill had predicted the cable would take the strain, but it was nevertheless uncomfortable to watch the net between the rock and the ships pull tight and begin to stretch. Bill was relaying all significant data to the McCarver. Hutch was especially concerned about engine temperatures. The propulsion system was designed to run continually for about an hour maximum, which, under normal conditions, was more than sufficient to provide adequate power to the jump engines. On this excursion, because of the dead weight they were hauling, they were going to need more than 2 hours of non-stop acceleration to achieve that objective. Brownstein provided coffee, and they sat talking, watching their velocity mount, watching the clock. Occasionally Hutch talked to Tor and to Alex and Nick in the Memphis, and to Bill. They passed .005 C, half of 1% of light speed. Target velocity was .026 C. "I believe it when I see it," said Brownstein. From the Longworth, Yurkovich reported all in order. "Burning more fuel than I want to, but we've made some adjustments." Later, Claymore appeared beside her in virtual. "Eventually, I'd like to do a show with you, Hutch," he said. "But I'll want to get some background first. Aren't you the same woman who was caught on Deep Six last year? Got rescued by Gregory McAllister?" That wasn't exactly the way it had happened, but he wasn't interested in corrections. He asked where she'd grown up, how she'd become a pilot, why she'd become a pilot, whether she had kids, what she did in her spare time. What was her connection with the guy caught out on the alien rust bucket? Tor, what's his name? "He's a passenger," she said. "Just a passenger?" He looked suspicious and disappointed. "No personal feeling for the man?" "He's a passenger. I'm responsible for all my passengers." She answered his questions as best she could, and finally asked to be excused. "I need to communicate with him," she said. "With whom?" "Tor." Claymore was visibly surprised. "You're in touch with him? I've been given to understand—" "Well, never mind. May I speak with him, too?" "He can't answer you," she said. "Why not?" "He's too far away. The transmission from the Chindi doesn't have enough power to reach this far." "Then how do you know he's listening? Do we know for certain he's still alive?" "We know he was alive a few hours ago." "And how do you know that?" She showed him the picture. Tor standing atop one of the ridges with his arms raised, waving, the hatch open off to one side. "Magnificent," he said. "And this is the outside of the Chindi? Why, that's—" He hesitated. "Very affecting. Good stuff." Brownstein looked over at her. "Passing .008C, he said. 008C? Is that significant, Hutch?" "It's a bit less than 1% of light speed. It's as fast as I've ever traveled." "Hutch," said Bill, "our number 2 is overheating." They were still almost 50 minutes from the jump. "I know," she said. "We've been watching it on the board." Some rise in temperature was inevitable with this kind of sustained use. Less than 6 minutes later they began seeing it in the Longworth. But there were measures the ships could take. The coolant could be modified, the fuel mixture adjusted, damping procedures instituted. If necessary, they could even shut down for a few minutes, but it was time they didn't have to spare. Hutch conferred with Bill and directed some changes. The temperatures stabilized. Magombo got on the link periodically to reassure himself. "Are we still on schedule? How are the engines holding up? Had there been any evidence at all, any at all, of life aboard the Chindi? How far forward had they been on the ship? How deep? Had they seen any sign at all of engineering spaces?" Antonio Silvestri, who'd come aboard with Magombo, came by the bridge. "You don't remember me, do you?" he asked. He was smallish, not much taller than she. Olive skin, black hair, dark eyes, quite good-looking, with features that were almost feminine. She'd seen him somewhere, but she was terribly sorry, don't recall where. "Call me Tony," he said disarmingly. "You took me over to Pinnacle from the station once, years ago." He spoke English with a slight Italian accent. "It was only a 2-day flight, and I really shouldn't expect you to remember. But I remember you." The eyes flashed. "I understand your concern for your passenger, Mr. Kirby. He is an artist, is he not?" Nodding. "I looked up his work when I heard." He smiled. "He is worth saving. If I can do anything, please don't hesitate to ask." Hutch also had a few minutes with Terry Hankata, Magombo's other outrider. She was more like her boss, perfunctorily polite, but ambitious and, Hutch thought, desperately intent on boarding the Chindi. 39 minutes to system jump, said the McCarver's AI, which responded to the name Jennifer and, unlike Bill, exhibited a no-nonsense attitude. 2 minutes to ignition. Brownstein nodded and informed the passengers. "Not that it really matters," he added. "I don't think you'll notice any difference." The captain had turned the entire operation over to Jennifer, pointedly not Jenny, Hutch learned when she tried to use the diminutive, who counted down the final minute in 10-second increments, and then the last few seconds. It was all very dramatic, and the yacht's engines fired precisely on schedule. The McCarver lifted against the line, securing it to the asteroid. It didn't have much push, but it did have some, and that reduced the stress on the other vessels. The rise in their engine temperatures, which had reached alarming levels, declined somewhat. When it began to climb again, it did so more slowly.
"We are gulping fuel like bandits," Yurkovich informed them from the Longworth.
"Long as it holds out another half-hour," said Hutch. They were by then approaching .018C, and had broken every record for attained velocity.
"And we've done it," said Brownstein, "hauling that son of a bitch along with us."
He jerked his thumb at a dog-bone. Claymore came online again, audio only.
"Hutch, are you busy? May I have a moment?"
"Yes, Mr. Claymore. What can I do for you?"
"Hutch, is it true you're going outside when the big ships unhitch?"
"No," she said, knowing immediately where the conversation was headed. "I'm staying right where I am."
"I heard something different,"
he said, disappointed. He turned his attention to Brownstein.
"Yuri?" "Yes, sir?" "Can you arrange for me to go outside during the operation? I'll want to get some close-ups."
"Not a good idea, Mr. Claymore."
"Why not?"
His voice rose slightly.
"We have to get that over and done with in the shortest possible time."
"I can get in and out in a couple of minutes."
"Sir, we'll still be accelerating. You'd get ripped off the hull. Not at all good for your digestion."
"Oh,
it's not like the last time."
Brownstein didn't explain what the last time referred to, but she could guess that he'd been allowed to walk around somewhere in a knee suit.
"Damn," he said. "We've got a hell of a story developing here, and we're missing the pictures."
"We'll be getting pictures from the scopes."
"I've been watching them. They're not good enough."
"Doesn't matter. It's not physically possible."
"Brownie, people are going outside to cut the cables. It must be possible."
He was right. There would be a couple of minutes during which the drives would be shut down. But they were going to be moving quickly. No time for picture-taking. If they missed their window, it would be over.
"I will not get in the way,"
Claymore said. He seemed to be addressing Hutch again. Brownstein glanced over at her, his eyes suggesting it was her call. "He's your boss?" she asked.
"Yes, he is."
She turned back to the journalist. "Mr. Claymore," she said, "the captain's right. You go out there, we could lose you. But if you insist, and you're willing to come back in as soon as I tell you—"
"Oh, yes," he said. "No problem there."
"You know how to wear a knee suit?"
"Of course."
"Yuri thinks I should take you when I go out, so we'll do it."
"Thanks. You too, Yuri."
The Longworth's temperatures were starting up again, but Yurkovich reassured them they'd be all right, that he would hold it together as long as he had to, but she should know that he would need new engines when it was over. Bill reported continued mild overheating, but under control. "We're running short of fuel, though. We're using it at a substantial rate." There were fail-safes built into the engines on both the Longworth and the Memphis that would cut in to shut them down if conditions became intolerable. In fact, the fail-safe on the Longworth would have acted already, except that Yurkovich had obviously overridden it. The unit on the Memphis didn't allow tinkering, but conditions were less severe there. Brownstein passed her a sandwich.
"Relax,"
he said. She wasn't sure where the food had come from. "Approaching jump mode," said Jennifer. 8 minutes to shut down." Neither the Longworth nor the Memphis would have enough fuel left to halt its forward motion. When the attempt was over, Hutch thought they were all going to need rescuing. The sandwich was roast beef. She chewed it slowly, tried to concentrate on it. Enjoy it. Alex's moment of glory had arrived. She released her restraints and climbed out of her chair. On the Longworth, Yurkovich's people would be doing the same thing. She strode down to the cargo bay, slipped smoothly into an e-suit, picked up her air tanks, and collected the laser cutter. Then she pulled on a go-pack. 3 minutes, said Bill. I remind you that cutting the outside lines should be done with expedition. The AI was transmitting outside, speaking to everyone in all 3 ships. Alex opened the airlock. She was going over the route she would follow once she got on the hull. She stepped inside, leaning against the bulkhead to keep her balance against the constant acceleration. She closed the inner door and depressurized. Hutch ran a quick check from the McCarver. Was everybody ready on the Longworth? Aye, they were all set. In their case, the 3 volunteers had to cut 8 lines, 2 of which were less accessible, meaning farther away from the airlocks than anything Alex had to worry about. The Mac's engines were hot. The little yacht, even with the help, was simply hauling too much mass for too long. Brownstein saw her glance at the numbers and shook his head. We're a little warm, he seemed to be signaling, but we're okay. Was Alex ready? Yes, I am. "30 seconds," said Bill. Alex opened the outer hatch, but stayed away from it. They were still accelerating. She was off balance, pressed against the rear bulkhead, and it wouldn't do to fall out. Bill counted down the last 10 seconds. When time expired, the engines shut off on all 3 ships. The tendency to fall backward against the bulkhead was gone. She stood away from the wall, checked her sense of balance, which needed a few seconds to return to normal, and stepped out of the hatch. At the same time, 3 people moved out of the Longworth. She saw their lamps glitter as they scattered across the hull. The Memphis was secured to the asteroid by cables attached to the docking gear aft, a cargo hoist amidships, and an auxiliary multi-purpose linking mount forward. The docking gear was her first target. She moved quickly, resisting the temptation to use the go-pack, even though she wanted to. But she and Hutch had worked everything out, and there was time. If she started flying around and screwed the operation, the price would get high. She arrived within moments at the docking gear, ignited her cutter, and set to work. The entire scene was etched in starlight. The giant cargo ship and the modest Memphis, the miniature yacht, the bleak surface of the asteroid, the red blades of the lasers. The stars, which had moved dizzily across the sky when she and Hutch had first gone out onto Dogbone several hours before, were now anchored. The cable snapped apart, one whip end of it almost taking her arm. A woman's voice, apparently one of the Longworth people, warned her that the cables were under pressure and could behave unpredictably. "Look out when they start to give way." She had almost learned that the hard way. Alex felt a surge of adrenaline and charged forward to the cargo hoist, where she started on the second phase. She was ahead of schedule by about a minute. The Longworth people were chattering to each other, issuing instructions, delivering profanity. At the hoist, the cable was looped around the base of the mount, and she didn't see how she could cut it without punching a hole in the ship. That's what comes of hurrying. She climbed out along the line until she was clear of the hull, using one hand to keep herself from drifting away and wielding the laser with the other. Somebody asked what she thought she was doing, but she didn't take time to answer. On the circuit, Yurkovich was admonishing his troops to hurry. The cable blackened. Alex kept the beam on it and watched it separate. The severed ends of the cable drifted apart. Alex had hold of one of them, but she floated helplessly and didn't have time to go back hand over hand. What the hell? It was the moment she'd been waiting for. She lit the go-pack and turned it off almost immediately, as she'd seen Hutch do. She sailed smoothly back toward the hull, caught hold of the cargo hoist, dropped neatly to the metal surface, and scrambled forward. By God, she was good. "Alex," said Bill, 2 minutes. "Almost ready." She hurried forward to the linking mount, which was located just over the bridge. She arrived, appraised her best angle, ignited the cutter, and finished the job. When Alex moved forward on the Memphis, she'd gotten out of imager angle, and Hutch had lost her. She'd watched with a mixture of pride and disquiet while she used the go-pack and drifted off her display, but there'd been no scream, no frantic, "Oh, my God, I'm adrift, what do I do now?" So she had to be okay. Hutch hesitated to speak to her, didn't want to distract her, didn't want to admit that she didn't quite trust her. Then Alex's voice, level, calm, in charge. "Memphis clear." "Alex," she said, "you're going to be a legend." "I already am, Captain," she said. Brownstein pressed his earphones down. "What's holding up the Longworth?" he asked. "Ready in a minute." Yurkovich sounded unperturbed. "Jennifer," said Brownstein, "prepare to reignite." Hutch opened her channel to Bill. "I want you to disengage 30 seconds after the Longworth frees up. Jennifer will take over." She switched to Alex. "Well done," she said. "When we get back, we'll give you an award." "Be still my heart." "Get inside now." "Yes, Ma." The woman had a flippant side. "Longworth clear," said Yurkovich. Bill's image appeared on the overhead. "Congratulations all," he said. "Current velocity is 0.02633 light speed." Hutch felt a surge of elation. That was within parameters of where they'd hoped to be at this point. "Passing con to the MacArthur," said Bill. Jennifer acknowledged. Brownstein looked pleased. "Restart engines," he said. The Longworth and the Memphis, released from the asteroid, were drifting away. Now it was up to the Mac. The little ship that could, thought Hutch. The engines ignited, and it struggled to accelerate, to drag the Dogbone with it. The Memphis turned on its axis and directed its tubes away from the Longworth, the yacht, and the rock. It fired its engines and moved cautiously away. When it had retreated to a safe distance, the Longworth executed a similar maneuver. Both ships were so low on fuel that they would continue on approximately the same course, at the same velocity, until somebody rescued them. "Good luck," said Alex, now safely back inside. 2 minutes to jump, said Jennifer. On schedule. The max engine temperatures were rising again. Hutch opened a channel to Claymore's quarters. "You ready, Mr. Claymore?" she asked.
"Oh, yes, indeed I am."
"We're only going to have a couple of minutes. Meet me at the cargo airlock."
"On my way."
"Be careful, we're still accelerating." That was probably wishful thinking. The asteroid was massive, and the instruments, not designed for the current situation, were producing confused readings. Red lamps were blinking everywhere. Brownstein's lips were drawn back, revealing lots of even white teeth, through which he was sucking air the way people do when they're watching someone suffer. He had the engine status display on his overhead.
"Be good to shut them down," he said, "even if it's only for a couple of minutes."
"Everything's going to be okay, Yuri," she said. He nodded. Damn right. She climbed out of her seat, felt her way back down the luxuriously appointed corridor. Universal News treated its correspondents pretty well, and ascended to the lower deck, where Claymore was struggling into an e-suit. He had an imager clipped to his vest. He seemed to know what he was doing, so she busied herself with her own gear.
"Hutch," he said, "I appreciate this."
"You're welcome, Mr. Claymore."
"My friends call me Henry."
"Henry," she said, "be careful when you're out there. This is going to be very quick. Point, click, and run."
"I understand."
She pulled on her go-pack and clipped a cutter onto her harness. Brownstein's voice. 1 minute. Hutch heard the captain shut the fusion engines down. Their steady roar was replaced by the somewhat erratic rumble of the Hazeltines. She sat down on the deck, signaled Claymore to follow her example, and waited for her stomach to tell her they were making the jump. Chapter 35. You gotta move sudden and quick. Give no warning, waste no time. It's velocity all the way. That's what counts, the only thing that counts. The Wanderers. Velocity, first performed, 22:21. Hutch's voice was electric. "Underway." Tor was sitting outside under the sky. "Yes," he thought. "Come get me. I'm here." Hutch stayed with him. "Everything's on schedule. We should be able to make this work." And later, "Tor, we're passing .01C. That's nowhere close to the Chindi rate, but I think we've just set a record for the McCarver." His eyes drifted shut. The only sound, other than her voice, was his breathing. "Still running true. Getting some overheating in the big ship, the Longworth, but it's nothing we hadn't expected. In fact, it's less than we thought it would be by this point. We don't think it'll be a problem." He got momentarily careless. He'd been standing near the rise where he'd been when the Chindi had passed the Memphis. When there's no gravity, it doesn't much matter whether you stand or sit. And he was picturing the shuttle coming in to pick him up, how it would be, Hutch climbing out to embrace him, and he gave way to habit and hunkered down on the side of the rise, breaking the contact between his grip shoes and the hull. He was horrified to realize he'd begun to drift. "Alex says not to worry." He was able to touch the ground, but there was nothing to hold on to. He succeeded only in pushing himself higher. "Keep calm." The incline saved him. Just before he floated out of reach, he remembered it was there, behind him now, and he got a foot out and mashed it against the rock. It stopped him. The episode had probably lasted less than 3 seconds, but it left him trembling. "If I ever get home, I'm going to spend the rest of my life on the front porch, hiding under a deck chair." The thought brought a smile. "When we get close," Hutch continued, "I'll let you know. Best will be to wait for us outside, where we can get to you without any waste of time. Well, you know that, Tor. I don't have to tell you. I guess I'm just making conversation." He'd never tried to conduct a monologue. It had to be hard on her. Hell, she didn't even know for certain that he could hear her. And he wondered if she was becoming resentful of the burden he'd imposed, if when it was over, whether he lived or died, she'd remember these hours, how she'd stayed on the link, talking away, trying to distract the idiot who'd refused to take her advice. How could she not be annoyed? "Getting ready to start the McCarver's engines." He felt a psychological need to lie down, take it easy for a bit. It occurred to him he hadn't slept for a while, but he didn't want to spend what might be his last hours unconscious. He looked over at the exit hatch. Maybe just a few minutes. "Okay, Tor, we're up and running. So far we're doing fine." He climbed back onto the ladder, grateful for the gentle tug of the Chindi's gravity field. He descended back into the passageway, stretched out behind the dome, and closed his eyes. The McCarver and Dogbone passed smoothly into trans-dimensional space. Hutch checked her go-pack, opened the airlock, and did a quick inspection. A few meters below, the rock looked enormous. It was a boulder tied to a large pigeon, drifting through fog. "Henry," she said. He nodded. "All set." "Whatever you do, don't lose contact with the hull. We aren't going to have time for retrievals."
"Don't worry, Hutch."
He did, in fact, look as if he knew what he was doing. The go-pack was strictly a safety feature, a backup. She left her feet and glided toward the prow. Dogbone had been connected forward to the docking assembly, and in the after section the securing cable had literally been looped around the hull. The rock had constituted a severe drag during the few minutes after the Longworth and the Memphis had cut loose. Now, however, the Mac and the rock were drifting together, at the same casual speed. Hutch arrived at the docking gear, caught hold of a strut, ignited her cutter, and went to work on the cable.
3 minutes, Hutch," said Brownstein.
"Why is the time so critical?" asked Claymore. "It determines where we show up on the other side, in sublight space." The cable parted, and she separated the links and cast them away, making sure the ship was clear.
"I thought these jumps, were pretty inexact."
"Not at a range this close." She turned and moved smoothly toward the Mac's after section, aiming for a sensor dish. "This is almost pinpoint. Even a few seconds' delay can put us hopelessly off target." She became aware that Claymore was tracking her, recording every move. Details at 11.
2 minutes.
She used the dish to stop herself, pushed down to the mount, activated the cutter, and applied it against the line. Like the other connecting cables, it was really a triple. She realized belatedly she should have tried to work out another plan, had somebody else here to help. This was just too close. "What are you going to call it?" she asked Claymore.
"Call what?"
"The show. The report on the rescue?"
"Don't take this the wrong way," he said. "If it succeeds, it'll be after the Chindi."
One of the strands separated. Mist blew across the rocky surface below her. "What if it fails?" she asked.
"It'll be different. Don't know yet what I'd want to call it, but it would have to be different."
1 minute, Hutch. Finish up and get inside. Everybody else, prepare for jump." She was still cutting. "Not going to make it, Yuri."
"Then let it go, Hutch. Get to the airlock."
It was too late to abort. Try that now, and he'd damage the engines, maybe blow them up altogether. The second strand parted.
"Hutch, for God's sake!"
And Claymore,
"Let it go, Hutch."
Let it go, and they'd drag the rock back out with them, or even if they didn't and it fell off, it would wreck the numbers. Either way, Tor was dead.
"Hutch!"
"Wait one, Yuri."
"Come on, Hutch, let's go."
Sweat poured off her. God help her, there was a way. If she could anchor herself to the hull. She shut off the laser.
"Good,"
said Brownstein, obviously watching through one of the hull imagers.
"Now we're making sense."
She clipped the cutter to her harness.
"We'll figure something out later."
But of course he knew they wouldn't. She reached inside her harness, found the shut-off toggle for the E-suit. Then she pushed the sleeve control and simultaneously pulled the toggle. The suit shut off. The world went frigid and her senses reeled. She tugged her belt off and looped it around one of the sensor mount's supporting bars. Then she let go of it and reactivated the suit. The field reformed around her.
"What are you doing?"
She turned the cutter on and went back to work. Claymore was still watching her. "Henry," she said, "go." No fool Claymore. He was already at the airlock.
"For God's sake, Hutch!"
The captain's voice was a growl. She held the laser to the remaining strand, watched it begin to eat through. Jennifer broke in with a stern warning and started a countdown, trying to scare her. What kind of AI resorts to that sort of tactic? The hull beneath the cable was getting scorched. Not good. 15 seconds, said the AI. Claymore was leaning out of the airlock, watching her. "Get inside, Henry," she cried. "Close it up."
"Not without you."
The idiot didn't move. He was still pointing the imager at her. "Get in, or you and after the Chindi will both stay here." She heard him talking with Brownstein, instructing him to cease and desist. God help her, that was actually the terminology he used. Then, at last, apparently persuaded he had no option, he was gone, and the hatch closed. The cable separated. Because the asteroid and the yacht were traveling at the same velocity, Dogbone didn't fall away, and the strands remained where they were. She had to heave them clear. She twisted the belt around her arm. "You're free, Yuri," she said. "Go." Brownstein had delayed pushing the button, had given her an extra few seconds, but it was the limit of what he could safely do. "Hold on," he said. The Hazeltines kicked in, and the hull rose under her. Steering thrusters adjusted their angle and fired. The yacht lifted away from Dogbone. The rock began to grow misty. Hutch watched it fade, felt the first sensations of approaching transition. "Stay with us, Hutch." Inside a superluminal, people usually take transition with little or no discomfort. Some get mildly ill, suffer disorientation, lose the contents of their stomachs. It's why passengers are always cautioned to eat lightly or skip the meal altogether when a jump is imminent. Theory holds that the dampening field, which protects against momentum effects, also helps limit the physical reaction. To Hutch's knowledge, that was a notion that had never been tested, and consequently she had no idea what to expect riding the hull of the McCarver as it went sublight. Had there been time, she'd have run her belt through the harness in one sleeve and out the other to make sure she didn't fall off, but there hadn't been time, and now she was no longer sure where the belt was, or her harness, or her arm. Her mind retreated into a dark cave while everything around her swirled. Somewhere she was holding on to something, and she should continue to do that. Hang on, don't let go. Her gorge rose. Not good. There was no provision in the E-suit for emptying the contents of her stomach. Once, at about the age of 7, she'd been playing with a swing that hung from a tree limb. In an experimental mood, she'd stood beside the swing and turned it round and round until the sustaining ropes were so twisted she couldn't continue. Then she'd climbed into it and lifted her feet, and it had begun to spin. It had continued spinning, and suddenly the world was spinning, and the sky was underfoot, and she crashed into the ground. It was like that now. The cave was turning, and she caught flashes of light, but the images were all indistinct. Faces, clouds, a stretch of metal hull, voices far off talking to her, or about her, or maybe about the weather, who knew? Transition time is normally about 6 seconds. But vertigo went on and on until she became convinced that she and the belt had somehow slipped into one of the nether regions associated with TDI. She threw up. Couldn't help it. The warm, wet, sticky stuff went into her nose and back down her throat. She choked, couldn't breathe. Darkness crowded the edges of consciousness. There was a sudden blast of extreme cold. Suit was off. How the hell— It was her last thought, as she slipped angrily into the night. As a rule, Claymore approved of heroic types. They made good copy, and they were generally self-effacing in interviews, unlike, say, politicians, who were always trying to take over the conversation. But there was a problem with heroes. They tended to get other, more reluctant people involved in the heroics. Consequently, if a death-defying act was to be performed, it was always a good idea to arrive after it had been, successfully or not, completed. He had tried to intervene when he saw what Hutchins was going to do, urging Brownstein to call off the jump. But he'd been too late. Had hesitated too long. The ship might slip out of this ghostly place at any moment, and he was damned sure Henry Claymore was going with it. Given time, he'd have dragged the damned fool inside, but he'd had to settle for whispering goodbye and closing the hatch, grateful to be inside, thinking what a waste, somebody that attractive. He'd sat down on the bench, propping himself against a bulkhead where he endured the brief giddiness that always assaulted him during jumps. He'd learned they were easiest for him if he rode backward and closed his eyes. He'd done that. He knew when it was over, always knew, because the vertigo went away as if someone had thrown a switch, and he was listening to Brownstein frantically calling Hutch's name. He reopened the hatch and was delighted to see that she was still there. He had the imager ready and got pictures, but she'd apparently been knocked loose from her perch and was drifting away from the yacht. The running lights were trained on her. Her arms and legs were twitching, jerking, and he saw with horror precisely what had happened. She'd thrown up, clogged the narrow hard-shell air bubble that the E-suit provided over the face, and she was strangling on her own vomit. Her struggles were growing more intense. She was already a long way from the ship, maybe 10 meters. "Henry," Brownstein's voice, "can you reach her?" Claymore paused in the hatch. "Not really," he thought. "Not me. She's way the hell out there. Off the port beam, as they like to say in command circles." "Henry?" If Claymore was devoted to anything, it was keeping risk to a minimum. Come out with a whole skin. That was his motto, after a lifetime of working in and beyond the world's trouble spots. But he'd produced when there had been nothing else for it. He'd been with the peacemakers during the Guatemala rescue. He'd gone down once at sea in a flyer, and in his time he'd faced angry mobs and outraged heads of state. And he'd hated every minute of it. He gauged angle and trajectory, wondered what would happen if he missed, and jumped for her. But his adrenaline was running, and he put too much effort into it. He was moving faster than he'd expected, and feared he would pass their intersection point before she arrived. "Henry!" Brownstein's startled voice. "Not like that! I wanted you to throw her a line." A lot of good that would do. The captain apparently hadn't seen what Claymore had. Her struggles had begun to lessen. He was going to pass in front of her, but her belt was leading her, and he was able to grab it as he went past. It jerked her after him. He congratulated himself and caught a glimpse of the McCarver through his legs as they tumbled away. It was already beginning to look pretty far off. He twisted her around to get at her right arm, found the red pad on the sleeve and the emergency toggle inside her vest, and shut off the field. Flickinger fields are reflective. In the glow of the ship's lights, Hutch had been surrounded by an aura. It blinked off, and the ejector and a few frozen flakes of oxygen drifted away. He watched her spasm and cough. "Next time, baby doll, don't try to do everything yourself." The vacuum helped. The air exploded out of her lungs, bringing the vomit with it. He released his vest, gave her face a quick wipe, and reactivated her suit. She coughed a few more times, but he was relieved to see that she was breathing again. "What happened?" Brownstein broke in on him. "She threw up," he said. "Okay. Hang on to her. I'll send the shuttle over for you." Hutch struggled. "Take it easy, sweetcakes," he said. "You're all right." She tried to speak, but couldn't seem to get anything out. Claymore smiled. She was not at all the take-charge little fireball who'd come aboard. "Just relax," he told her. "We're still outside, but you're okay." She looked at him and stiffened momentarily. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was still gulping down a lot of air. She tried to rub her hands against her face, but seemed surprised to find the shell. "A suit," she said. "Yes." Her eyes drifted shut. "How'd we do?" she asked. The question confused him until he realized it was meant for the captain. "Don't know yet. Can't tell anything until we locate the Chindi. We did run a bit longer in the sack than we should have." Hutchins nodded, and she looked as if she were trying to digest what she'd just been told. Abruptly she turned her eyes on Claymore. "Henry," she said. "Thanks." "You're welcome. I used to make my living rescuing beautiful women in distress." She made a gurgling sound that might have been an attempt to laugh, or maybe she was still trying to clear her throat. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Yuri," he said, "did we pick up the velocity we needed?" "That's the same question Hutch asked. I don't know." "Why not?" "Nothing to measure it against out here. Give me a little time." The shuttle had disconnected itself and was rotating to come after them. "Don't need it," she said. "It'll take too long." "You sure?" "Yes." She looked up at Claymore. For a long moment they simply floated there while he watched the McCarver continue to dwindle. Then she told him to hang on, suggested he watch his foot, and lighted her go-back. It was maybe a 1-second burst, and it jolted him because it had more kick than he'd expected, but they were headed back toward the airlock. For Brownstein it had been a frantic experience. He was engaged in an exercise that put the yacht at risk. He wasn't sure what his status would be if it sustained damage. Engines were not cheap, and he'd come within a hair of losing one of his passengers, and then had seen his prime-time star jump out of the airlock. He'd been piloting superluminals for more than 20 years, first for Light Tech, then for Cosmic, and finally for Universal News. And in the last 10 minutes he'd watched his entire career pass before his eyes. He hadn't violated the code. In fact, refusal to help Hutch recover her own lost passenger could have left him open to legal action. At the same time, he could get into serious trouble for putting his ship in jeopardy. Law, as it applied off-Earth, was a confusing and sometimes contradictory business. There were those who maintained that was nothing new in jurisprudence. Nevertheless, he was still trying to settle his own nerves when Claymore reported that they were both back aboard. He activated the visuals as they came through the airlock and saw that Hutch looked a little beat up. Bruises and broken blood vessels were evident. Of course, one would expect that of somebody who, in the last few minutes, had twice been breathing vacuum. "We have acquired the Chindi," said Jennifer. He took a deep breath. "Status?" She put it on the display board. They were behind the Chindi, as they'd hoped they would be. And they were moving slightly faster than .26C. Incredible. Hutch had been right. And they'd effectively scored a bullseye, in almost every way. But he'd been in the sack a bit too long. They were closer than they wanted to be, and had to shed more velocity than had been planned. The AI had already begun rotating the McCarver, pointing its thrusters forward. "We'll reach it in 26 minutes, Yuri, but we'll need a 22-minute burn to overtake and match velocity." 22 minutes? With engines already red-hot? The plan had called for 7 or 8. "Hutch," he said, "we have a problem." Brownstein's news had, on the whole, been encouraging. Greenwater had worked, and now they had a decent chance. Hutch was still somewhat shaken up. The first thing she did on returning to the yacht was to gargle and brush her teeth. She did that on the run with a lot of spilled water while the ship maneuvered into braking position. It stopped, started, realigned, pointed its main thrusters forward. She grabbed a clean blouse from her bag and hurried half-dressed to the bridge, arriving just before the fusion engines came back online and fired. Claymore, looking every bit the heroic male, was already there. His voice seemed to have deepened. He was enjoying his moment, and she saw him looking surreptitiously through the max visuals of the incident. Some of that was undoubtedly going to show up on the UNN coverage. Yuri shook her hand and congratulated her, but his mood was subdued. On the console beside the navigation screen, the engine warning lights were already blinking. She was in the right-hand seat. "Can you patch me through to the Chindi, Yuri?" she asked. "I want to talk to Tor." They were still pretty far away. "Can he reply at this range?" he asked. "No, but I can talk to him." "Go ahead, Hutch. You're on." "Tor," she said, "if you can hear me, we're less than a half-hour away." She checked the time. He should be all right for another hour or so. She chattered away at him, trying to stay upbeat, describing how the jump had been perfect, how the transit had worked, how they'd dumped the mass but kept the velocity and roared out of hyperspace. How they were coming, almost there. "We'll not do any more wandering off onto alien artifacts, will we? Especially ones with big propulsion tubes." "In about 15 minutes, she said. "We'll be within your transmission range. You'll be able to talk to us." Claymore nodded approvingly. "If I ever get in trouble," he said, "I hope you're with the rescue party." She smiled with all due modesty. "You could have killed yourself out there." "I'm responsible for him." "Only up to a point." He tilted his head, appraising her. "Anybody ever try that before? Staying outside during a jump?" Brownstein looked back over his shoulder. "Nobody else that crazy," he said. "And I didn't get any pictures." "Sure you did," said Hutch. "Not of you during the jump." His eyes narrowed. "You know, I'll bet if we checked the hull imagers we might find something." "Henry," she said, "you pulled my rear end out of the fire out there, and I wouldn't want you to think I'm not grateful." "What?" "But you're probably right, and I'm sure there is a visual record of me throwing up and all the rest of it." "It's great stuff, Hutch. Nobody expects you to maintain appropriate decorum in that kind of situation." "I'm not talking about decorum. I'm talking about how I looked. I don't want the world to see me like that, and I'd appreciate—" She stopped dead, listening. The G-forces were gone. "What's wrong?" asked Claymore. They both answered. "The engines are off." "Automatic shutdown," Jennifer's voice. "To prevent damage." "How long will they stay shut down?" Hutch asked. "Minimum time's about 20 minutes, he said. "That's way too long. Can you override?" "This is not one of the designated situations, Hutch." "Who the hell cares? We can explain later." "Jennifer cares. She won't allow it." "God damn, Yuri, override her." "It'll take too much time." Claymore was looking from one to the other. "What does it mean?" he asked. "It means," said Hutch, "that we'll go roaring past the Chindi with all flags flying." Chapter 36. Know When to Stop. Pierre Chanel, Handbook for Dictators, 2188. The sky had not changed. The stars didn't move, didn't rotate past as they seemed to do from Iowa. Everything stayed in precisely the same place. Frozen. Nothing rose and nothing set. Time had simply stopped. Except for the oxygen gauge, which stood at 50 minutes. Hurry, Hutch. Eventually, maybe years from now, someone else would find his shelter, and he wondered what they would make of it. A display out in one of the corridors? Or maybe the robots would eventually clean it up and get rid of it. Or might they set it up in a chamber of his own, complete with an image of himself? Did they recognize that artifacts might come on board of their own volition? He considered yet again how best to end things when the time came. He didn't want to smother. He could shut off the suit, but he wasn't sure the effect wouldn't be much the same. He remembered seeing pictures of a woman whose suit had failed, the only known case, and it was clear she'd died in agony. He gripped the cutter. If it came to it, that might be best. He pushed it out of his mind and steered his thoughts elsewhere. He reminisced about old friends, lost lovers, a Michigan lake where his family used to take him canoeing on vacations, a philosophy professor who'd advised him to make his life count for something. That had been Harry Axelrod, a nervous little man with an Eastern European accent and questionable control of English. No one had taken him very seriously. The students had conducted pools before class on how many times he would use his favorite phrase, "The essence of the matter is." But Axelrod's basic message never left him during those long hours on the Chindi. Life is short. Even with the treatments, be aware that a couple of centuries is a desperately brief time in the grand scale. You get a few visits from the comet, he meant Halley's, and nothing more. Embrace your life. Find what it is that you love and pursue it with all your soul, for if you do not, when you come to die, you will find that you have not lived. Tor had not lived. He had worked hard, studied hard, made a good career for himself. Prior to this misbegotten Chindi adventure, he'd never taken time off. He had no children. It was the uneventful nature of his life that had, sadly, brought him here. Maybe that was really why he joined the Contact Society, in the hope he could manage an accomplishment of one sort or another, be along when something significant happened. In fact, everything he'd thought about had occurred, to a far greater degree than he could have hoped. Safe harbor, the angels, and the retreat, and the Chindi, which would probably go on record as the biggest single scientific discovery ever. Yet it all felt empty. He'd loved 2 women, had lost them both because he'd accepted their indifference too readily, and simply allowed them to walk away. Well, maybe he'd gotten one back. Her voice startled him. "Tor, if you can hear me, we're less than a half-hour away." "Come get me, Hutch. I'm still here. You don't—" "Nothing to worry about now. Have time to waste. It'll be good. We're running with the Chindi now. Greenwater worked. To see you again. We're behind you, coming up fast. Thank God. I bet we won't go wandering off again onto large artifacts, especially ones with big propulsion tubes." "No, ma'am. Count on it. In about 15 minutes we'll be within your transmission range. You'll be able to talk to us."
"What are you doing, Hutch?" She was on her feet, headed for the door.
"Going after him," she said.
"How?"
"With the shuttle."
"Won't work. There's not enough firepower to do a maneuver like this." He was talking about fuel. "You checked with Jennifer?"
"I didn't have to. But yes, I did. Yuri, we're close. Jennifer can't know precisely how much is in the tank. It won't hurt to try."
"If the tank was full, it still wouldn't be enough to break down." She was out the door. Standing around arguing was just losing time. She charged down the central passageway, took the ramp to the lower deck, grabbed an e-suit, and pulled it on. She was fastening the harness and reaching for go-packs and spare air tanks when Claymore appeared. "I'm going too."
"Can't. Here, give me a hand." She pushed 2 go-packs at him and picked up 2 more. Ordinarily, a yacht like the McCarver would have 2 at most, but Mogambo and his people had added theirs to the general supply. He took them, gave her a hand with the air tanks, picked up an e-suit for himself, and followed her toward the airlock. Because of the max dimensions, her shuttle was attached to the hull.
"Why not?"
"I'm sorry, Henry. You weigh too much. I've got to move, and the more mass we pack, the harder it'll be."
"Oh, come on, Hutchins."
"It's basic physics." She took the gear from him, thanked him, and tossed everything into the lock. "We'll do a great interview when I get back. Meantime, I have to go." He looked angry, dismayed, frustrated, but he stood aside.
"I'll hold you to that," he said.
It took forever for the outer hatch to open. When it provided sufficient room, she squeezed through, hauled her equipment out onto the hull, and made for the shuttle.
"Good luck,"
said Claymore, over the link. Hutch opened up and climbed in. She locked her gear down, and the AI released the spacecraft. She started the engine and waited for green lamps. "Jennifer," she said, "assume adequate fuel. Give me a course." Jennifer complied. It was pretty much straight ahead. Hutch fed it into the onboard navigator. "You understand," Jennifer said, "that it will be necessary to run the engines until the fuel gives out?" "I understand." The engine fired, and she pulled quickly away from the yacht. "Fuel will last between 10 and 12 minutes. "Okay. Assume adequate quantity for the mission. Time to Chindi?" 21 minutes.
"Hutch," Brownstein again. "We have it on the scopes."
He relayed the image. It was enhanced, and Jennifer had brightened things a bit. She looked for Tor, hoping he'd be standing out on the surface, but the picture wasn't clear enough. Shuttles don't carry much fuel. They have no atmospheric capability and are used exclusively for ship-to-ship or ship-to-station operations. Consequently, they simply don't need much fuel. The pilot, or the AI, programs a course, uses the propulsion system to provide a kick in the right direction, and settles down to a glide path. Hutch, on the other hand, was using the engine to brake, so it would be firing non-stop and gulping its supply of fuel precipitously. She opened her channel to the Chindi and held her breath. "Tor, can you hear me?"
"Hutch, are you out there somewhere?"
His voice sounded strained, frightened, relieved. "I'm in a shuttle, approaching from the rear and above, a few degrees off the starboard quarter."
"Thank God, Hutch. I'm almost out of air."
"I know. Sit tight. We've been having some problems."
"Yeah, got that impression."
She heard him take a deep breath.
"Why are you in a shuttle? Where's the ship?"
"Engines gave out."
"You're kidding."
"It's all right," she said. "The shuttle works fine."
"Good. Hutch, you have no idea how glad I am that you're here."
"I think I do." "Fuel is down to 3/4, Jennifer said. Ideally, if she could continue to brake at her present rate, she could slow down enough to match the Chindi's speed and simply drift in beside the exit hatch and pick Tor up. Voila! Except that she was going to run out of fuel before that could happen, and the shuttle would gallop past. "Tor," she said, "how much air have you left?" He hesitated.
20 minutes, maybe a little bit more."
Ahead she could make out the Chindi. "Yuri," she said, "I've got visual contact."
"Acknowledge."
"Are you still watching it?"
"Yes."
"Can you see Tor?"
Hesitation. "Yes, he's outside, near the hatch."
"Okay, Yuri. There's a possibility."
"Hutch, what possibility?"
He sounded as if he thought she might try to crash the thing.
Jennifer, using best estimate of fuel reserves, if we continue with the original plan and we run out when you expect us to, how fast will we be traveling when we pass the Chindi?" "Approximately 70 kilometers per hour."
It sounded possible.
"Hutch, you are approximately 7 minutes from engine shutdown."
She looked over at the GoPax.
"Jennifer, let's try it a different way. I need you to do some math for me."
She described her idea.
"Won't work," Jennifer said. "The GoPack doesn't have enough fuel. It'll give you 8 minutes before it goes out. That's not enough. You still hit at over 50. "That's not so good," Hutch said. "You would bounce once and continue on your way." "If there were a way to get the tanks to him—" "The tanks, like your pots, would keep traveling. You are not going to attempt this, surely?"
No, she wasn't.
"Hutch!" Tor sounded excited. "I can see your lights!"
"Just a little while now," she said. Her brow was damp, and she had to wipe sweat out of her eyes. She took a drink of water, still trying to get the taste of vomit out of her throat, and then turned on her e-suit.
"Jennifer, depressurize the cabin."
"Complying." The AI hesitated, and Hutch could almost hear her sigh. The Chindi was still hard to make out, not much more than a shadow moving among the stars.
"Fuel at 1/8, said Jennifer. "Range to the Chindi is 380 kilometers, closing at 2,420 kilometers per hour."
Relative to the Chindi. Hutch gave the controls back to the AI.
"I advise against this procedure," said Brownstein.
She was thinking how to handle 4 GoPacks.
"I know, Yuri," she said.
"I'm aware that you do. My advice is for the record."
She couldn't do anything to get ready until the G-forces subsided, but that wasn't going to take long.
The fuel warning lamp began to blink. "Hutch, are we going to be able to manage this?" Tor's voice sounding worried. She removed a pinger from the console and clipped it onto her harness. "Yeah, we're fine. But listen, you're going to see the shuttle sail past without stopping. Don't worry about it. I won't be in it." "You won't? Where you'll be? What's going on?"
"Range 360, said Jennifer. "I'll be coming in by Gopak."
"Hutch, why?"
"I'll explain later. It's going to be okay, Tor." The Chindi's bulk was expanding across the stars. She could make out the propulsion tubes now. The lamps went bright red, and the engines shut down. End of the line. She opened the inner hatch. "Hutch, range is 340.
"Okay."
The G-forces had gone away. She climbed into the back seat where she had more room, pulled a Gopak over her shoulders. At a standard 1G, it would have weighed 9 kilograms. She strapped a second Gopak onto her belly, was pleasantly surprised to discover it fit nicely, and that it could probably be fired without damaging any vital parts, as long as she didn't move too much. She used a 5-meter length of cable to tie the remaining 2 Gopaks together, and looped the loose end over her shoulder. She struggled over to the hatch, feeling like a mover. Even though she was in zero gravity, the Gopaks were awkward to handle. She squeezed through and bumped out into the night. The Chindi was a large, dark mass, dead ahead. Its propulsion tubes, 4 dully reflective rings, were pointed in her direction. She activated the pinger, which would home in on Tor's radio signal and allow her to head directly for him. She used her attitude control to aim her feet at the Chindi, and thereby, more or less, the nozzles of the 2 Gopaks. Satisfied she was on target, she hit the green buttons simultaneously. The Gopaks fired their thrusters, and she felt a gentle backward thrust. The shuttle began to move ahead. The unit she'd tied on to her belly tried to go sideways, but she quickly straightened it and held it in place.
"It's working," she told Brownstein.
"Hutch," he replied, "remind me not to travel with you again."
"Best traditions of the service," she said.
"Right. Make sure you don't whack into the thing's ass end."
"I'm slowing down."
"One would hope. You have the extra pair of Gopaks."
"Sure."
"The way we read it, if you use both sets, at the very best you'll still be doing 30 clicks when you hit the hatch."
"That's not so good."
"No, it isn't. Hutch, this is not going to work. You try to set down at that pace and you'll bounce all the way to Vega."
Some of that must have spilled over onto Tor's channel.
"Hutch, what are you doing?"
he demanded. She wasn't entirely sure. Chapter 37. "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" Henry Stanley, 1871. Tor listened with growing horror while she explained. "Coming in too fast, going to pass overhead, no way to slow down, don't know what else to try."
"I could go up one of the propulsion tubes."
"I don't think that would work."
"I wasn't serious."
He was standing beside the exit hatch. Everything seemed absolutely still, a peaceful night under the stars.
"I'm out of ideas," she was saying.
"Are you still braking?"
"Yes, using 2 packs. Got 2 more when these give out, but I don't think they're going to be enough."
Tor looked back, over the flat ground between the ridges, past the distant arcs of the thrusters, trying to see her. The shuttle's lights had grown brighter, but of course she wouldn't be visible out there anywhere.
"Do you have enough air for yourself?"
"Yes, sure."
"You're certain?"
"Did you want me to go back?"
They both laughed, and it was as if a wall had broken inside him, and he recognized it was over. And when he had done that, when he'd resigned himself that he wasn't going to survive, he laughed again.
"I'll wave as you go by."
Hutch was silent.
"How fast will you be traveling when you get here?"
"About 30 clicks."
"And you'll be here in—"
13 minutes and counting."
30 clicks. It wasn't all that fast. He felt a flicker of hope and almost regretted it. Resignation seemed better.
"Maybe there's still a way to do it," he said.
"How?"
"You take some lumps."
"How? What do we do?"
"Hold on a few seconds."
He dropped down the exit hatch, switched on his lamp, and ran toward First and Main.
"What?"
she demanded.
"I'll explain in a minute. Let me see first whether it's feasible."
He charged past the werewolf, feeling for the first time that his air was getting a bit close. He pulled up at the ditch. The cable still hung down to the lower decks. He started holding it up. There was more of it than he remembered, but that was good. "I don't want to rush you, Tor, but if you've got something, you'd better make it quick."
"Try to get low. I'm going to toss you a rope."
He heard her laugh again, but this time the sound sent a chill up his spine. "I'm serious." "Do it," she said. "I don't have anything better." There was a lot of cable, maybe 70-100 meters. It was strong stuff, and he tried to loop it around his shoulder as it came out of the hole, but there was too much to keep in order, and it seemed to go on forever. "Tor, what kind of rope?" "A net. It'll be about 6 meters across, right where I'm standing." "Net made of what?" "Cable." He gave up waiting for the end to appear and decided to hell with it. He started back toward the exit, trying to run, dragging it behind him. He climbed the ladder, went through the exit hatch, and pulled it out onto the surface. "I've exhausted the first set of go-packs," said Hutch, "switching to my reserves." The line behind him had gotten tangled. He was still sorting it out when the shuttle glided past. It was a couple of 100 meters off to one side. There were no directions here, no east or west. Starboard, he thought. It's off the starboard side. Some of its lights died as he watched. Keep your head. There's still time. Why was it easier to give up? As best he could, he set out a strip of cable and made a loop at the top about 6 meters in diameter. He tied it, and then laid a few crosspieces over it and tied them so that he had a net of sorts. It was hard to work with because it kept drifting away. When he was satisfied with it, he pulled what remained of the cable approximately 20 meters out of the exit and tied the end of it around his waist. A net? There was a touch of déjà vu in that. It hadn't been that long since she tried to pilot a crippled lander into a net at Deep Six. The 2 go-packs she'd used up and discarded had raced well ahead of her by now. "You'll have to stay low," he said. "It'll only be a few meters off the ground." "Okay." "Probably tangled. I can't do anything about that. Get hold when you come in, if you can." "Okay." She raced over the Chindi's rear tubes, then the rock landscape swept beneath her. She was slowing, but not quickly enough. "I'll be on the other end." "Why not anchor it? Let me try to land." "You'll take too much of a beating. Do it my way." "I don't like it." "Doesn't much matter at this point." Ahead the landscape opened into a plain. She picked up a few low hills on the right, which straightened into one of the ridges that bracketed the exit hatch. The second ridge appeared moments later. "When you get hold of it, you should pull me off the surface." That was correct, as far as it went, but she was going down. "With luck, we'll both come away in pretty good shape." "How's your air?" "Got enough if you don't miss me." She was still moving feet first. If she was going to grab a net, she needed to get turned around, get her feet out of the way. She shut off both go-packs. "Should give you 3 or 4 seconds before the cable plays out." She struggled out of her belly go-pack. A last row of hills passed beneath her. Then she was out over a stretch of smooth rock, and she saw him ahead, about 400 meters. Saw the net. It was desperately small, a fragile web that hung shapelessly above him. She threw the go-pack away, down into the rear. The action caused her to begin to rotate around her center of mass, bringing her gradually face forward. "Try to relax your body." Yes, good idea, that last. Clever guy, Tor. The 2 ridges were angling in now, centering the exit hatch. Tor was standing just off to one side, trying to hold up the net, looking ludicrous. 40 seconds. The net was getting bigger, but not by much. It wasn't really a net at all, just a few strands looped together, tangled, and as she raced across that silent landscape, he tried again to coax it higher, to spread it out. Beyond it the ground was clear until the ridges came together. Gray rock rippled past. She had drifted off course and blipped the go-pack, using it to correct. "Hutch," Brownstein's voice spoke from far away. "Busy," she said. Tor was down on one knee, watching, trying to guide her. "Keep coming. Stay straight, a little lower." Then he sat down, got his shoes clear of the ground. Another brief burst from the go-pack. From Tor's point of view, it was terrifying. She came over the horizon, head first like a meteor, skimming the ground. The air was getting thick, but it was still breathable. He looked at her and looked at the rock. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. Hair-brained scheme. I may have killed her, too. It would have taken pure luck to hit it dead center, and Hutch could see she was off to one side. But she picked the section she wanted, a brace of netting that floated free and clear of the tangle. She raced across the last 30 meters, concentrating on her target and blocking everything else out of her mind, except that she was aware of Tor crouched below her, of his face frozen in horror. She snatched at the cable, and kept going. It went with her. She got both hands into it, tried to loop it around her arm. It took longer than she expected, but the line finally jerked tight, tore at her shoulder. The rise in front of her went up, and she went down and crashed into the rock, on the other shoulder. The world went briefly dark. The air was knocked out of her, or maybe the oxygen tanks shattered. Didn't know which. The hills were going down again. She'd bounced, and she saw Tor above her. They were both going up, and the hills rushed beneath. A sharp pain exploded in her side, but she tried to ignore it. Call Tor. You okay? She heard something, but it wasn't clear, and her vision was fading. Damn, she was passing out again. The sudden liftoff had broken a couple of his ribs, but he was off the surface, hauled up and thrown down and whipped back up. He lost track of Hutch when he got yanked away, but then he saw her again, below him. They kept circling each other, the way the twins did, he guessed. She didn't look conscious, but she still had hold of the cable, and he knew he had to get to her before she let go. Carefully he reeled her in while they soared out over the rim of broken rock that constituted the Chindi's prow. She was pale, and blood was dribbling out of her mouth, but she seemed to be breathing. When he touched her, eyes fluttered open. She smiled, but through his own gathering haze he saw that she was hurting. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes." She didn't sound okay. Meanwhile, it was getting hard to breathe. "Air," he said. She looked startled, nonplussed, apologetic, and pointed to her air tanks. "You'll have to help." He got behind her and released the connection from her harness, then turned so she could remove his own useless tank and plug her unit in. Cool, fresh air rushed in. He said, "The simple joys we take for granted." And, "Thanks, Hutch." She squeezed his arm and smothered a cry of pain, and then assured him that she wasn't hurt, not really. Well, maybe my ribs a little. I had trouble with them once before. How about you? Same problem, I think. Cautiously, he used his cutter to get rid of the loose cable, which floated beside them like a giant tangle of embroidery. He was suddenly aware that Brownstein was calling from the McCarver. "No casualties," Tor said, "but we need a pickup." Chapter 38. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. Rudyard Kipling, Recessional, 1897. The Medibot diagnosed Hutch with a dislocated shoulder, cracked ribs, a chipped collarbone, some torn ligaments, and what she came to refer to as a body bruise. Tor suffered more cracked ribs, a broken knee, and lacerations. Both were, despite their injuries, in a jovial mood until the painkillers put them under. Hutch slept 16 hours. When she woke, she remembered only pieces and bits of the previous few days. "Considering what you've been through," Jennifer told her, "I'm not surprised." It was a curious experience. At first she recalled only sharing her air tanks with Tor, but she had no recollection of how she got into that position. Then she remembered juggling the Gopaks. Then the rest of the flight over the rocky exterior of the Chindi. Was it really the Chindi? Her memory proceeded backward until the giant starship blew out of the snowstorm and made for the Oort cloud. She was ravenous, and they fed her fruit and eggs and assured her that Tor was doing fine, but was unavailable at the moment. She did, however, have a visitor. Magombo was in a grey and blue McCarver jumpsuit, ready to go to work. "That was quite a show you put on out there," he said. "Congratulations." There was a darkness in those grey eyes. "What's wrong, Doctor?" she asked. "Nothing." But there was, and he was letting her see that there was. "The Gopaks," she said. "It's all right." He was operating somewhere between magnanimity and a sulk. "Use the shuttle." They were chasing that down now. "I brought one Gopak back with me. It's a little bent, but I'm sure we can repair it." "Brownstein says there's a liability issue. He's not sure he wants to put us on the Chindi in any case." "Oh." Her mind wasn't clear. "I thought we already settled that." "He says he agreed to bring us along, not to land us on the Chindi." "I see." "He says he won't do it without your approval." "Well," Hutch kept a straight face, "I can understand his reluctance." "There's no danger." "That sounds familiar." He backed off and lowered his voice.
How's your arm?
My shoulder, she said. It's okay.
Good. We were worried about you.
Professor, you see what we just went through.
Of course.
You understand that I'd be reluctant to chance anything like that happening again.
Tor showed up behind Mogambo on crutches.
How's the patient? He asked.
I'm fine, Tor, thanks.
How are you, Doctor? He said. I hear you're going over to the Chindi. We're still working on it, he said, not taking his eyes from Hutch.
Tor smirked and looked momentarily as if he were going to say more, but he let it go.
I'll see what I can do, she said.
He nodded, suggesting she was doing the only rational thing.
Thank you, Priscilla, he said. I'm in your debt.
She did the promised interview with Claymore that evening. To her dismay, he had used the McCarver's telescopes to get pictures of her sailing awkwardly above the Chindi and of her graceless crash landing. Thump, bang, whack.
You're not going to use them, I hope, she protested.
Hutch, they're beautiful. You're beautiful.
I look like a wounded pelican.
You look incredible. You know what's going to happen when people see those shots?
They're going to see that you're an incredibly brave young woman. A woman absolutely without fear.
Absolutely without sense, she grumbled.
Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. You're going to become the world's sweetheart.
He gestured toward the mic clipped to his lapel.
Can we start?
She nodded.
They were in a VR studio, which looked like First in Maine on the Chindi. They sat in upholstered chairs along the lip of the ditch, placed so that the audience could look past them down the dark passageways that travelled off in all directions.
I'm seated here with Priscilla Hutchins, Claymore said, where we have a pretty good view of the interior of an alien starship. It's called the Chindi, and I should point out that what you can see is only a very small part of the ship. But before we get to that,
he leaned forward, and his brow wrinkled.
Priscilla, they call you Hutch, don't they?
Yes, they do, Henry.
He smiled at the imager.
Hutch performed an incredible feat earlier today to rescue one of her passengers.
In fact, despite her reservations, the interview went well. Claymore asked the usual questions. Had she been frightened?
Terrified.
Had she at any time thought she wouldn't be able to bring it off? It had seemed like a long shot from the start. Had she been down inside the Chindi herself? What was a Chindi, anyhow? He ran the visual record, and here came Hutch tumbling through the sky. It looked terribly awkward, a crazy woman flying feet first over a slab of asteroid. She tried to explain that the physics of the situation wouldn't allow her to slice through the sky with her arms spread before her, in the way you'd expect from someone who wanted to look halfway graceful. But Claymore only smiled pleasantly and ran the shot again, this time in slow motion. Tor came in as scheduled, pretending he'd just dropped by, and explained how it happened he'd become stranded on the Chindi.
Did you think they'd be able to rescue you?
I knew with Hutch over here they'd give it everything they had. An hour after they'd concluded, the yacht caught up with its runaway shuttle. Brownstein collected it, informed Hutch that it seemed none the worse for wear, refilled its fuel tanks, and asked what she wanted done about Mogambo.
You just want to give him trouble, she said.
He's not an easy man to like, Hutch. I thought you'd enjoy having him forced to come to you for another favor.
When does he want to go?
In the morning.
Well, she said, it's okay with me, but get him to sign a paper that if that damned thing takes off again, he's on his own.
As things turned out, Mogambo and his people had almost 3 months to explore the Chindi, because that was how long it took before a rescue mission could get boosted up to their speed. It was a longer time than the McCarver was supposed to be out on its own, and it had more people on board than originally scheduled, so supplies began to run short, and they had to go on half rations. The Academy developed emergency designs for fuel pods and platforms that could be gotten up to a quarter light speed. The platforms consisted of little more than shells with fusion and Hazeltine propulsion systems, but they had to be hauled out to the Twins, where rocks of appropriate mass were called from the rings to be used as what were now called green water objects. The McCarver, nursing damaged engines, needed 13 stages to descend to standard velocities. By then the Academy's operational fleet had also recovered the Memphis and the Longworth. The technique of dropping green-water objects in hyperspace to boost velocity lacked a correspondingly elegant method to shed velocity. Returning from a state of high acceleration consumed substantial time and resources. As departure neared, Mogambo resisted being taken off the Chindi, even though Sylvia Virgil assured him that the Academy would return to the artifact better equipped for a more comprehensive inspection. Had food and water been available, Hutch suspected he might have insisted on waiting. At least part of his reluctance to leave was generated by his awareness that the costs of a return would be immense. It would, he judged, not happen until a vehicle capable of reaching the necessary velocities on its own had been developed. Furthermore, the Academy's willingness to invest the necessary sums would be undermined by the fact that a decent sampling of the Chindi's treasures had already been obtained. The Academy, or some other agency, would unquestionably one day return, but he would be an unlikely participant. So there was an emotional scene in the shuttle when Hutch rode over to take him and his colleagues off for the last time. They had by then erected a plaque by the exit hatch on the outside, informing all and sundry that the Chindi had been visited on this day and year of the Common Era by Maurice Mogambo, and so forth and so on. They hauled a ton of samples on board the shuttle. Mogambo made a short speech as they pulled away, and to her amazement his eyes grew damp. He shook hands solemnly with Terry and Antonio, congratulated them on their work, and took time to thank Hutch.
"I know you don't care much for me,"
he said, surprising her because she thought she'd kept her feelings pretty well hidden,
"but I'm grateful for everything you've done. If I can return the favor, don't hesitate to ask."
So in their various ways they said farewell to the Chindi, climbed aboard the Mac, and Brownstein began the long voyage home by using the fuel they'd gotten from the rescue mission to begin the process of breaking back down to standard velocities. The rescue platform, carrying still more fuel, fuddled along. The Chindi drew rapidly ahead and vanished. Hutch suspected that, when it arrived off the Venture's beam in the 25th century, somebody would be there to welcome it. "But certainly not me," she told Tor. Brownstein passed her a transmission from Mogambo, information copy to Hutch. It was from Virgil. "Got a surprise for you, Maurice," she said. They were refueling from another pod at their third stage down. "You'll recall that we discovered stealth satellites here, orbiting Earth. Apparently they're older than we expected." She paused, giving them time to reflect on the implications. "They don't work anymore. We've taken a close look at them. They're designed to shut down if the target world reaches a level of development that would lead to their discovery. But they'll reactivate if the local radio envelope disappears, which is to say, if something happens to the civilization they're watching. Nevertheless, they're part of the network you've seen. It is, by the way, a more extensive and complex network than we'd believed. We haven't begun to map it. The Chindi must be at least 250,000 years old. There's one segment of the transmission in the attached package which we thought you'd be especially interested in seeing. We intercepted it in the Mendel system, 1,100 light-years from Earth, but almost 3,000 light-years out on the net." "Has Mogambo seen this yet?" Hutch asked Brownstein.
"A few minutes ago. He's waiting for us in the holotank."
They crowded in. Tor was munching a sandwich. One of Mogambo's team was carrying a mint driver. The great man himself was so excited he could barely settle comfortably into a chair. When they were ready, Brownstein directed Jennifer to proceed. The lights dimmed. A desert appeared, scorched by a noonday sun. Sand running on forever. Hutch blinked and shielded her eyes from the sudden glare. Then the viewpoint began to move. The desert accelerated beneath, and she squirmed, recalling her desperate flight across the Chindi. A few hills rose, rippled beneath, and vanished. Off to the right she saw movement. A camel-like creature? In fact, a camel. They swept past, and she saw more of the animals. And then, in the distance, white and grey specks that grew rapidly into horses, with white-clad riders. And lines of men on foot. Archers.
There appeared to be thousands of them. "Looks like Pharaoh's army," said one of Mogambo's people, not entirely joking. Arrayed against the riders was a second force, even larger, with armed chariots, more horsemen, and hordes of infantry. The cavalry wore purple and white, not quite the colours Byron had cited somewhere. "It is Earth, no question," said Mogambo. "Do you realize what this means? These are live pictures." "Do we have a date on this?" asked Tor. Brownstein passed the question to Jennifer. "The transcript says early 12th century B.C.
"Armageddon?" asked Claymore. Hutch shrugged. "Don't know. Could be any of 1,000 engagements, I suppose." The opposing forces were lining up, getting ready to move against each other. "We can pass over this if you prefer not to watch the bloodshed," said Jennifer.
"No."
Mogambo waved at Brownstein.
"Leave it. Tell her no."
They watched from a perspective behind the smaller force. Jennifer adjusted the view so they were about 40 meters above the desert floor. The sides feinted and jabbed at each other, infantry units clashed, and finally the left wing of the bigger force rolled forward. Reluctantly, Hutch sat through it all, chariot charges, volleys of arrows, engagements between squadrons of spearmen. Blood and dust and writhing bodies were everywhere, and although she wanted to get away from it, she could not stop watching. She wasn't sure how long it took. The carnage seemed endless, but the upper hand swayed back and forth. In the end, the purple force, Assyrians, held the field, but the killing had been so general it was hard to award either side a victory. The dying were everywhere. Men walked among them, stabbing everyone, as though they were all enemies. And finally it blinked off. They sat unmoving. It wasn't like the VR epics, played out to heroism and sweeping symphonies. It was the first time Hutch had seen anything like it, and she wondered that her own species could be so implacably cruel and stupid. Tor was sitting beside her, and he asked gently whether she wanted to leave. The system reactivated, and they were over another desert, in, she thought, another time. They moved rapidly above the dunes, which gave way to palms and shrubs. A shoreline glimmered in the distance. They passed over herds of horses and other animals Hutch didn't recognize, dromedaries of one kind or another. A walled city appeared and began to spread out across the plain. When they got close enough that she could make out people and pack animals, she began to appreciate the size of the place. It seemed more fortress than town, surrounded by triple walls, each higher toward the inside. Towers rose at frequent intervals. It wasn't all a daunting structure, completely enclosing the city, save where it allowed the diagonal passage of a river. "The Euphrates?" said Jennifer. If the far side of the city, which she could not see, was as extensive, the walls had to be between 18 and 20 kilometers around. There was a roadway atop the innermost wall, and as she watched, 2 chariots, each pulled by a pair of horses, easily passed each other. They glided over the ramparts and looked down on the stunning rock figure of a lion. It stood astride a man who lay with his right hand on the animal's flank and his left in its jaw. The thoroughfares were busy and the shops crowded. She wondered what the sounds of the city would have been like, whether there were horns and flutes in the marketplace, people bickering with each other, or the cries of vendors. She wished it might have been possible to descend and walk for a time on those streets. They left the mercantile district and passed over a group of public buildings, a palace or two, perhaps, and a temple. Fountains sprayed water onto laughing children, and banners flapped in the wind. Flowering plants bloomed everywhere. Gardens and walkways were filled with people. To her left, a tower rose about a dozen stories, circled by an outside ramp. "Where are we?" someone whispered. When nobody replied, Hutch answered, "Babylon." Tor, on her right, leaned toward Claymore. "Live from the tower," he said, "but it's pretty low if somebody's going to try to use it to reach heaven." It almost seems, Hutch thought, that nothing is ever lost. Epilogue, April 2228. As of this date, 3 years after the event, researchers have not returned to the Chindi.
Records gleaned by the Magambo mission have supplied a vast amount of data that analysts have only now begun to digest. Meanwhile, plans have been laid for a vessel capable of reaching velocities comparable to that of the artifact, but progress continues to be delayed by funding difficulties. There was some question at first why satellites had been placed in orbit around VV 651107, the neutron star, where the original discovery was made. It is, of course, a site at which there would seem to be nothing whatever of interest to anyone. Yet the extreme age of the Chindi has changed everyone's perspective. The prevailing theory is that it intends to observe the effects of the dead star when it rumbles into KM 447139 at the beginning of the 20th millennium and disrupts that system. The evidence is in on Safe Harbor, whose civilization was destroyed by a nuclear war. The war broke out near the end of the 11th century on the terrestrial calendar, at about the time of the First Crusade. We have assembled a reasonably detailed history of the events leading up to the disaster, and the conditions of its aftermath. Destruction of the dominant life form was complete. Lethal levels of radioactivity drifted around the world, and everyone was dead within 2 years. Some vegetation survived, a few herbivorous animals, and several thousand species of birds, and, of course, swarms of insects. At KM 449397, the Memphis mission's paradise, no further attempt has been made to contact the inhabitants. They have been observed from orbit and on the ground through the use of light benders. They give every appearance of being, for the most part, a peaceful, amicable society. There is occasional intertribal violence, but it is sufficiently rare to raise serious questions as to why the inhabitants attacked the Memphis landing party without provocation. The answer may be found in their religious beliefs, which allow for the existence of demons and evil wood sprites, all of which can be easily recognized by their lack of wings. The Almighty, who occupies the sky, does not wish such creatures in his presence, and has therefore denied them the power of flight. There are several alternative explanations, laid out in detail in Michael Mishko's excellent study, The Rivers of Paradise. The identity of the occupants of the retreat remains a mystery. 2 bodies were found in the courtyard grave. They were of the same species, male and female. DNA reconstitution has given us pictures of the creatures. Dates of death have not been established precisely, but they clearly occurred not later than the end of the 3rd century. The female was apparently buried immediately. The male's interment occurred not long before the arrival of the Memphis. There seems little doubt that it was accomplished by the Chindi, but as to how or why there is at this time only speculation. In any case, we know that representatives from the Chindi were there because Maurice Magambo, during his period on the artifact, discovered and recorded items taken from the retreat. Were they of the same species? Technology at the retreat was more advanced than on the Chindi, but that in itself does not preclude the possibility that there was a common origin. We simply do not know. If translations from the library ever become available, we will be in a better position to answer this kind of question. The bulk of the retreat library was lost when the vehicle carrying it into orbit was struck by simultaneous electromagnetic discharges from both twins, lost power, and crashed. Most of the volumes were destroyed in the resulting explosion. Some fragments survive and have been translated. They are philosophical in nature. For example, one which has gained some celebrity is the debate on whether truth should be held as a value in its own right, as opposed to a system of constructive beliefs, without regard to their validity as accurate reflections of the real world. These might include a mythology that breeds community virtues, a set of religious dogma, or tales of noble acts attributed to a Washington or a Pericles. The technology evident at the retreat, and its various support systems, is clearly far advanced over terrestrial capability. Everyone regrets that the Memphis didn't arrive on the scene quickly enough to allow it to watch the Chindi's procedures at the retreat. Another opportunity to observe the Chindi in action will be forthcoming in 2439 when it arrives in the vicinity of the Venture. The suggestion that the starship be left in place so that we can observe what happens has met with vociferous protest in some quarters. Opponents of the idea argue that the Venture is sacred, and that the aliens should not be allowed anywhere near it. As a compromise, a plan is now being developed to recover the ship and leave a duplicate for the Chindi to inspect. Ironically, the same people who held for the sanctity of the venture raised no objection when the Retreat was disassembled 2 years ago and shipped to Virginia, where it waits in a storage facility for an appropriate site. In an angry interview last year, Maurice Mogambo argued that there is no appropriate site on the banks of the Potomac, in the state of Virginia, or at any other place he can think of, save one. An examination of that ill-fated voyage, by the way, revealed that the Venture was brought down by a simple calibration problem in the life support system. Shortly after it had made its jump into hyperspace, the system locked up and began producing the wrong mix of gases. The crew suffered from oxygen deprivation, which quickly produced brain damage. AIs did not, during that early period, operate with the subtlety and sophistication of contemporary systems. Consequently, the Venture's artificial intelligence did not take over the ship, as a modern system would, and return it home. George Hockelman's family successfully contested the will that would have given the Memphis to the Academy. It is now an executive transport for Lone Star, which performs extraterrestrial geological surveys. After much indecision, Hutch accepted an administrative position with the Academy, and is now Chief of Transport Operations. Just prior to publication of this report, she bought a chalet in the Canadian Alps. She is taking skiing lessons from Tor, who assured a group of nervous well-wishers that he knows exactly what he is doing. Tor's 8-piece series, Sketches from the Chindi, has been on display in several major cities in Europe, the Americas, and in Malaysia and China. He appears to be selling well. Technology harvested from the vehicle at the Retreat remains puzzling, but seems to hold open the possibility of a quantum leap and may make feasible the long-awaited Weathermen mission to investigate the nature of the Omega Clouds and to find a way to neutralize them. End of Chindi by Jack McDevitt, Jack, McDevitt. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, April 2003. Published by the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Putnam Incorporated, 375 Hudson Street, New York, 10014. www.penguinputnam.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.